Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther lo by mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. Doesn't need a cover. Amar lahu, ki gavna nami mechse kapikorsa. A statement like this, without attribution to their Rebbe, also has the appearance of apikorsa. It's incredible. Rav Nachman Amar Zad Korei Rabba b'shmo. What's apikorsa? Calling your Rebbe by his name. That's apikorsos. The Amar Yochanan nickname man ne'enash gechazi. Why was gechazi? Gechazi, remember again, was like the gabbai. Was the gabbai of Elisha. Why was he punished? Because he called Elisha by name. Shneimar v'yomer gechazi Adonai Melech Zosa Isha v'zevino asher hefia Elisha. Can't call your Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, introduce those apikorsos. That's Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kamid Rabbi Zer, Rabbi Yosef Kalmas. Asiyah Kodesh Baruch Hu is beautiful. This is beautiful. In the future, I will say, in the future, usually Asid means the most Mashiach, right? The Rebbe will bring a river or a stream from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. It's going to be a stream that from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Now, I love Kolmini Megadim, and by the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going to be growing. So again, from this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees will spring up. Its leaves will never wither. And every month, essentially, the trees will bring forth new fruit. Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption, and ultimately its leaves will be for healing purposes. Incredible. So we'll say, so what happened? So remember, this is Rabbi Yirmiyah was sitting in front of Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Yirmiyah said over this passage, he said over the drasha, he said over there, he said, right, he said, in the future a stream will come out from the Beis HaMikdash. He quoted this passage. He says, having this conversation, over there was Saba, who was an older gentleman who was sitting there, as this was being said, and he said, Shkoyach, Yosher. He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful. This appears like apikorsos. It's like we're really getting to a very strict definition over here. So in other words, I don't know, everybody likes a shkoyach, right? But apparently, again, when the shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the, I guess it depends who you give the shkoyach to and what you give the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy said shkoyach, that Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the way to give the shkoyach. Arole, hi, see you, come say But again, no, the shkoyach is an affirmation over here. In other words, what the older man was affirming, that which Rabbi Yirmiyah was saying. So what could be wrong with that? Rabbi Yochanan dashes the Bible. If you want to see an example of apikorsos, there's so much to say about the Gemara with the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Like, what is that? What is that? A stream coming out of Kodesh HaKadoshim. So let's say, so again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents Tara, right? Water represents everything. Essentially, water is one of those things with multiple layers of symbolisms, right? Again, it represents Torah, it represents life, it's creation. But Torah really what water represents. A person's Tameh, they go into a body of water, they become Torah. Why does water do that? So this Leviticus is a beautiful interpretation. So this Leviticus explains his lesson is water is the primordial substance of creation. Meaning what? I don't know what primordial means, but myself, right, but it sounds so good. It's a primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. If you throw in the hand motion, this is a very perfect story. So the myself, why? Originally, all the earth was water. So this Levitic system is so beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself by the very substance of creation. So I go in Tameh and I come out someone else. That's why it's only water that can affect power. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself in water. What does it mean that Lamaisa, a stream comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim? Let's say, when you think about Kodesh HaKadoshim, what do you think about? Kodesh HaKadoshim is like, that's like the top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's the top of the mountain, top of Har HaBayis, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha. If somebody were to ask you, So where do you go past the Kodesh Kodashim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world, but there is. There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kiddusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does the stream represent? Stream is Torah, stream is water, stream is creation, stream is recreation, stream is building. Even from the Kodesh HaKadoshim itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to our growth. Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the word is like there. Let's see a story about Apikarsis. We've actually seen this story before. Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era. In the future, Moshe is going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. And what happens? Moshe is going to go ahead, and he's going to chisel out these stones into entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim. Because Samti. Okay, so Rabbi Yochanan is giving this order. So there was a Talmud saying in here, and he chuckled. He chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous. Hashka can be also the tziltzala. So I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds, or small eggs of birds, eggs of small birds. Right? So in other words, how do we say, come on, you're going to find precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos. That's big stones, very big stones. Right? It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like what would you find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay, that's the end of the story. What happened? So the Gemara says, the Yamin, first white line, the Yamin, is Likas Kinosabayam. One day this Talmud was traveling by sea. And what happened? Chazrul Malach and tries to come and ask you Abanim Tovos or Margolius. He saw in the midst of the ocean angels that were there chiseling out stones. So the Talmud says, no, who is this for? Amri says the Malachim said, oh, these are the stones that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was creating for the entranceway to Yerushalayim, which I must say, by the way, is such a beautiful idea. You see this motif over and over and over. The Rebbe is preparing every day for the Beis Hamikdash, right? In other words, let's be honest. How long would it take HaKadosh Baruch Hu to fashion these stones? You could snap his proverbial fingers and you're done. We're done. The idea is the Rebbe Shalom waits for us. We wait for him like we saw before. Everybody's waiting for Mashiach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Klal Yisrael is waiting. The world is waiting. Everything is waiting. All the pieces are here. We just have to push ourselves a little bit more, just to do a bit more, just to grow a bit more, learn a bit more tzedakah, a bit more chesed, and we can bring this. But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim. So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back. The other, so again, the Talmud comes back to this medrash. He finds Rabbi Yochanan is darshaning. Amalei Rebbe, drosh ulecha na'a lidrosh. Talmud comes in and says, Rabbi, preach, right? Preach. Continue to preach. And you guys shkoyach to you, right? You're doing a great job. Atzra kishem shamarta kachra isi. Exactly what you taught in Shir, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the Malach making the entranceway. Amar lo reka. So the Yochanan says to him, tell me, empty one. And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. Do I want to disparage the words of Chazal? Yohev be'enei ba'asad da'ashalat saros. Rabbi Yochanan set his eyes upon him and he became a pile of bones. So again, first of all, we see before, in general, when the Gemara talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just the person, unfortunately, against the pride of their holiness? If you're leaving there, we'll take the Pashup Shabbat here. That was the Baruch Gemara. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you can see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately is the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit, is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things you can actually see. So the Rabbi Yochanan says there's no great points in believing that the Malachim are preparing for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entirety of Avodas Hashem is to believe with all of my heart in the things that I cannot see, but to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. Let's go back to Meisvei. So again, I will say nothing more questions. So remember, according to one of the takeaways over here is that the entrance ways to Yerushalayim are going to be 20 hours by 10 hours. Now the Gemara is the cash of I'll bring you upright to Eretz Yisrael. Omer, Masayim Amot Kishtei Komot Shel Adam HaRishon. The entrance ways to Yerushalayim will be 200 amos high, twice the height of Adam HaRishon. Where according to the Maimar Chazal, Adam was 100 amos high. 100 amos tall. So I'll say, so by the way, just as an aside, what do you do with that? Other was 100 amos tall. So the Maral brings that he says, doesn't have to take it literally that was his height. Rather, again, we'll say often what height is metaphorical for is potential. Adam had a height of 100 amos. What Adam could have done, and we'll say maybe we'll start to be about Adam and Cain and Shuvah, what Adam could have done. With all of that potential. But in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? It's beautiful. Let's listen to this. That in the future, the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height of Adam and Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Kof Amat Kineged Heifal, the coastline, 100 amos. Shnei Amar Sher Baninu Kinetim Gidalim Bidorem, Rasenik Kizavios Bekalos Tabnis Heifal. So I'll say, so which one is it? So there's a contradiction. We just said before that the entrance rate is 20 amos by 10 amos. Now we're saying it's 200 amos. What's going on here? So the Gemara says, no. Kikam Rabbi Yochanan, the Kabbalah Gezeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. Whereas we'll say in the entrance ways, because we're going to be so tall, we want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amos. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my value of the truth, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if a person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Rabbi Yochanan the truth of mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says mamish from this purpose. What does this mean? But ultimately, again, it will make the Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. Cover blackens his face over words of Torah in the Torah. What does this mean, blacken that face? What it means is these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so the complexion becomes like a little bit ashy. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? Mafik Ziva the Olam Haba. Roshon gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. So literally again, a person literally translated starves himself. What does that mean? That means that literally again, my whole focus is drawn to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, so will see me in the world to come. So let's say again, what's the meaning of this? As I said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. Because we have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. A lot of times, these things material. And let's say destroy every aspect of our usual. Let's say, can you imagine, by the way, imagine for a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Imagine just imagine you didn't have to pay tuition. Just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be happy to feel in a yacht, right? Or something like that. Right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just for tuition. There's a lot of things that really cause us to sacrifice. What the Lord's telling us is just understand that every sacrifice you make for the Jewish house in this world, the Ribono Shel Olam will give it back as a witness. Just understand, right? So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like this. It was Kesar Dimi Omar. In the future, right? In the future, Hakadosh will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Yom Lanu Akal Yishua Seinu Salam. Amar Le'abai D'Cher Shalom Aleichem. Baruch for you see, Baruch for Neimar. Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tachem. So the Gemara says, Hakadosh gives us a handful. Yerushalayim's handful is massive. So how could it be that Yerushalayim is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. I look Gemara says, Omar, my time lo shchichas ba'agarata. Right? Why did you not show up for shir? This year we're learning about agarata. Garim ma'arav. We send our tzom shmei dirava. Our mari asakash baruch hu litin chotzadik tzadik. Gimel mea ba'asaras olamos. In the future, Yerushalayim will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. Shneimar lahanchil ave yesh. Both were same Amalei. Yesh Gematria plus Me'avasa. I'll say whatever this means. In the world, once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of degradation. I will say that all of us are tzaddikim, and we all know that to grow in Torah, to grow to be Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rameir says, the midah sha'ata moded in law, the way in which you act, Shprach acts towards you. Midah k'neged midah. Tichsev, b'sa'ah sa'ah b'shalachat she'edana. But good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, b'chi'er shalom hakim, is that possible? But Kimar says, Adam no similar omsola ani ba'olam hazeh. Shprach no similar omsoli olam haba. So what's the could be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back and the right to come back. Shemayim is our talking. The handful of Hakadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. In other words, if you say mita k'neged mita, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give it only a handful in this world, I get back to this world of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. First thing I said, the atil leto omerkin eizu mida meruba, midas tova mida. I'm sorry, eizu mida meruba, mida tova meruba, or mida paranos. So I'll say, so again, remember, even though we say mita k'neged mita, right? That there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? Omid days, what I'll say. Omid days, having a flying. Having Omer, Mida Tova Meruba Medidas Haramas. So I'll say, we know the answer to this. That Mida Tova always eclipses Midas Haramas. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, we're going to visit bad upon me. That's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "V'midas tova sit v'yitzav shakim now v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yanter aleim lechol v'midas parnas u'omer ta'arumas hashem niftachu midas parnas sit v'yetzu v'rov v'hegel sifkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the midas tova is very good midas love. The Gemara says, midas parnas sit v'yetzu v'rov v'hegel sifkan. He both told Asam Mosamos, but Asham was sick back. Vayuti Lo, Lechol Basar. I am Mercy Valo. I'm supposed to be talking about the Israeli Mashiach. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be part. Mercy Valo Adam Moshe Etzba Oba Arba Olam Hazeh. The person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the cost for a show to receive their punishment, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives cost to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But I will say that the internal part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the system of mita k'neged mita, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, I know that when I do Averos, there's going to be punishment for those Averos. We'll say that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong, there's going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple like direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Moshe gives me reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer, I've described the Sram HaChitzoni. So Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sram HaChitzoni is called Apikoros. What's the Sram HaChitzoni? Tana B'Sifri, Tana B'Sifri Tzedikim. It refers to the books of the Tzdukim. Remember again, who is the Tzdukim? The Tzdukim are the people who do not believe the about that. Rabbi Yosef Amar B'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur. So again, Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As you're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests over there that that's also called Apikarsis. So the Gemara says, my timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira, right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means, because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Let's stop on for today. A little bit of a sincere cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. So we did a block. Wrong block, right? But we did most of the wrong block. I will say, Rest Hashem, incredible Gemara. Shkoyach, we'll continue picking up Ben Sira tomorrow, Rest Hashem. All right, Chavra, another great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the Kodesh of the section. He's open to see you soon. All right, you all say good morning, let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning to take. Our annual commentator sponsor, that's speaking of the year 5785, countries that have already show. Dedicating everything adjustments for this year, and it's a list of the sales for this Ramadan as well. And the other sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Singh, Love You, Terry's father, Dr. Khan, Sweet First, Ben Yosef, Hakoin, Ziv, Yavin, and Berman families, and many of William, Ziv, Sarah Shmuel, and Yisrael, Nathan, and the Adar, and Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther Bas Alazar, and Gabby and Shmuel Cohen, got doing sponsors for today, Rachel of the Architect of Gabby's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Yaakov Cohen, Zichron B'Zras, and Yoko, and Merit. Other Atami Kola, all of the Yisraels have no families in the summer, all those communities which have on to home for the Yisrael, which hope the Yetz Hashem bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole non-saved day. And was with that, let us move a lot to the Torah Hashem. Really incredible Gemara, like I said, and running out of attitudes. I have nothing even to describe anymore. Just telling you almost how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. Just because of that number is a 7.5-year cycle, you forget, like, cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Really, it's most like today's got this Sadik test. 99. We are picking up the Yetz Hashem on Sadik Fest on the base. We are taking I'm going to be open. It's about 20 lines before it gets wide. I'm going to be open. I see the Loki Kainina. The Yochanan says, I believe the quoting Yetz Hashem through the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. Exactly the sentiment that we began to see yesterday of these people Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messianic era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I mean, it's Turkish. So let's say, first of all, so just a very dramatic statement, like our so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach, I want to see Gula. I grew up saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede. I mean, it's Turkish. Right time, it's like, what's he talking about? What is it that you're concerned about? Even in Mishum B'Sid, Kashayanis Ishmit Behari, Upaga Hadosh, Upaga Lives, so much Yadar, like Kevinash Kovnafash, so it's like this. You know, the way that the Navi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. The witness in what he's describing it is essentially a pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So let me say this, is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that the one you from challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come and I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. The Instructor says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. This is, for example, Shadam Natsila Sada, Upagabo Santa, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. Who is he finding his own field? The surveyor. Actually goes out to the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. So pretty much, you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you can the body. It's just like a gambling a lion. Just like a lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. And if you're a year, then you come into the city, talk about Gabbai. You run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in showing all income, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, you run into the surveyor, so running into a lion. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas the base cell, Umatza Bonav Shubinosa, you tell him the lie. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I said, what's this is highlighting? What is this highlighting over here? But I think just even now, even now, everywhere I turn, it's challenging, it's difficult. You this little surveyor, in the town there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. Don't let me shanash konafash. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think I'm coming out of Rish Lakish is saying. Number one, what Rish Lakish is saying is you're so concerned about the Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties and challenges that you're going to get newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy. The pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the way I understand the Yochanan. There's also another thing from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most essentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason, we have this notion, like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. And I think what Rish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the towns, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. If someone tells me you do something wrong, just know that is the reality of life. And I want to say sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned and so upset and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is like, it's very selfish. You see, to life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you're into it, and you understand it, and you accept it, and at the end of the day, you figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Alors, we should have said, Shalom, in Yellow Zaka, what do I see for Yellow Zaka ourselves? Jamaica, the natural company of Yellow, rather than showing so you're going to make you find that power possible. What is it possible? My Raisi Kokever, what does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, I'm interested in the number of years describing this interesting. Once again, all of these people seem to be describing the curious as and you see a man who grasps his stomach, right, and can tell like a woman with a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, this is my Raisi Kokever, everything I've seen on men. I said that was okay, your mind naturally component miracle. And what does it mean that the evolution is what is that mean? Well, the first thing like this. The literally again, Hamali means the palace. The celestial palace, the earthly palace, what does this mean? It's incredible. The Shash Amrak Baruch Baruch Hu, Halu Masi Yadai, it's a Halu Masi Yadai. Hit about Elu, Yutne Elu. So let's listen to this. Something like this. These are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is handling like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as one wants to bring about our success, when the Baruch brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. So we have really important to remember, Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the devotion belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. And he loves everyone, and he cares for everyone, and he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the relationship is for all of humanity to have. These are also described back before. When we get over it, it's hard to remember anything but Agada Prash, exactly what we're doing now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like tomorrow, so you remember again, you had the host of the Hashem, which has been in life. Right? How do you live in a country that loves everyone? It goes from every next level, so you have a mixed up of process license in the world. Yet amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. Like that, people don't convert. You have some mitzvahs, do that, you have some mitzvahs. You don't need to do what you do. You don't need to do what you do. And everybody knows that it's possible. So when this kind of comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished, then it's hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, from the Baba hands down the issue, he's giving adage, right, you said the adage, this adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. But what's the problem? What's the problem? Then when the ox is at a floor shalema and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Those are our positions in the nations of the world.
Why not? Whatever. It's 13th of Shabbat, 57
but it's difficult for us. Let's say a really profound, it's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do this.
We're just gonna roll with it, baby. Like Steve Woodball, roll with it, baby.
Klal Yisrael is going to benefit.
Alright,
We're going to
so,
reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach.
no one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the Mazor we live by. And you just do whatever the fuck you want. Do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. Alright, I wanted to say this before I start. Kabbalah sucks and everything sucks. Really, yeah. Okay, anything else? I was doing a lot of singing, and I think people will find this funny. Elvis, you know, who like became like arguably the biggest music sensation of the 20th century, arguably. The strengths and offensive. The Beatles, arguably Elvis, bigger than both of them, and everybody else. Failed music, and allegedly for kids, I feel music. And I'm not saying I'm Elvis, but better, obviously. I also failed. That's fine.
In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of
I don't know if you're learning from the right guy. I didn't fail. Did you really? Yeah.
It was worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create an entire world just for David.
Because it's boring as fuck.
Just for David.
Foreign language.
It was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Moshe says worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here what's in the David. Because David went ahead and said, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah.
That's another thing. People may wonder, hey, Rabbi, like, you know, you talk about being athletic, and we obviously see how athletic you are in a sports dynasty here. Agility, you lose agility. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I was never academically eligible for it. Really? When I get older, I will be.
It is worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create the entire world.
It
was person to actualize his potential. And the truth of the was the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David.
Yeah, and I would say the big reason why I felt music, I was
let it be
ill prepared.
to create the world for you.
I didn't know how to play
You
piano.
maximize your potential.
And I didn't really know anything about piano. And I can tell you the kids who did badly in class, we just didn't have pianos at home. We didn't have keyboards. I've actually never seen a keyboard. Piano wasn't a thing. My cousins had a piano. It was just like a thing, like everybody's piano. Very few people like actually take piano. My mom took piano. My mom can play piano, but and I always wanted to learn.
What's his name?
So when the other kids were like learning music composition better, and they could use the piano as a tool to be able to like know where different notes were, the kids who did not have a piano were fine. So Israel, if anything, get your kids. So I have a phone piano that you've seen me use, drives 118 miles an hour playing. Get your kids a folding piano and just so they know. And the other instruments, that was another thing I did badly. We never had instruments. Even kid instruments are fine, like just plastic instruments, something that makes noise. I would say there was always an issue in our home that you never want to like piss off the parents. You never want to be super loud. And instruments are loud. And I can remember, this is a sad thing. This is like a sad moment. I was trying to learn a song to cuckoo. Really, yeah. And I didn't even want to learn it. I just played my own version on the recording. And I was very stressed as a child. I could hear it. My parents never fought with each other. Really, I know. Really, I mean, not really. We'll say for these purposes, but they were just, I could hear them stressing, and I would sit on the stairs, and instead of doing the work, I would blast on that fucking recorder, and I chew on it. Fucking chew on it. Remember, I did you chew on it. Yeah, bitch, I know. And
where does Mashiach live?
it was just
Mashiach
stress.
lives by the gates of Logan. He's a
Yeah,
leper.
I layer
What
on
does
this
he do? He's a
fucking
leper of the
record,
house of Rabbi.
not
Rabbi
knowing the right
was a
word.
direct
Yeah,
descendant
the right.
of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
I remember, like, the teacher would like show us how to play the song, and I would just, it got more complicated at the end, and I was just not good at it. And there were other kids who were really, really good because they played instruments.
Someone who is alive, currently alive, can go and handle.
This is the
Then
first
he's probably
instrument I
someone
really
like
had.
me. Okay, now let's say
Aside from,
that requires a little bit of interpretation.
I had a
right?
keyboard when I was a kid, so I shouldn't say that.
Right?
But it was a keyboard that I would use. I'll never forget this. It was funny to me. Because I was at my grandparents' house. And I always wanted my grandparents to think I was super cool. And so I had this keyboard. And there was you play it and it'd be like, dun, 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 whatever. And there was this mode on it though that you could play, you could turn on, and it would play it would automatically play a song.
I'm saying that Mashiach is someone.
And I'd go to my grandparents.
You know, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind,
and they'd be like singing out some kind of prodigy.
Very interesting to see.
And
Mashiach is alive. It's probably
I'd be
someone
like,
me, with connections and with Torah.
thinking
Okay,
and then they shut it off. Like, no, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's just, and they were like, did you see that? And they're like, they were 80 years old. They're old. And if that's not old today, whatever. But it isn't as old as it once was. But back then, when people would drink it every night, smoking cigarettes every day, that's old. Really? Yeah, everybody did that shit, kids. I don't think people understand how prevalent smoking was back then. Really? It's very common in Jewish households than other households.
They both suffered. Right? He suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claimed his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. Right? Being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested.
I think that's so cool. So I went home one day and I didn't know this from my great uncle. My cousin got his hands on it. He's a little older than he got his hands on this fucking piano and he was able to do this. So then when I come back to my grandparents' house, they're like, hey, little Mozart, we're on your fucking scam. And that was like the first time I want to say I was like dishonest ever to my grandparents.
No one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. You know,
I remember being like, oh, they're gonna love me so much if I could play this like this.
Excellence. In fact, there's often just the opposite.
They're like, yeah,
the challenge with brachos is brachos
is that the end of your story?
Danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity.
So just, it's like one of those things. If I had the ability, I had children today, how would you raise them? How would they be the best fucking kids? How would they be? Prodigy. But what would you do? I would, you know, my
you can't become a Mashiach.
I don't want to say I didn't have this, but I would get them balls. I would get them golf clubs. I would, like, even plastic, just everything plastic, everything. And what else? Tennis racket, pickleball racket, football, basketball, baseball bat. That'd be huge.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from
I would teach them about sports. That's another thing. Like, I didn't know what cross country was until a lot of people don't, but I didn't even know what it was until like I was an adult. Like, oh, you mean there's different types of running? I figured that, and I'd seen the Olympics, but I was always like, cross country never got anything. And my school didn't have cross country, even though it's the easiest sport to be able to manage. I think it's just the shoes and shorts. If you're a man, you need shoes and shorts. That's it. Socks. Like, it's literally to be a cross country runner in warm environment, you need shoes, socks, underwear, and shorts. Like, you don't even need a shirt, and you just fucking run. And Oh, really quickly, just tell this. I gotta get into this. I was running with a friend of mine who supported and he and I were never competitive when it came to running, but we could run at the same level. And we'd run like 10 miles, really pretty far. Sometimes like 13 miles, just for fun. The thing is, when you're running a lot, it just takes a lot of time. It really does. It's not like even about once your body's in a certain position, it's not even about the pain or anything like that, because you become numb to it. It's just, dude, I've got to fucking run for an hour and a half or whatever. It's like it takes a lot of time. And we were running past this college, and I was getting catcalled by chicks. And I remember being like, I could use this to say that. Anyway, what else would you get your kids? I'd get them music toys. But again, I'm not saying I didn't have that. It's just, I remember I had a flute, I had a recorder maybe, I had a guitar. Here's the thing, never a real guitar, like maybe like a classic guitar. But my family loved music, but it just wasn't. We just knew that like music wasn't going to be my thing. What was going to be my thing? I don't really know. I don't think my parents ever knew.
And you write and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense.
Really? Yeah. And I get them computers very young. Like I would. Would you give your kid an iPad? I'd have them with that leapfrog shit really early, and I would figure out a way to lock down an iPad and give that fucking kid an iPad all the time. And they'd be learning and doing flashcards, all kinds of shit like that. I think that's really healthy. If you give a child an iPad, I mean, I've had it in my life where I haven't had electronics, and then I had the opportunity to have a fucking tablet, and it was precious. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It was absolutely precious to me. And people get into, well, their screen time and all this other shit. Dog, my parents would fucking, I'd just sit in front of Sesame Street and, like, right up next to the TV, not right up next to it, but, it was. Let's just kind of.
So what is this?
So when people say screen time, they didn't have a word for that when I was a kid. It was called you're watching too much TV. That's what it was called. All right, come on, you got to get into this. I know, but these are like little anecdotes that I feel are going to. So what would you tell Israel? I would say there just needs to be like a starter pack that's affordable. That's all the. What other instruments do you have? Drums? I have drums. I had a little drum though, so I don't want it to sound like I didn't have this stuff. It's just I didn't. I wasn't able to make the connection between that and music composition. And can you read music? Yeah, I mean, I can look at music and tell you what the notes are in either like treble clef or bass clef. Really? Yeah. I used to be able to do it better. That's the one thing that I learned. It was every good boy does find E, G, G, D, F, and F, A, C, E. That's all I fucking remember. And that's all I really needed to know, but I wasn't able to put that on a keyboard. And that was a big thing. Like, there should be keyboards. I've seen them before. I even bought them. Like, where they put, it's like an overlay that you have the keys. But I just wasn't able to make that connection. And when you're starting, like, when things are, it's just one thing after another. I went from moderately challenged in school to overwhelmingly challenged, way too much homework. Way too much. That's another thing. If anybody ever sees this in the future, I would be a very major proponent of no homework. No homework. Homework should be time for homework. You should be with your family. You should be able to play sports. School, there's enough time in school for teachers to be able to get all the homework done And it's just there are ways I feel like, because here's the thing. Here's what happens. You have one kid who goes home to a two-parent household and has a computer and has a laptop and has a PC and a laptop and has parents who went to excellent schools and they might even have a tutor or whatever. And then you got some kid whose mom's working at Walmart who is like a latchkey kid, doesn't have any chance, a very little chance, and he's got to babysit his siblings, or she's got to babysit her siblings, and then Monday morning they are supposed to come in and have the exact same work done. That is totally not fair, and that's where kids get dropped back. All right, anything else you want to say about this? Yeah, I would just be an advocate. No more. We don't need more. You're in school for 8 fucking hours. Get the shit done then. You don't need it. Like, how would I just remember when I was in school, they would say each class is supposed to give you an hour worth of homework. Well, bitch, I've been in 6 classes today. That's 6 hours worth of homework. I get home at not right at 3. There's like fucking other shit. Like, maybe I might get home at 4 or something like that. So if I don't eat dinner, that means I'm done at 10. Like, that's ridiculous amounts of homework. They wouldn't ever, they'd be like, well, 45 minutes to an hour. It's like, shut up. What if it takes me longer? What if one thing takes me longer? And another thing, I've never been good at memorizing things, ever. And I have to really work hard to memorize things. I think harder than the average person. People just say, you memorize shit all the time. It's come with a lot of work. And if you have a situation where, so you wouldn't have, if you have a situation where you have like, let's say 2 assignments, one you have to memorize something, and the other you have to do a worksheet or something. And some kids might take an hour to memorize something, other kids might take 5 hours to memorize something, like to get it down really well. And maybe they never just even memorize it. And then you expect that worksheet to be done on the same level. I feel that school has enough time to be able to teach children, and there should be no homework at all. Would you make it illegal? Yeah, I'd make homework illegal. I think a lot of kids would think that would be great. How do you get around that, though? I mean, you could always study more. There's nothing against that. But you would not get in trouble if you did not, like, once you left from school, you would not get in trouble if you didn't do anything from that point until the next day. You might not do as well in school, but you wouldn't get in trouble. I can remember being in school, and I remember this one kid, I don't want to say very smart, he was the most diligent kid that we had in terms, he wasn't that bright. I think he became some fucking engineer. That ultimately will have simcha like years of our affliction. Affliction without performance years. Government contract or something. But I went to school with this kid for like 11 straight years. And he always did his homework, always did everything. Like, he didn't have a fucking personality to save his fucking ass. Nothing. But always did his homework. And I was like, fuck that shit. Anyway, and one day, and this is how teachers are, and they don't realize it. It's really unfortunate. They'll go up to the board and they'll be like, maybe like home. I mean, it's different today, but like they'll be like, home. Back in my day, they wouldn't even write it on the fucking board. They would just be like, all right, yeah, you have to read pages 100 to 200 by tomorrow. And okay, fine. But if there'd be like kids getting up and all kinds of other shit, and the teacher would not be on their A game, and they'd be like, oh yeah, you got to read pages 100 to 200, and like call out, and then the next day, half of the kids did it, half of them didn't, and the teacher's over there like, why didn't you do this shit? And it's like, motherfucker, all you had to do was write this on the board. Or if anything, we had this thing, this assignment book. Okay, no one ever used it except this one kid. Everybody would just write it in their notebook or something like that. There's this assignment. And I remember this kid, one time, did not have his homework done for something. Just one time. And wouldn't you know, for the next 5 fucking years, whenever the teacher would go up and be like, all right, have a nice day or something, this kid would raise his hand and say, do we have any homework? Because he wanted to write in his book, because he didn't fucking, and his book was fucking pristine, and it was unbelievable. Anyway, I think today they send the homework like on it. It's like online, so it's like you don't have to write anything down. But I don't think you need that. I think I could teach school. I have. I never gave out homework. Now it was for different reasons, but there's enough time in school to be able to go through everything. If you're teaching efficiently, I'm going to finish with this. I learned American history, and I did not learn it in the way that I was supposed to learn it. And I know it pretty well. And I had a talented teacher, but this is how the teacher would teach. For 2 hours, he would go up to the board and just write notes. And we were to be copying those notes. And I would argue with him a lot. Why don't you just make a copy of your notes, give them to us, and then we can discuss them? Because that's how, it wasn't exactly how it's supposed to work, but we're supposed to have many discussions. And this teacher did not want to have the discussions. He didn't want a bunch of 9th grade boys who were going to argue, but the other class got to argue, and I feel like we were at a disadvantage. Once we got their teachers the next year or something like that, or maybe 2 years later, we loved it. We loved it because it was like engaging and stuff. And I remember thinking to myself, my parents did not pay for me to do this. They're not paying for me to sit here and fucking copy notes. Like, and it would be every single day. All we would do is copy notes. There would be no discussion, or very little discussion. And this teacher, he and I many times did not see eye to eye. And actually, I had a friend of mine and I who went to the dean of all the boys, and we complained, and we said, look, this is not how it's supposed to go. The other class is having open debates and discussions on these topics, and they don't have to sit there and take something. And here's what would end up happening. Teacher would go up to the board, and I would fucking play around. We did all kinds of shit. We had little army men. Like, we're fucking way too old for army men, but we'd be shooting them at each other. There's a new kid. I'd fucking kick this kid. Really? Why? I would do this thing where I'd go like this, and because he'd make this huge reaction. You couldn't keep your hands to yourself. Done. You wouldn't be able to either if you had this fucking kid next to you. He would just, anyway. But it would be like, dude, teacher's back's turned. Jack, let's fucking fuck it up. Anyway, is that the end of your story? You've got a lot to review. I know. So what would you do? I'd get kids instruments. I'd get kids lockdown tablet where they couldn't view the whole internet, but they could. At what age would you let them see the whole internet? That's a good question. Maybe 18, or whatever the age of consent. If they're going to get it other ways, it's fine. But I would have software. I would be the parent who would have software that would watch it. Really? Yeah, if they could. That to me, there should be like a free service in the United States where you download the software and it locks your shit down. Yeah, they're paid currently, but I don't understand. All right. Is that the end of your story? No, I want to talk about getting your kids instruments, teaching them the music theory early, and how the different notes on the different instruments work. And like that would be another thing. And just becoming ambidexterity is important. Anyway, anything else you want to say? No. That's fine. Alright. There you go. No. Okay, we got some leadership though. So I find it hilarious that like I mean, I don't know how it's been with music, like lip syncing, using air instruments, but who is greater? And I say this is a fundamental machlokes. I'm probably using music. Fundamental machlokes between Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan,
And ultimately, again, Rabbi Avo.
All right, so we had
Rabbi Yochanan holds
Anchai.
that halacha
That's
ma'aseh
what
tzaddik davar
Rebbe
b'midat
says
shuvah,
after she
and
gets
Rabbi
stoked by
Avo
this
holds that
motherfucker.
shuvah is greater
That
than
something so
inside the
pleasurable
kodesh.
when
Shene'emar,
could
Shalom, shalom l'rachel u'l'kol. Kadosh Baruch Hu said,
revivify
shalom,
them.
shalom to the one who is far
Halavai,
and the one
that
who is
means like,
near.
oh, if only I wish.
Reisha rachok ba'ad
Yiddish
karov.
got that
My rachok, rachok
Jewish head.
mikara.
Yenta, it's kind of a fetish of mine.
Since I-
It's
the
a talkative
rachok,
bitch.
rachok,
Topless,
rachok
that's
Reisha.
brass tacks,
So it's the ba'ad
motherfucker.
karov.
Nosh, that's what I do. I snap closes. Bashert, so there's the shirter, which is male soulmate, Rashida, which is female soulmate, Bashert is soulmate. Mishmash, mishmash. I was taking a bath, that's like a bunch of shit. Everybody knows that. Buck kiss, that means nothing. That means good yontif, that means holiday. Chaim means life. Parv. This is an interesting one. I mean, because it should looks like it should be parve, but it's parv. Pronounced parve, or oh, do people do pronounce it parve? Never heard of parve. Parv is Yiddish and by extension Hebrew is a Yiddish and by extension Hebrew term for something that is neither meat nor dairy. This is significant because Jewish law does not allow one to cook or consume meat together with milk products. Parv food, however, may be eaten together with both meat and milk. Examples would be water, eggs, fish, and anything that is plant derived, such as fruit, nuts, and veggies. Thus, a cookie labeled as parv can be eaten together with cream-laden coffee or after a steak dinner. Since meat and dairy utensils are also kept separate, dishes that are used for neither meat nor dairy are known as parv. Some important parv information. Eggs. Although eggs come from an animal, eggs are still parv. Why? Think about it. Milk comes from an animal too, and it isn't considered meat. Yeah, but it is considered dairy. So. Fish is parv. However, because of health concerns, the sages of the Talmud prohibit eating it with meat. There are varying customs about eating fish with meat. However, fish may be prepared on either milk or dairy utensils and eaten right before or after meat or milk with no concern, as long as one washes one's mouth out. There is a custom not to eat fish with meat, which you can, but like, what about wasps? That's the thing. These fucking rules make sense to a certain extent, and then they don't, and it's just like tradition. Like, oh yeah, but that's just how it is. Bread. Almost all bread is parv, recognizing that dairy bread could easily be taken for parv and eaten with meat and vice versa. The sages forbade the production of bread with milk or rendered fat, unless it is clearly marked, or if such a small amount is produced that it will be served only to people in the meal. Faux meat or dairy. Soy burgers and almond milk are often parv. Soy burgers and almond milk are often parv, but onlookers may be misled if they see you sipping milky coffee with meat or topping your burger with cheese, not realizing that milk or meat they are seeing is not real. Thus, the sages decreed that these products must be specially marked if they are to be consumed with something that appears incompatible. For example, an almond floating in your almond milk would allow you to serve it with a beef dinner. A more contemporary application would be to leave the almond milk container on the table so that everyone knows what it is. Other uses. In common parlance, parv has come to denote neutrality in other contexts as well. Here are some examples. I find both politicians equally boring, so my feelings about the election are pretty parv. I've learned to get along with my mother-in-law, but our relationship is still far from warm. You can say it's parv. So I have lots of stories, but one, my mom and aunt and I were going to Steven Spielberg's mother's milkshake restaurant. It's known as the Milky Way. I've done videos from there. My favorite milkshake restaurant. It's really small, but pretty small. And here's what I say. Alright, so
and then interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of all to come. So one of those people was Haomer in Torah. This person says Torah is not divine.
Okay. Yeah.
person says Torah is not from Hashem, Torah is not divine, such a person does not have a portion in the world to come.
We get there. And
I said the Gemara,
we're talking or whatever. And the server comes up to us, okay, what would you like? And I always get the same thing, which is lasagna. Why? It's like the first thing that I ever got there, and I really liked it. And I don't even really like lasagna, but I liked it. And I'm somebody who would do that at a restaurant. If I find something I like, I will eat that from now until the day. Okay. And here my aunt go, I'll have the cheeseburger. And I'm like, what? And I didn't see that there was an Impossible Burger on there. And the server's like, okay, well, how would you like that? And I'm like, where's your cheeseburger? And why is that funny? Cheeseburger, the burger part would be hard because it was an Impossible Burger. And the cheese on top was milk that was in the restaurant. And I was just shocked. It was like, how could you order a cheeseburger in the milk restaurant? Because it's on the menu.
Even though such a person has Torah Meisim Tovim,
anyway, that was a really great story, man. Like, kind of boring, but it's really great. All right. I have a dream that all food will be carbs.
This is the person who says Torah is not divine.
Really? Yeah, I think you can do it. I think I can figure it out. I can figure it out. All right.
See, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one person says, oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the world from that. Even if a person says, this entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this Shava, this Kavachomer, that is ultimately, again, that
I also want to feel
such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come.
I think I failed like 4 things. 3 or 4 things, like my first semester. I
What does it mean? It's a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is
all the kids generally were pretty new to me, and they all kind of knew each other.
The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a pigam, there's something missing in their Torah. So I say also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you didn't really feel the full excitement of the Torah. But when you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful like definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes an impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done it for you to be Neshama. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it, which means Torah's not having the full effect on doing what you are. And that's something else he says as follows. First he says, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala Mishnah. So, sorry, I read inside. So he does say, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala Mishnah. And there it says, what's the Baal Shem Tov? Now, what does that refer to? That refers to someone who's not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. You know, right? Like, Kol Yisrael Mashkiach Ala they always say, wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? You can learn Torah, and you don't do it. That ultimately, again, is degrading the word of Hashem. What's incredible? You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to see the opportunity to learn Torah is in of itself a degradation of the Torah. The Torah is that all the others covered. These are first opening Torah, which they got to my nation, turn very strong. You devour some result. They have a diverse people. You're supposed to one ultimately, again, to degrade the very word of the Rebbe from Shemar. שנאמר לו, לא למות משנה, לא פרשן וככה, לא יהיה לך לפי נחרי, שום גם נפסל, this is how you ready for this. Last two lines. Here's the Rebbe says, לא מיתו ואין הכל דבר. Someone learns and doesn't pass it, doesn't review, the Imam says, Dama la'adam shezorea be'en ha'kotza. What is beautiful? It's refers to someone who ultimately, again, I said, learning things been a little shock lately. I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days it's really been losing significantly pushing in the middle of the night. Right, so, I'm sorry? I thought you said started. But again, it's counting. If the 10 minutes here is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying, right, but no, I was like, well, why to the point? Well, even again, I'm here, but maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. We'll say, I want to put us a little interesting, and I think this is something that you have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times. There's such a proliferation of Torah. Such a Torah, right? We'll say, and like, there literally is like more yomim than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? Or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. On a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the children got again, and it's so kind of like, look at it says, if you learn and you don't have, you know what it's like? It's like planting and not harvesting. Planting and not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And now it's like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't have her, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get I don't reap what I sowed. It's so interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking at this. Everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. I mean, the energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to treasure something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And listen, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is thriving with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not having, because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But it's all over. It's also called me for almost back up. Someone that uses to let us call back. Like this is a marriage. That's why. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zena b'chol yom, Zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. And I will say, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I will stand there in the day, half a piece of city of people, Zena, will give them the practice of all of my brothers sing for the shooter. So again, it appears that first gets Rabbi Kiva's continuing on the same theme. That literally again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? What does it mean? Everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing on your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. But the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make the Torah like a song. So once again, same idea. Convey yourself in your Torah, chazir your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Once again, it's also, we'll see more. Well, let's just finish up. Already it's got Bar Avudini. Micro, what's the process?
Alright, so this Lozado dude, he's a father of modern Hebrew literature. Alright, following our selection was written by Ramko, Ma'at, Shimson, the story of Samson, Lashon, the medium, a teaching Middle
Heather,
Tower,
your
Shank
mouth
Zohar,
with it.
Kohelet,
What does this
Zohar
mean?
to the
So
book
the
of
Gemara says,
Ecclesiastes, Shivim,
the Gemara
Tikkunim,
says,
70
so
Tikkunim, which parallels the 70 Tikkunim. Zohar, Zohar
if you
to
work on your
Yana,
Torah in this
the
world,
second
your
Zohar,
Torah will
memoir
work for you
verses.
in the world to come.
Kalo,
What a beautiful and incredible idea.
or
If
Kalu,
you put in the effort for your
principal
Torah
elements of
here,
the tree of
so
life,
your Torah will work on your
basic
behalf in the world to come as well.
Amar
Rashi
Hashem,
says
the
over here,
discourse
Nefesh
of
Allah
Amar Ham, Kavod, the discourse in on the chariot,
if you work for your
Amar
Torah,
Shem,
the Torah
Ben
works
Bet,
for you.
the
Next
discourse on
Rashi,
42 of the name of God,
if they
Amar
make some
Hadin,
Torah the faith, Tamid
the
Kunikov
discourse on
Shalach Hamor,
divine judgment, Ma'amar HaChokmah, or Ma'amar Chokmah, a discourse on wisdom, focuses on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Passover from a Kabbalistic perspective. Ma'amar Chagula, a discourse on the redemption or the great redemption. Ma'amar
that creation, a
discourse on prophecy. Mishkanei Elyon or Mishkanei Elyon. These altar towers, a Kabbalistic understanding of the Holy Temple, with a depiction of the third temple's dimensions. In Israel, the well of Israel. In Yaakov, the well of Jacob. Milchamot, Hashem, the words of God, which depends. Kabbalah against its detractors. Kinao, Kiddo, Hashem, Zvako, or Kinat, Savao, ardent defense of Hashem, offers details about the redemption of Mashiach. Hadir, Ramadan,
so in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazir. Because if I don't chazir in some way, the chazir is something,
a commentary on
I'm
the
planting and I'm not
the great
harvesting.
threshing
Make
wheel
Torah
section
like a
of
song. In
Zohar,
other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as next world. So there's also a beautiful idea. And it's a idea about Rabbi Akiva.
Explains certain hereditic principles of the Jewish faith,
Rabbi Akiva
according
says,
to Kabbalah,
Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer
self-contained,
b'chol yom. The Lord says,
and
this is
esoteric
Rabbi Akiva.
commentary
Because how should
to
you
the
live life?
biblical way.
Sing
Tip
every day.
2,
The Lord says,
Tefillah,
any given day, you have a
150 prayers
choice.
focuses on
Any given day, you have a
prayers
choice.
for the
Every day
revelation
it's the
of
same. So you wake up in
sovereignty.
the morning,
Kitzer,
be
Calvano,
happy or be sad.
abbreviated the intentions of the laws every year
Happiness, people
to
make the mistake
overview
of
the
thinking that
areas recorded
happiness
prayer
is the
intentions
result
of honor,
of a variety of life factors.
a
As you often
discourse
find
that
people
serves
say,
as the
I'll be
argument pits
happy
the Kabbalist
when, or I'll
against
be
the
happy
rationalist
if.
as each tries to defend
If your
his way of
sentences
thinking.
begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need.
Openings
One
to
of the most
wisdom,
important
one of Ron Paul's
in
most
Yiddishkeit
important
is
words, in
happiness
that it lays
is a
out his
choice.
thinking about
I
the
choose to
symbolic
be
nature of
unhappy.
the
I
artist
choose to be
and
happy.
Ron
I
Paul's
can't
own
choose a lot of my
explanations of that
circumstances,
symbol.
but I choose my
Archat,
emotional
Flyalo,
disposition. And what Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness.
a dictionary of the principal elements to the tree of life.
Sing,
Following
just sing.
principal
Because
elements, a
again,
series of
what's the alternative?
short
You can
and
choose to be
pithy
happy, or you can choose to be
presentations of
unhappy.
the main
Choosing to be
principles
unhappy is a
of the
miserable,
Kabbalistic system
horrific
set outright.
existence. Choosing happiness does not
Da'at
fix all of my
Tevuno
problems,
or
but at
Da'at
least it
Tevuno,
gives me a
the knowing
positive
heart
disposition.
or knowing the
And
reasons
listen, you
of work that
appreciate
explains the
everything that
duality of
Akiva
positive and
went
negative
through life.
that exists on
Everything he
all
went
levels of
through. From
reality.
the time he was young, little again, until the moment he died.
That
Difficulty, adversity, poverty,
this is the
delusion,
basis
all
of
these
God
different
showing
kinds of
his
things.
face,
And Rabbi
hiding his
Akiva
face
saying,
to
choose a life
them
of
from
soul. Choose
humanity
a life of
and
simcha.
to the
How
existence of
profound
good
and
and evil.
overwhelming that really is. Rabbi
Here
Akiva, stop over today.
Midrash
You're doing
Rabbah, a
great.
commentary
Incredible.
on Midrash Rabbah that is not Kabbalistic so much as symbolic.
Derech
Derech Hashem, that way of God, one of the best known works, one of his best known works is the succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish faith, touching upon mankind's obligation to this world and its relations to God. Ma'amar al-Haggadot, a discourse on Agada, which is an explanation that Aggadic literature is not literal but metaphoric. Ma'amar al-Kurim or Ma'amar al-Karim, a discourse on the fundamentals, a short and succinct laying out of the fundamentals of the Jewish religion, like the way of God, that touches upon certain other themes. Derech Chachma or Sefer Derech Chachma, the way of wisdom, which serves as a dialogue between a young person and a sage, if rather setting out a
dedicating all
lifetime
the drushes this year
on
as
Torah
its
study,
chus from
culminating
Soros
in
to
the
Vosvolodan Israel. From Torah's months for the month of Adar,
Akwa
Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen,
the argument
Ziv
between the sage
Levin
and the
and
pious
Berman
man,
families in memory
which
of
is actually
William
the first
Ziv
draft
Zev
of
Shmuel Ben
Mesilat
Yisrael,
Yesharim,
Nathan
that
and
only
Beth
resurfaced
Adler, remember
recently.
Judy Goldman,
Mesilat
this
Yesharim,
Esther
or
Bas
Mesilat
Elazar, Gabi
Yesharim,
and
the
Shimon
path
Cohen.
of the
That's only
just,
sponsors for
his
today.
most famous
Invention of the
work
arts
that
of
enables
Gabi's
its
grandfather,
readers to
Alvin
grow
Cohen,
in piety
Avram
step by
Ben
step,
Reb Yaakov
was
Cohen,
written
Zichron
when he
Libracha, we
was
have them in Merit.
33
Of
in
our Talmud Torah,
1740.
all of the Neshama
Sefer
Savna, families
Hadikduk,
in
the
Chama, all
Book of
those who
Grammar,
refuge have
Sefer
been of Kol Choli Yisrael.
Gaon,
Baruch
the
Hashem,
Book of
Yetz
Logic,
Hashem, bring
lays
home
out the
our
correct way to
hostages and
think
our
and
holy
analyze.
soldiers should be
Ma'amar,
successful. B'chol Nasi
Chadrasha,
Yedehem.
a discourse
Because with that,
always
let us move a
encourages the
lot
study of
to
Kabbalah and
Baruch Hashem.
Musar.
Really
Sefer
like incredible
Hamalitza, the
Gemara.
Book of
Like I
Sarah,
said on
offers
Chayes, I
the
run out of
art of
adjectives. I
accurate
have
writing
nothing
and
even to
expression.
describe
Eric
anymore.
Kevunov,
Just how enormous and how
the way
incredible
of
this Gemara
understanding
is. It's
its
also
going to Talmudic way
fascinating.
of thinking.
And I think
Lay
that number is
Yesharim
7.5 year
Kehila,
cycle.
praise be
You
to the
forget is
like the
like
dramatic word.
cycle to cycle.
So this is
how
cool.
incredible all of this Gemara is. In any event, suppose so today's
Is
daf
it?
is Tzadik
No, it
Ches
sucks. It's
99.
whatever.
We are picking up Emir Hashem on Tzadik Ches Amud Beis, and we are picking up it's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe that
So
authority
we'll
Meretz Hashem to
perhaps
the
read
coming
all
of
this
Mashiach,
shit
but I
someday.
don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment.
right
Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This
Why?
echoes the
Yeah,
sentiment that we
should
began
be
to see yesterday
Elijah.
of this Kupa
Then
Kravanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messianic era. So essentially, you see, you know what? Like Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I know, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and the suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to use Lakish. So let's say, first of all, it's a very dramatic statement, right? So much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Bula. Yeah. Rabbi Yochanan saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to proceed. I'm going to do Lakish. My time on. Rabbi Yochanan, what's the problem? Or what is it that you're concerned about? The thing that you're concerned about. Hashayanos ish mutnei ha'arim. Upaga hadov. Upa by shamat gadol akir b'nash kol nachash. Thing is like this, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and he'll run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially in the pre-Messianic era, you go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So let me say, is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come, and I don't want to see it? So this is so profound.
That's interesting too.
Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who does he find in his own field? The surveyor. Rashi points out, who is the surveyor? This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was just, you go out into your field, and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you put the public body, just like it comes in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour us. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Nichnas le'ir, then you come into the city. Pagabal gabai, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in shalom aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, you run into the surveyor, it's like running into the lion. Then you come into town, right, and you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And again, I was like, well, what is this highlighting over here? But often just even now, forget about Moshe Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's the surveyor. In the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rishlakish's statement. Number one, what Rishlakish is saying is, you're so concerned about Rabbi Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes, about the difficulties, the challenges of the
Gia,
Messianic era.
the fear of the
Newsflash:
opponent of
there's
refutation
plenty
land
of difficulties and
Medina's
misfortunes
attacks
and
upon
trials and
Florida
tribulations
into
in
volume.
day-to-day life.
Here Zada,
We have
righteous
this stuff
Pastor,
now. It's not like
critical
now
myth
life
notes
is
on
easy in the pre-Messianic era.
carbon
Difficult.
Holocaust,
Life is challenging right
1858.
now.
There,
So that's the one
the
that I'm
lamp of
saying to
David,
the Yochanan. There's
commentary
also another
on
thing
the
in this, which
Psalms,
is
published
incredibly
together with
one
the
of the
text,
most
Mikra,
potentially
Matrix,
damaging
scripture,
mindsets
commentary on
that a person can
Pentateuch,
have as they go through
containing
life, is
critical,
the expectation
philological,
that somehow life is supposed to be
archaeological,
easy.
and scientific
And for
notes
some
on
reason, we
dogmas, history,
have this
laws,
notion,
and customs
right,
of the
that
ancient
life
peoples
is
published
supposed to be
together
easy. Life, the
with
pieces
the
are supposed
text
to
under
drop
the
into
title
place,
Torah.
and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not
Was
okay,
born in
you know,
Paris,
that's like an
1862
aberration.
to 60.
You know, that's the
Tom
abnormal
Rashad,
piece.
Refutation
I
of
think what
Samuel,
Shlomo is
David
highlighting is
Lozato's
that is not
Dialogue
true.
on Kabbalah.
Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is
Spinoza
not
et
easy.
la
Life
Kabbalah
is
and
filled with
the
constant
Universal
challenges
Israelite
that
Heritage
come upon
Paris.
us one
English
after
translation
the other.
Spinoza
Are
and the
there moments
Kabbalah
of tranquility
editions local
in the midst of the sea of
Chandon
challenges? Yes, there are.
Hilliard
There
Ramirez,
absolutely are.
2024.
But the de facto state
Mibo
of life is
Gilawi,
one of challenge.
General
You go into the
Introduction
field,
to the
there's a
Traditions
challenge.
of
You
Judaism,
come into the
published
town,
in
there's a challenge.
Lebanon,
You come home to your
1864,
family,
pages
there's a
70.
challenge, and that's okay. It's not mean
Storia
you're doing
de
something
Glo
wrong.
Esseni,
Just that
Florence,
that's
1865.
the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life
et
and we
morale
expect things to be tranquil and we expect
Fratiane
things to be
examen
easy, and when they're
comparative
not,
to
we
the
become so disillusioned,
Louis
so
Day,
upset,
where
and
plays
so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my
Les
expectations
Principes
are
de
flawed. Everything is right. It's very
Islam,
sluggish.
Islam,
You seem to be
First
Yochanan.
1867.
Life is
Jewish
hard.
ethics,
It's hard
criticism
now.
of
It's pre-Messianic era.
Mohammedanism,
That's the way it is.
English
But
translation,
if you embrace it and you lean
theological,
into it and
dogmatica,
you understand
and
it and you accept
apologetica,
it, and at the end of the day,
1877,
you figure out how to
metaphysical
maximize it. Such an
trend,
incredible
de
Gemara.
la Guerra,
Hello, Bishop
de
said,
Nancy,
Shalom now Ru'u in Yala
humanity,
Zachar Advari, Siko Gabriel
Paris,
Tachalatzal.
1881. This
Kileta,
work won
Nebku Kopanum
its
Lira.
author a
Rather,
medal,
it's like Rabbi Yochanan,
an
maybe
honorable
bad
mention from the
What
League
does
of
it
Peace and
mean?
Freedom on the
My
proposition of Jules,
Raisi
Simon
Together.
Edward
What does that mean? I've seen all
Laboulaye,
men. That wasn't
and
it's
Frederick
just the meaning
Hassan,
of. Nothing over
Anne
here is
de Esch.
describing. It's
He will
interesting.
answer to
Once again,
prior
all
discussion
these
of
seem to be
cremation according
describing
to
the
the Bible
pre-Messianic
and
as
Talmud,
Shmuel and Abi.
led
And
from
he seemed like a
1886
man
Israel,
will grasp his
the
stomach,
humanity,
right, and turn
Israel
pale
and humanity
like a
discussion
woman,
of
like a
universal
pregnant
religion
woman.
and the roles
Like a pregnant woman.
of
So the
and
Gemara says,
relationships between Judaism,
"My
Christianity,
Raisi
and
Together."
Islam,
What does it mean? I've seen all men.
1914,
Amar Rabbi
posthumous,
Yitzchak,
edited
Amar
by
Misha Kol
Amen.
Gvura Shelo. And so HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Are you
I
done?
see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay Nefku Kopanam Lirakon. And what does it mean that the Rebbe Shalom's face turns pale?
Let's
What
see.
does that mean? Rabbi Yochanan,
Let's see.
Hamali Shamalu Hamali Shamata Bishar Shamra. So what it refers to is like this. The literally again, Hamali means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible. Bishar Shamra Kadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Yadai Halu Masi
This
Yadai.
bitch, you better be fucking. What's that bitch's name?
So let's listen to this. Rebbe Shalom says like this. These are my
What's that
creations.
bitch's
And these
name?
are my creations. How
There's
can
like
I
a
destroy these before
Jewish
these?
child.
I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. Gemara is highly religious. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal
This
Yisrael
bitch can get it.
and the downfall of other nations.
Is this
It is
bitch
important for us to
Ashkenazi or
understand that as much
Sephardic?
as Kosh Baruch Hu wants to bring about our
Can you
success,
just tell a bitch from her
when
face?
the Devotion brings
Yeah,
about
but
the
there's been a
downfall of
lot of
other nations,
intermixing
it is
or
painful for him.
people. Yeah,
Like, why is it
and it's
painful for him?
weird. It's
Because we
weird.
are
There's
all
this
God's children. This
like
is incredibly
I'm
important to remember.
as pure
Jews have not
basic
cornered the
basketball
market on
yeah.
God.
Really.
God, the
Yeah.
devotion belongs
Like you
to
look at my
everyone,
skin,
and
like
everyone
it's like
belongs to the
pretty white.
Ribono Shalom. V'rachamav al
But when
kol
there's an
ma'asav.
inner
And he
mixing
loves
between
everyone, and he cares
Ashkenazi and
for everyone,
Sephardim,
and he wants the
it's like
success of everyone. It's true.
it's
As a
like
people, as a
I don't
nation,
know.
we
It's
have
almost the same that happens when you
a
like
relationship with
an
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
intermixed
But the
person
relationship
between
is for
black
all
and
of
white. It's like
humanity to have. This is what I was. It ties back and forth.
different.
Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but
You get
Hadarat
some
Torah.
Ashkenazi
Right now.
people that look
Remember
fucking
again, once upon a
blue,
time when we learned like
and then
Gemara,
some
so
Sephardic people who
you
look
remember
fucking
again,
like
you had the whole sugya of
brown.
Shem and B'nai Noach. Like, how do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Osham only loved Klal Yisrael, then you would have a
Are you
mitzvah to
sure
proselytize
that
and
this
to
bitch
convert
is?
the world. Yet
No, she's
amazingly
probably
enough, we don't.
Ashkenazi.
In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't
Really?
convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do
But she
that, and
could
Hashem
be
loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you
a
do.
little bit of both.
And
A lot
everybody's
of
more
people
about
are.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when Messianic comes and Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. it's hard for the Ribono Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, it's the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. Well, what's the problem? What's the problem? Then when the ox is at a full shalemo and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Because Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's taking that back and giving that back to us. But it's difficult for us. Let's say a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Ribono Shalom to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to be the Asif Yisrael the Afri Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Rav Yosef is great. Rav Yosef is like this. Of course, you're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, we're not going to reap the benefits of it.
Is this like the
It's an expression. Like, Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it if not Klal Yisrael? So the Gemara says, "Who can very hello?" So we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel, right? Two different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar in Mashiach Yisrael.
I know.
Rabbi Hillel says Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why?
Oh, for part of Cholan. Omit the meat and meat bones. There you go. That's why.
Because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda.
Lady, did you know I gotta take a shit?
We've already received the euphoric benefits of Yemos Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Oh, so therefore, people says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject that below. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Amrav. Well, every element of the door, this is a beautiful thing. Rav says, it was worth it for the Ribono Shalom to create the entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says, Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan, Mashiach, says, worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here, what is the name of David? David went ahead and said, beautiful Shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately Mashiach, of course, Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach is going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. Right? So, but the deeper message of this Gemara is when a person actualizes their potential, which is become David HaMelech actualized his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualized his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Ribono Shalom to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth of the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is, insert your name. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth it to create a world for Mashiach, and now let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you.
Even if she's got a lot of makeup on, she's pretty dark. Does it matter?
Like Moshe, like Mashiach.
No.
It was worth it for the emotion to create the entire world just for you as well.
You wouldn't do this with us.
So the Gemara says, incredible. The Gemara says,
you wouldn't do this with a black or white person. You wouldn't be like, oh, this person's made.
What's Mashiach's name?
So why are you doing it with
Mashiach's name? Remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive
that's
term
an interesting
of
question
someone
of
who's
myself.
going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Or I should say, the truth is, Mashiach means like
I mean,
Yeshua. Like,
black and white people don't really have that many different customs, but Ashkenazi and Jews and Sephardi definitely do. It's like arguably two different fucking religions. I get it; they're just different traditions. So when you see
so again,
a
Shiloh is the name of
person,
Mashiach.
you can tell like what the traditions are. You don't do that with black and white people. At least I don't.
Means continuity.
Like most people don't. We do that with the Jews. Is it right to go? I just want to know what the fucking Mivchag is, what the traditions are. So that's why I do it.
Others say, his name is Menachem ben Chizkiah. They will say, Shneimar, Yirachok Mimeni Menachem, Yeshiv Nafshi Echo. What does Mashiach do? Also, the Holy Sword is Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem, he's the great consoler from years,
Right.
from
So what is
thousands
that,
of
lady?
years of Galus. Then Chizkiah. Chizkiah doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. Chizkiah could be a descriptive name. Chizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. That ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Incredible. Rabbi I'll point out, is Yerushalmi like this as well. Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down also Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbanan Amri,
But is that
Shivra Debei Rabbi Shmuel. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan say that his name is literally again the white one of Bei Rebbe. The Rabbanan say, what does that mean? Rashi says over here, Mitzora Shal Beis Rebbe. Ultimately, again, he is the Mitzora of Beis Rebbe. Now, this seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome, and he's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rebbe? Rebbe was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rebbe. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo, Shene Emar, Achin Chalinu, Hunasam, Achavinu, Savanu, Anachnu, Chashvenu, Nagua Muka Lakim Runo. Amram Nachman. Amram Nachman. I min Chayu. So this is incredible. Amram Nachman says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, Kigon Ano, then he's probably someone like me. Okay, now I say that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Right? It's always good to be confident, right? If Mashiach is someone who's of the living, it's probably like me. And I was saying, what does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was the following idea, namely that what's Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son-in-law of the Reish Galusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone prominent. I must say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being someone great. Because after all, again, he's got to reveal his identity, and everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But Rav Nachman says, if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Not true. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like Rabbi Huda Nasi. It's like Rabbi Huda Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, Daniel ish chamudos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi says over here, Imin chayu kimin kigon Rabbeinu Hakadosh. Mashiach me also shechayim achshav v'adei haynu Rabbeinu Hakadosh to solve chalav. Now, both say the common denominator between Rabbi Huda Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. Right? Rabbi Huda Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately claims his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. By being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. And I will say, but you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, it's not. No one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. I have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good, everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So let's say, that's what Reish Lakish is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger because of it. Those say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where Yehuda Nasi comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. You want to say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael, and ask yourself one simple question: do they have an easy life? And you can answer with absolute certainty. The answer is no. No, there is not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And it's not, oh look, he become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of their difficulties. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Sarimenu. It doesn't matter. You plug in the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I think we're just going to do Sanhedrin, maybe like through Pesach. We'll just whatever. Well, maybe through Shuas. First is as follows. So much. So we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting, right? There's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is mostly part of what we're going to do. Also, what we have not done purposely by design, because we didn't get to it, is we're going to go through the Rambam, because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chavlei Mashiach Pnei Sanigara. There's Mashiach. There's Tchias HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's also subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point that the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokeichem, ve'Elokechem, ve'es David Malkam asher akim lahem. And you will write, and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. Heikim lo ne'amar ela akim. It doesn't say I did establish, either I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I own it a couple of Abayid. I said the David Avdi Nasi lahem the Olam, but we already have a David HaMelech. So this means we know David HaMelech. First thing says, you're right. Hikom Kesar upal Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So it says, get ready for this. Get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be Tchias HaMesim. So what's going to happen with former David HaMelech? He's going to be the assistant king. Now listen, by the way, if former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be the Sheni Lo. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. Darshar Smaloi, Ma'idchsiv, Hi Hamisavim Es Yom Hashem, Lama Zet Lachem Yom Hashem, Choshech V'Lo Ar. So we'll say, what is this? So again, it's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Mashal Tarnagol Va'atalesha Mitzat Ar. So there was a story, right? It's like a mashal of a tarnagol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. It's a bat. They were both waiting for daybreak. Only tarnagol va'atalef. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, "Ani mitzapel ora sha'ora shali, sha'ora shali." So the chicken says, the rooster says, "Listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing." Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like, oh, I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, but bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's the top of Tzadik test 99. So Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to Tzadik, sorry. The last Rashi on 98b, Sha'or Shaliu, Sheish Li'inayim Ros, Ganantzisi Nenes, Bakaki Shom and Tzap and the Gula, Shiyom Hashem Yeh Or, Avala Opi Kochavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Sharulam Choshev Ar. So it's like Klal always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, this is what we spoke about before, because the mindset is going to be this upset of power. So Klal Yisrael is the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So it says there was this this non-believer who said to Rabbi Avo, it must say Asim Mashiach. That's what he asked Rabbi Avo, what is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old takeoff of him, that's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi Avo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? Amarle Krok said, no, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Because again, the way the pasuk describes the Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya Rabbi Elazar Omer, you want some Mashiach? So now, interesting enough, we begin a discussion about the duration of Yemos Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, pre-Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba, the world to come. So how long does the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Moshe Mashiach, Arba'im Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, Arba'im Shana. It's incredible, right? We see this phrase all the time, and we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut Bidar. So again, that's reference to the Messianic era. Rabbi Eliezer Azariah Omer, Shivim Shana, 70 years. Shnei Amar, Hayaba Yamahu, V'nishkachas Sur Shivim Shana Kimi Melech. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Havi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations. 3 generations, Shlosha Doros. Shnei Amar, Yira'ucha Im Shemesh, V'lifnei Yareach Dar Dorim. Rabbi Hillel says, Ein Lahem Sheach L'Yisrael. I'm supposed to say the same Rabbi Hillel as we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why? We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era from the days of Chizkiah Hanavi. Rav Yosef sorry. Rav Yosef listen to this. Shari le Mar Rav Hillel. So essentially, Rav Hillel, God should forgive you. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiah Imosav. I'll tell you, very simple. When did Chizkiah live? The Bayis Rishon. Chizkiah was king during the days of the first Beis HaMikdash. Bilo Zechariah Kamisnavi Bebayishini Va'amar Gili Ma'od Bas Sion Hari Bas Yushalayim Hine Malkech Yabolacha Tzadik Vinosha Hu Ani Verochiv Achamor Va'al Ir Ba'asanasal. So again, so the Gemara Rabbi Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiah lived during the times of the first Beis HaMikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second Beis HaMikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. Tanya Yidach Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yemos Mashiach Arba'im Shana. Rabbi Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifhach says over Vayan Chaviari V'Chaviach Hilcha by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, He deprived you, and He gave you money for 40 years. Sifhasam Samchinu Kimos Inisanu Shnos Re'inu Ra'ah. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. The same lashon of affliction. It has affliction by man, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era of 40 years. Rabbi Dosa says, Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Ksifaf, it says over here, Ve'ivdum Ve'inu Osam Arba Meos Shana. By Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. Ksifasam Samchinu Kimos Inisanu. That ultimately we'll have simcha like the years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years, Yemos Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this Gimel Meos V'Shishan V'Chamesh Shana, Kamin Yemos Hachama. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushnos Ula Guli Bar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. 365 years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. Rabbi Yochanan will say first white line. The Libi Galisi Le'Var Galisi. It will say it's interesting that when it comes to the messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows but even the rest of my limbs kiviyachol don't know. Shimon Lakish Amar Libi Galisi Lamalachi Asharis Lo Gilisi. Suppose it's incredible that Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal it to the Malachim, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? When Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So when it goes like, Tanya Avim great Rabbi Avo. What's the second wide line? You want some Mashiach Yisrael, Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Right, Messianic era, 7,000 years. We'll say, where does this come from in this episode? I'm sorry. Right? Then this is absolutely beautiful. Listen to this. Shene Emar u'misos chasan al kala. How beautiful is this? What I was saying? Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry. Misos chasan al kala yosis alayich Hashem elokecha. The Moshe will rejoice over us like a chasan does a kala. Just like a chasan and kala have sheva brachas. So in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva brachas. Which is such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the sheva brachas of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. They'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm Rabbi Shmuel. You want some Mashiach? So that the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time.
It does matter.
It goes from the days of Noah until Shneimar. I don't care about Call the Nevi'im, well, it's another beautiful thing over here. Call the Nevi'im lo nisnav u'el
story because it kind
in
of
general,
sucked.
the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and symbolic prophecies about what the future is going to hold.
Imagine a day.
Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about Yemos Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba. When it comes to the world to come, please
do, man, this for me a world
when it comes to Olam Haba,
where
no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that
how could that happen? What are the major challenges? You don't have to do
that's
this.
the Messianic era.
Please.
But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes like,
might be slipping tripping. I might be slightly tripping over the wording. So let me flag the ambiguity once and
Shmuel says there is no distinction between
once and then actually
era
go.
and
Actually do the thing. When you say a world where all food,
we're all food. Now we'll say
a world where everyone's fully fit. No.
Now this is interesting.
Literal
Shmuel says Messianic era is pretty much regular life.
Where all food
comes, regular
is
life. What's the difference?
Part of
So what's the issue of Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else, which, by the way, is no small thing, right? Where like the world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So there's no Shima.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the part. You mean a word where all food is part. No meat, dairy distinction. All right, let's Steelman that seriously, not halakhic anyway. Steelman thesis: a world where all food is part is biologically, technologically, and even halakhically imaginable. But it requires redefining what counts as meat and milk at the source level, not any loopholes. How could a fully parve world happen? No animal-derived tissue at all. Parve means no animal flesh, no animal milk, no derivatives, rennet, gelatin, etc. So the core clue is humanity exits animal agriculture entirely. Not vegetarian vibes, post-animal vibes. Protein without animals. This is already partially here. Precision fermentation, yeast or bacteria produce casein-like proteins, whey analogs, egg-white proteins, galactic steelman, no animal source part. Fungi-based protein, mycoprotein, algae, legumes, and engineered amino acids complete myth. If no animal ever existed in the process, there's nothing basar or halavi to classify. Milk without milk. Milk is halakhically milk because it is secreted from kosher animal through biological mammary processes. So synthetic milk made from microbes plant emulsions engineered to behave identically. Steelman claimed, if there is no animal secretion, there is no issue. Taste is irrelevant, source is everything. Meat without meat. Lab-grown meat is chickenologically very tricky. To get a fully carved world, the Steelman path is no animal starter cells, entirely synthetic or fungal muscle analogs, texture, amino profile, Maillard reactions, all simulated. Not cultured meat, but designed meat like food. At that point, burger is just branding. Major challenges, real ones, logic identity crisis. Even if technically carb, appearance issues, I don't give a shit about it. Eat whatever the fuck. Really? Yeah, when you're at fucking Steven Spielberg's mother's
and Rabbi Avo holds the Baal Tshuva is greater than the Tzaddik Gomer. Shnei Emar, Shalom, Shalom, L'Rachel, U'Lekar. Who says Shalom, Shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near.
They don't put a fucking almond in your mouth. Really? I don't fucking know, but they didn't. The cheeseburger is just a cheeseburger. I think they do reference it as an Impossible Burger, but nevertheless, when they put it down, they don't have like the box Impossible Burger, so the people around you, they know that they're in a fucking nuclear restaurant and they're not going to serve meat.
The one who is far.
Logic identity crisis, even if technically carved, Marit Ayin appearance issues, confusion in kitchen, psychological resistance. Rabbis would lead to rule taste does not equal essence, which Judaism already believes but not emotionally. Human attachment to animals, this is deeper than food. Tradition, power, sacrifice, symbolism, control of the life. Moving to carb-only food means no carbon as we know it. That's not a diet shift, that's a theological earthquake. Beit HaMikdash implications. Steelman tensions. Torah assumes animal korbanot. A carb world implies either symbolic korbanot, a future halachic transformation, or korbanot only in ritual, not diet. That's a big and Mashiach level reinterpretation. Economic collapse and revitalization. Entire livestock industry disappear. Oh shit. World economies must be retoolable. Make sure of that. Massive transition pain possible without fear. Strongest Steelman payoff. Why a fully carved world is compelling. One set of dishes forever. No bass or challah timing issues. No shechita. No tsar ba'alel. No tsar ba'ale chaim. Universal culture basic. It's basically kashrut with the training wheels removed. Final Steelman line. A fully carved world doesn't abolish kashrut. It completes its internal logic by removing animal dependence entirely. Exactly.
But it was
right.
Even greater than supporting Torah.
Is that the end then what you want to say? No. I just know about like teaching children. I heard this one yesterday. He said something like, we would never tell a child that they are bad. We would tell a child that maybe they're not acting
so I said, what is this word, by the way?
Inherently, the child is not bad.
What is it? What is it? As great as all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps
they're not inherently bad. Maybe they were taught incorrectly or they behaved incorrectly, but they aren't inherently bad. I agree with that. I was thinking as well, when I was a little kid, one class, you didn't get grades back then, but I struggled with was computers. Believe it or not. I mean, like, I'm a king of computers.
So this
But
is wine that
it's funny, like all of the things at which I struggled, there's an argument to be made.
That is the great reward.
I've overcome the struggles.
The Gemara says incredible.
And I don't know why
there's much to say
computers were so dumb. I was scared. I didn't like the teacher.
What does that mean? So
that's a big thing. If you don't like the teacher,
and when a person
I had this ancient history teacher, and man, we would run through a wall for this motherfucker. But then I'd have like other teachers who I just didn't jive with.
The purpose of creation, the purpose of creation in this world was the actualization of Torah. Was to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and
that's how it is.
Live it in this world. When a person makes themselves
the teacher, I almost think the teacher
fulfilling the very purpose for which this world
can help a student overcome.
How is that manifest?
If you have a really interesting teacher, or even a really attractive teacher, no, that doesn't matter as much. But like, people pay attention to attractive people. They will do everything that they can to make sure that they learn the material and ask questions. If you have a boring teacher, they're just gonna go through the motions. But I can tell you that.
No one ever saw Eden.
Additionally, you get some teachers who
they
might not be their subject, but they're just touching it.
The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden of both sides. Gan
I've
Eden
learned
are two different things.
at least
We call
something
it Gan Eden.
from
Gan
every
Eden,
single
there's the
teacher I've ever
Gan,
had. And
there's the
previously
garden,
on
and
the
then
stream,
there's Eden.
I have
So
named all
Adam
my
Rishon
teachers
ultimately again
and
lived in the Gan,
that
right?
I've
But at
been
the
able
end of the
to.
day, Eden is that place
And
that is reserved ultimately.
they've all
for Talmidei
impacted me in
Chacham.
one way or another. But I
Incredible.
remember as a little
Balmer
kid,
ain't Torah Minasha. So let's
I
go back to the
computers
Shmuel.
were
Don't worry, I got it,
so.
does not finish. I got it, does not finish. One of the things,
We
remember
had a
again, Mishnah
computer,
began by saying that
but
every Yid, every Jew has a
it was
portion of the world
so
to come.
scary
And then,
to
interestingly
me
enough, the Mishnah then went on
that
to
my
enumerate
mom
the
had to
people
come into
who
class
don't have a portion of the
and
world to
talk
come.
with the teacher.
So one of those people was,
That
Haomer Ein Torah
never
Hashem. This
happened.
person says Torah
Never,
is not
ever,
divine.
ever did my parents ever come into school.
The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara,
That teacher did not end up, I don't think it was this person was not there.
So what is it that says that he degraded? Degraded the word of Hashem. This refers to someone who says
And then I had
Torah
another
is
teacher
not divine.
who taught computers. Didn't even know it, but I
This refers
love this
ultimately to
teacher.
We'll define these terms just a little bit.
And I built my first website with this teacher. That was another thing.
This refers to someone who advances inappropriate
Computers are expensive, and
Torah.
I went to private schools in my
Again,
life,
this is
and
just
they weren't
inappropriate
like always
interpretations of Torah.
that
Ve'es
technologically
mitzvah hafer,
updated.
zehamefer
And
bris, zehamefer bris basar. This is someone who knows bris milah. So
that was a huge gap. There were like 6 years of my life where I didn't really use computers.
He cut it from this
I
world
did it.
and the next one. We kind of already lost her. Hamodi. Listen to
The
this.
computers
We're
that we had
based on this.
weren't
Hamachelas hakachim.
and
Someone was like who again disparages or profanes karbanos.
And then when I got to be older, I saw the gap, and like people I knew, my peers were really great with computers and software because I had it, and I did not. And that was a huge gap.
Incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public.
I mean, here I am. I have certifications in computer,
Even though
difficult
such a person
exams.
has Torah he does not have a portion in the world to come. Was a very,
It's
very,
just one
very
of those
profound
things
Gemara.
where you just do the best with what you have.
He degraded the word of Hashem. This
It's
is the
funny,
person
like
who says Torah is
computers,
not divine.
like,
Not only
Pretty
that,
good with computers.
I've been an app
developer, computing,
See, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this.
I launched
This is
apps
also
on the App Store Google Play.
creating the word of Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't
I
have
mean, I
Moshe
use
world
more
to come.
computers, I think, than any person on themselves. I live stream Yet I struggle with computers.
Says maybe the entire Torah is from Hashem, but
And to
this
the point
deal,
where you didn't get an
this
F for
Xer
computers, but I
Shava,
would
this
have.
Kavachomer,
And
that is ultimately again
But then I was
degradation of the
able
word
to,
of
like,
Hashem.
I
Such a
remember
person
I
forfeits
would
his
like
portion in
spend
the world to
recess,
come.
like
Tanya,
visiting the
Ramirez
website,
says,
and after school, the first ever digital camera I ever
Ramirez says, no, what
saw,
does it mean?
my
It means a
teacher
person
had,
who
I
learns
took a
Torah
picture. I still
but
remember the
doesn't
picture that I
teach
took,
it.
and I
This
put
is
it
a
on the website,
degradation
and the
of the
teacher
word of Hashem.
had everybody come
Torah
around
says
my
so beautiful.
computer,
We know this
and
Torah.
you could
the
see
Torah
a
we learn
picture
is not
from
just for us.
outside
The
on a
Torah we learn
computer,
is
and
meant
it was
to be shared.
mind-blowing.
And if a person
Like,
learns it but doesn't share it, that
it
there's a
wasn't scanned. It
there's
was like
something
it was
missing
amazing.
in their Torah.
And
Well,
she
I
wasn't
say
there
also,
that
by the way,
long,
if you learn
but
and you don't share,
she
it means that
she was
Torah, you didn't
like, I
really
learned a
feel the
lot
full
from her. I
excitement
got
of Torah.
comfortable
When
with computers,
you,
but
when
then
you hear something
I lost the
beautiful,
comfort.
you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, like
That's how it
definition,
is.
you want to share it with
So,
whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a
music,
true impact on you? If you
I
learn it and you want to
had a
share
very
it,
difficult
if you learn it
time
and you
with
want to
music.
give it over to someone else, that means that
And
Torah has not permeated
I was
your
like
Shema.
really
If you
talented
hear it, you're like, oh, that's
kids
nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it.
boys,
It means Torah's not having the full effect
I
on
think
who and
that
what
they
you are.
knew more music theory than I
Rabbi
did.
Nosson
And
Nosson says as
constant
follows.
issues.
Nosson says,
I mean,
"Kol mi she'enu
composition,
mashgiach
like
ala
composing my
Mishnah."
own music
So sorry,
was
I'm sorry. Rabbi Nosson Omer,
difficult
"Kol
for
mi
me because
she'enu
I couldn't always
mashgiach ala
play it
Mishnah."
the way that I
Rabbi Meir
wanted,
says, "What's the
and
bar Hashem piece? What
that
does
caused
that refer
issues,
to?"
and I couldn't
That
hear
refers to
it.
someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Rabbi Norai Omer, "Kol she'ef shalaso b'torah ve'eno oseh." Wow.
Torah,
Rabbi Norai says, "What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you
really
could learn
bad.
Torah and you
Really,
don't
really bad.
do it, that ultimately again is degrading the
Really,
word of Hashem."
yeah.
Let's say
But I
incredible.
do
You have the
remember
opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the
I
opportunity to learn Torah is
had
in and of itself a
an
degradation
exam
of the Rosh Hashanah.
on
Bishmol Razeh,
prayer
Ovid
sheet,
over this Chavim. This
and my
refers
mom
ultimately
read
to one of
all
worship
the prayer
idolatry.
sheet one
My
day.
Mashan, Tan Bishmol, Ki
to
Divar
try to
Hashem
see if
Bizal,
I can really
Ze Hamevazet Dipor. This refers to one ultimately again
it
the
was
great,
more,
the very word of
a
the
lot
Moshe
farther
Shneimar, Lo
she led
Shneimar
all
Lo Lo Moshe Sinai Nochi Hashem Lekecha Lo Yeh Lecha Lokim Achir
at that
Elohim
point.
Achir.
She
Shuvah
was just
Gacha
like,
Shuvah Gacha says, this is incredible. What's Gary for this? Gary,
You're
the
gonna get it.
last two lines. Last two lines. Shuvah
she
Gacha
was
says,
something,
Kala Lo
though.
Meitor
One
Ve'ino Chol
night,
Zrada.
never
Someone learns and doesn't
rarely
chazir,
ever.
doesn't
My
review.
parents always
The
felt
Gemara
like
says,
the
"Dome
material
la'adam
was almost so
shezoreach
much.
ve'ino kodesh." Let's say it's beautiful.
And that's why they're
This
paying.
refers to someone
the
who ultimately, again,
teachers.
I said, learning
An interesting thing my school
it's been a
had,
little schwach.
they
I'm
would,
going to say, I'm
at
not
the beginning of the school year,
but
the teacher would go
it's
and put that
been a
home
little bit, it's been
telephone
a little bit,
on the board and say, if you ever have
what's the
any
word I'm looking
questions,
for?
call us.
Non-existent.
And
Right, that was what I
did
was
you ever
looking
call
for.
me?
Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant push.
I remember one kid called.
Right, so, I'm
And
sorry.
that kid was like
5:43
the
started.
teacher
But again, who's counting? If a
drilled,
10-minute
and
later is 7 minutes,
that kid
there's
was
something
like,
wrong. I'm just
that
saying.
changed the kids, how the teacher
Why is
viewed
it
the kids.
important? Well,
He
even
was
if
trying.
again, I'm telling you,
But
maybe
my
it's
parents
not
always said, look, if you have a question, call your teacher.
I want to put out something very interesting.
But nobody's got
This is
to
something that we have to
And
take
that
into
one
account
teacher
a
was
little
like,
bit.
you can call me
We live
whatever you
in
want.
such incredible
But if you
times
call me
where there's
and
such a
you speak to my
proliferation
wife
such a
and you
right?
insult
It's
her,
like, and like there
I'm coming after
literally
you. He was
is
so
like
fucking
more
serious that like nobody
illness
wanted
than
to
a
call this
person
kid.
could keep
This
up
fucking
with,
guy.
which is
So,
beautiful
yeah.
and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes
So
more
I still
is
call them
less.
really.
And a person sometimes has to
But
just try to
he
figure
put a lot
out,
of fear in
should
this
I be doing more things?
because he
Or
didn't want
perhaps
people to
focusing,
call him or something.
doing a little
like
bit
that.
less, but
That was a big
focusing
thing.
more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are
At the
different.
end of
People
your story,
learn
because
differently,
it's really
people draw
boring.
things differently. But I think a lot of times
No,
what's
so
happening is I'm
computers, I
learning
was not
15
good with
things,
computers.
and so there's a lot
I
going
was
on,
not good with
but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring
It
anything.
has
So on
been
a
such
given
a
day,
all or
I'm
nothing
getting
thing
through like a whole
that
bunch
if I
of
made
different
one
stuff.
small
But like,
slight
what's
mistake,
what's
it would
wrong?
come crumbling,
What's
and that
wrong?
was
And this
caused
is
me a
something
lot
that
of
we have
fear.
to contemplate for ourselves.
I don't
So
feel
Joe
that
Garba
math
says,
tests
and this is so
are
proud. What's like?
that
Everybody says if you
fair
learn
in a
and
lot
you
of
don't
ways.
cause, you notice like
That's why I
it's
was
like
so
planting,
much more into
but not
humanities,
harvesting.
because if I made a slight mistake,
Planting, but not
the
harvesting.
whole
So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And mamish, like the
essay doesn't
produce,
crumble.
it's right
But
there.
if I make a
It's
small
sitting.
mistake in a
But if I
math
don't
proof,
chazer,
the whole
I
proof
don't
crumbles.
harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't get
And
what
you'll
I
get a
don't reap
zero
what I
or
sow.
whatever.
It's just like interesting.
And so
Just
I
some,
was just like, I
again,
don't want to take the risk.
different things
And
work for us in
I
learning, and
feared
different
that.
things
And I
work
know
for
a lot
us
of
in
other
movement. So
people
everybody's
did
got
as
to
well.
find the right balance. For
And
some
it
of us,
was
it's
almost
good
like
on the energy of constantly moving
there
forward
should
on
be
multiple fronts.
something that
Even if I'm not
in
retaining
math
everything,
there's not,
maybe
but
it's
it's
what I
almost
need
like
for
you make
myself
that
in
small
life.
mistake, you
But I
could still
think
get.
at least
I mean,
to
I guess
retain
teachers could
something,
give partial
to
credit for
hazard
things, but
something, to
it's
hold
like if it's
on
wrong,
to
it's wrong.
something.
And I get that.
Because otherwise, I'm tracking all of these
So
beautiful
there
things.
was
And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is sprouted with so many beautiful spiritual
computers,
saplings,
math,
but everything is sitting in the field. I'm not
and
harvesting
organ.
anything
It was never
because I'm not chazing. Because I'm not ultimately
at what
taking
were you
something
doing?
for myself to retain.
I was decent in
Incredible.
English,
Let me show Omer says, "Kolomei Torah
but even now, I
umishkacha."
think I could
Dome
have.
leisha shio.
I
This
feel
we call
I
that.
like to
This is a
write,
very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets
poetry.
what he learns is similar to a woman who gives
I
birth
liked.
and then buries her child. And what is that?
Like, here's
So
an
let's say,
example.
so again, so the metaphor is
We had
meant to
this
be,
thing
is
where we
meant
had
to
to
be
memorize
shocking.
poems,
And
and
then
then
ultimately,
perform.
what is it saying? Is
And
that
some
when
of
I
these
learn
poems are
Torah,
like 5
we'll say
pages
the
long,
beautiful part
and
about
some of
learning
them
Torah
are
is
short.
you birth
Well, which one do you think I'm going to
You
take? The
birth
short one,
something.
because I don't have to
But if
memorize
I don't
it.
remember
And
or I don't take the time
some
to
people
try
would
to
just do
remember
long
it,
preachings.
something,
Their
what I
brothers
birth
had those
simply disappears.
poems from years
Simply
before, and they
disappears.
would like
If
hear
I'm
them in
gonna
the
take
household.
time
That was another
to
thing,
birth
a big
beautiful
thing,
Torah,
a huge disadvantage to not have siblings. And
to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him,
and I've said
to
this
nurture
before,
him,
if
to
you
understand him, and to
are a
raise him
parent,
as my
and
own.
once you get
Very
one kid
profound.
through, the rest is a lot easier because you know what's coming.
It's
You've seen
beautiful.
the
But
test
Kiva Omer,
before.
Zemer b'chol yom,
It's-
Zemer b'chol yom.
But if it's your first
Sing
time,
every
or your only
day,
child, it's
sing
great.
every day. And I will say, and what does this mean?
Right.
Rashi
So
says
what else?
over here,
With what else did you
Rashi says
struggle?
over here, I am a sagar in
Computers,
the
math, one language.
Zemer, or Yigrom the Pashatay, the Olam Abba Sinku Bashir. So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance what Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music.
You want to make the word para.
So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Those said this also, we'll see. Well, let's just finish up. Micro, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amalami lolo ki akaf ala piu amo b'makom zeh v'torasa melas lo b'makom acher. So quite beautiful. He quotes over the pasuk from Mishlei. Nefesh amal lolo, right? With a literally again, if the soul toils, it will toil for you. Ki akaf ala piu, for you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says. So ki akaf ala piu hu amal b'makom zeh. If you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh ama lavo, mipnei she'ama b'Torah, Torah omeles lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ki agav ala piu, mipnei she'yimesim dvarim b'faith kamid ku'ukav shalach hamor. V'shnachrina zemer kama she'osik b'shir mizminos tadir nasa zemer kach achos ha'Torah nasa l'stribatim. Okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah melaslo shenechazeres alav umevakeshes meis konet limsrolo tamei Torah b'sidra v'kol kachlam nishukav piu al divrei Torah. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. And if you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next. So there's also another beautiful idea in this idea about Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So the Gemara, Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, how should you live life? Sing every day. I will say, any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I think what Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You could choose to be happy, or you could choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I will say, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, a little bit young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over for today. We're doing great, incredible, ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rest Hashem with singing. All more tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chavraz, have a great day, everyone.
It's almost like even the slightest thing Get the Gemara to finish the lengthy list of what you want some shit is like, and saying that we don't really know. Because Baruch wasn't even down there
Right.
the Mount Hasharis. Right? So we don't even know what, but it is. All these things, this is a guess.
Right. It's true. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tov Shin Pei Hey. The Tzilsim Mishpachah for dedicating all the Shim and Drushos this year as his chus for Besor Tzavos V'Alavan. These are Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'alinu Latova. Harry and Steve Zing, loving Yom Yom Tari's fathers, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechon the Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar Zechon the Bracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Avin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shabbat, the Kol Yisrael, who bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeha. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Amra Abaye. Okay, Rabbi. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Suppose that this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now this lashon of the Mekable Ape Pnei Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shnei Mar Ashrei Kol Cholchei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo, and lo in gematria, Lamed Vav, lo begematria, plus in the Shisav is 36. Incredible. In his that's all. It's only 36 from Rava. Dora Kami Kuchabichu, Timne Sari Alpi Pars, Timne Sari Alpi. Yet again, Rava said that the row that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says Shne'emar Sobiv Shmona Sa'ela. So the Gemara says Lo Kasha Had Mistakli Bispaklar Yirtimira Had Mistakli Bispaklar She'ena Mira. So it says there are different levels. Ispaklaria means vision. So there's Ispaklaria Mira, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria She'ena Mira, a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Ispaklaria Me'ira, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, but are there really so many tzaddikim? Are there 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So, even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Me'ira is still at a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? I'm sure, listen to this. Also, this incredible Gemara. So, Chizkiah said in Rabbi Yirmiyah, said in Rosham Ayachai, V'isi b'nei Aliyah, v'hein mo'atim. I have seen b'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few b'nei Aliyah. That will say. Now, what does this mean? So, Rosham Ayachai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is b'nei Aliyah. What does it mean to be a ben Aliyah? To be a ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. It's interesting. There's a lot of community chachamim. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud Chacham? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. plenty of Talmidei Chachamim. There are actually plenty of people who are also going Chasadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow and want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. It doesn't mean they're geonim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Rishon Mayachai says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of them. Then me and my son, remember again, the son was of Allah, right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need Ubini Mehem. And my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubini. It's me and my son. They both say, it's one point, like, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay. Yeah. It's not Gaiba. It's not Gaiba, will say, it's knowing who you are. And Rishon Bar Yochai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. Rishon Bar Yochai said, listen, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this, even if there's only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point of Rabbi Bosa is Rishon Bar Yochai is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. So much. The Gemara says as follows: Lokasha, how the Eili Bebar, how the Eili Below Bar. Okay, so it says once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same type of answer, which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are some types of tzaddikim or Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering before HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "How the Eili Bebar shetzricha nitro reshos kishenechnasin leistakna bistaklavia meira v'ano lo bechisim mitvasim v'shis. Aval also echnasin below reshos below tzivkam inu esakla tamalchus." Supposed to listen to this. So now what the Gemara is suggesting is as follows: there are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Baklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. The Gemara says, I'm going to call it peace. And I want you to say this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: call it peace. You know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me. All of those times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. Kol Kitzin. And now at this point, in a davar tale ela b'tshuva ma'asim tovim. If we want Mashiach, we need tshuva and we need ma'asim tovim. So let's say a dramatic shift. Rav says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, tshuva ma'asim tovim. Shmuel says, Dayo la'avel sheya'amod be'evlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the avel to stay in his avel. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Govus will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So there's a fundamental machlokes between Rav and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our Meisim Tovim. Incredible. You want to go back to Titan, this is my whole son. Eliezer Omer, in Yisrael, in tshuva, Nidolim, they're not in Nidolim. And the Bible says, how you don't do tshuva, Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be Yeshua. And they know in tshuva in Nidolim. Really? If we don't do tshuva, there's no Gula, Ela, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Ma'amid Lahem Melech, Shek Zerot, Kashas Kahamin, Yisrael, Osin Tshuva, Machzur Motiv. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, well, so then what happens? What happens? The Rebbe shall orchestrate situations through which we have to do tshuva. He'll create this all put a despotic king upon us, and that despotic king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tiny Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael Osin Tshuva Nigalim. The Lord says if we do tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mer Shuv Banim Shovavim Erpam Mishlo Seichem. Amar Rabbi Yeshua. Baruch Bar Ne'emar Kikim Mikar Kavlok Yasef Tigalu. Because the pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Galus because of idolatry. What's the work of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. You will not be redeemed with money. Not even through Shuvah and Meisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Shuvah and Meisim Tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. I said, Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. But the pasuk says, "Return to me, and I return to you," which sounds like a Kadosh Baruch Hu is saying to us, if we do tshuva, then He'll bring the Geula. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, lo kvar ne'emar, ki anochi ba'alti bachem, v'lakachti esker echad me'ir, v'shtayim mishpacha, v'vesi eschem sion, which sounds like it's up to Kadosh Baruch Hu to bring the Geula. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, lo kvar ne'emar. So if you look at doing it, they're like lobbing back at each other to indicate different messianic moves. Baruch Bar Ne'emar, Yeshua v'nachas toshir. I'm going to be Yeshua. Baruch Bar Ne'emar, Kamar Hashem, Go Yisrael, Ukdosh Leviza, Nefesh Lemisav Goy, Le'eved Moshli, Melok Miru Kapot Tzadiches, Melok Miru Bekom Yisrael Yishtakavu. I'm going to Baruch Bar Ne'emar in Tashuv Yisrael Omer Hashem in live Tashuv. I saw once again. The Lord says, but the pasuk says, if I should do tshuva, Kadosh Baruch Hu will return to us. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, lo kvar ne'emar, ve'eshma es ha'ish levush habadim asher mimal lemimei hayor, vayoram yimino v'smolo al hashemayim, vayishba v'chai olam b'lamod muhadim, v'chatzik v'balo snafat yad am kadosh shekalera kol ekal, v'shatzik v'los. Suppose at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the psukim back and forth, this fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, Rabbi Eliezer saying that halacha l'maisa klal Yisrael the tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Geula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion, not the way the Gemara ends, but the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here that the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him, that seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation. Just understand there are these two profound messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it? Like, is there just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? Machlokes, incredible. By the way, you'll say to yourself, well, 1 second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused focus on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our, if we come by Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes about and Tshuva, whether our Tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad, I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Kosh Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go, Raja. But Rabbi Abba, Ein Kate, in the Chakit, in the Gulizah. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. So Rashi says over here, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want to see Shalom, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time, right? The truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? I just want to know that we're heading in the right direction. Listen, this, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says,
okay, I'm just testing your eyes to make sure that you're okay to drive.
if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming,
Do you want to do any of the tests? No? Okay. Do you want to do any of the other balance tests? Nothing at all? Okay. You just stand right here then? Okay, want you to stand right. You can
The
breathe.
Tesco says when the land comes back
That's okay.
to
You can
life,
sit.
when the trees produce their
Well, I'm
fruit,
going
when
to have to
the
base my
vines
decision off
produce
of
their
what
fruit,
my observation is, not
that's how
so.
you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal
So
Yisrael
it's
is
up to
not
you.
there, you saw the land is
You can
growing.
technically, it's
The
not.
Klal Yisrael
So,
the land comes back.
no, it is up to
The
you.
more the
If you
land
want to continue the
produces,
test,
the
I
more the
can
land
continue the
produces,
test. If you don't want to continue the test, I'm going to
Rashi
base
says over
my
here,
decision
Rashi
off of
says,
what I've observed. Not
so
so you want to give me.
first short life, you should
No, I don't want to give you a take. That's why I'm having you perform these tests. They want you to follow the pattern.
produces fruit. Shiny up in good measure, Ad Yikrak Hakritz, the
Can you stand closer to me?
Nikula Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land with Dami Yosef. That's how you know, okay, we have a little bit of a running joke inside the shul. This is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the Geulah is close. So how could one drink wine that is only from Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geulah. It's a sip of what's really what is also. It is the most. Remember, some of us are old enough to remember. I remember what used to be such a long time. But there's now such like a square bottle, the square bottle, right? Like or some Malaga, like that. That was such a long time. It's not so long ago. I will say now, it's incredible now.
As I was walking down the street one day, a man came up to me and asked me what the time was, what was on my wall. Yeah, and I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I got to measure my, oh no, my time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, a pretty lady looked at me and said her diamond watch had stopped cold dead.
What does that mean? Rav Amar Aftamdi Chachamim Shekaso Bahem Shalom. Even Talmud Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it said Shalom Rav. We are Shekha, in Shalom Yichitza. Even Talmud Chachamim are known for the tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There's great peace for those who have to also know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have. If you can come down that mission, possess that tranquility, and you feel that you bring through with Mashiach, will not be able to find that tranquility. Because I'm trying to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, the first thing says you have the Abba saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So listen, so once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the pre-Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? However, those are not mutually exclusive. It could seem to be mutually exclusive.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? If so, I can't imagine why. No, it's all my time enough to die. I was walking down the street one day, and pushed and shoved to the gun. And I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, there's no time enough to cry. As I was walking down the street one day, being pushed and shoved, I fight for mine to light the clock. Now I just don't know, I don't know. And I said, yes, I said, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? So I can't imagine why. Oh no, so time enough to cry. But I don't care about time. No, I don't care. Arrogant people disappear from cloud sun. What does this mean? What does this mean? That ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. It's whatevs.
Isn't that incredible?
I took myself off social media in August because I was finishing a script and I realized like, what a time suck it was for me. And then I
Shut the fuck up.
What's the logic behind it? The logic behind it, because remember again, let's see this out. See what it was like. Let me smell. So I'm going to smell like you should never look at when the judges and the enforcers no longer exist to clarify that. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers. People who exploit their power for something.
On the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. These guys are walking on the ocean floor and somehow stay completely dry. How does that even work? They're inside something called the diving bell. Think of it like an upside down cup filled with air. As it sinks, the air pressure pushes the water out. They make space for the workers to breathe and move around. And after nearly 3 hours of work down there, they use it to recover a $6,800 ship anchor. These guys are walking on the ocean.
This road becoming a deal center. Today I did Rose for Social Times University. And after that, I did a rice bucket strength
Not in the schema, but just in the general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words.
And then I finished with Talbot.
He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's the
This is
story
rude
of
because
tzedakah?
you will know
It's
Cedric.
tzedek. What
Today
does
I did
tzedek
both
mean?
girls from Central Teams University.
The Tversky says like this.
And after
In
that, I
life,
did rice.
there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way our Kadosh Baruch Hu programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. You know, it's like, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, it's like all the time, like, you know, this is like my charity work. You know, it's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need from Hashem Yisrael, we go to that. By definition, it is the moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to do for the other. It's not just with money. It's not with money.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question? Okay, awesome. What's the most missed line item on an insurance scope?
Ma'am,
we have a roofing question for you. This is a trivia game. What is the most commonly missed line item on an insurance
But
scope?
helping each other is something that is an absolute
Your best guess.
requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity,
Starter?
but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel
Quick roofing
more-
trivia
I have a more-
question. You
I
guys
have a
ready?
more obligation to help.
What is the most commonly missed line item on an insurance scope?
Of course, I think that we love, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because everyone's an association chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that make you not.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time for a quick roofing trivia question?
Things that you that you're obligated to do.
What is the most commonly missed item on an insurance scope?
Nice things to come up with obligatory things in our hearts. That's the
Your
moment
best
that
guess.
Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Wrong.
So the Bible is like this.
Excuse me.
Roof time.
The obligations no longer exist as well. Here the obligations actually goes out for the sorcerers. So the idea of as long as they're sorcerers,
Canada's southern
is rifty. And if corrupt judges will stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist. In other words, what's we bring about a lot of negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we're corrupt judges, we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So you know what right there.
Missing 17.
It's incredible. In the East of Russian if you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach, which means, again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So, there's Ani Mashiach. We've also been saved and impoverished nation. I'm not your in the East of Russia, Salad's levels, but also about Kinar, Listen, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally are coming upon the country, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for cloud and sorrow. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shneimar, Yavo Banar Sar, Ruach Hashem, Yosesas Bo Salafrei, Yvah with Sion Goel. Listen, it's fascinating, right? And from the point of something how amazing this is. Why is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew? Listen, how you deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering,
I want to test your route runner of all time.
you should have
Best
to close.
quarterback right now.
Listen, what other nation in the world
Stadium to play in.
in this world, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally lost. Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally like This is what comes of if there's a bad gesture that most probably means just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously.
Best route runner of all time. What is your ideal date that is also gorgeous? And by date, I mean non-traditional, sharing a time and space that is respectful but non-conformist at the same time.
I got one of those days.
So, what do you pretend your job is? How many times have you done ayahuasca? So, are you willing to date someone who never gets out of bed? So, we agree that pets have the right to access to astrological care. Wow, I love this for that. How many wavelengths have you set fire to? Wow, you're like really deep. I'm impressed.
This was doing this, and this was doing this, and
This is really fun. I like you. So, I'm not really looking for anything right now. Except ayahuasca. What is your ideal date that is also
teacher went out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And when you're like,
watch this stupid son of a bitch. If he fucking turns at me, I am going to block him. You stupid motherfucker! You got sacked up fucking quartet! Watch this stupid son of a window! This one smells like clinic. You know what's the ever?
What? That's it? Seriously? Now you gotta read the rules. The worse it looks. Wrong move, wrong time. What are you upset about?
Yeah, why?
What do you think? One air pressure from the NBA is the team that beats us in the NBA Conference Finals. Gotta know that there's a guy in could be, but I'm not.
Wow.
This one
smells like clinic. Sorry, Mark.
Just on the same day, same month. The share from the girl is expecting party. The share from the girl is when it's something. The share from the girl is when it's expecting party. You want to run, you want to get under the bench and say it. You want to run or really bad.
All right, bitch. Get your shit together, son. I think this bitch is not
the Pasuk says V'ita, which means Mashiach will come in his appointed time. But then the Pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? V'ita means Mashiach's coming in a defined time.
I would dedicate an entire day.
I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achi Shana, Lo Zachu V'ita. So if we are Zoka, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach.
Right now.
If we're not,
I hate those fucking birds.
At the end of the day,
Jackie and Shadow. Hey, guess what? No one cares. I'm gonna be one of those assholes who shakes down the tree.
Lifetime devastation of an environmental, protected environmental spokesbird, whatever the fuck they want to consider. Shit.
So once again, I was saying,
Dog. This shit is the worst.
Or like a papa riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky.
Survivor, season 50.
Not so much.
Nobody's watched it. I don't even think it's a thing.
Once again,
do people still
so again,
watch Survivor instead of Zoo?
Is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally.
Nobody's watched it ever.
If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Do
you not like it when Joe Rogan is hosting? I like it when Joe Rogan hosts. Look at this move, though. Folks, look at this athleticism right here. And look at this move. Look at this.
I'm making a donation to the Mashiach Fund. Like I hereby donate my best. Actually, I'm going to give him my best voice. So Kishmo said to give a shepherd, you had a horse of 100 colors. Now what is it? So I said to which most is back to two shepherds, you should see the shit. Right, that's part of it. You think your horse is better than a donkey. I think the donkey or the Shia over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. But if you're showing a horse like this, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If you're back in, have you saw how it's not here, you should text him, you should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering started in your life. Sorry, clearly you must be in the throes of something major. Right, there's no Shalima, right? You see what's called a level, hashtag by all of these man calling, right? We'll make sure say I pick off money for you, and we'll be back later. If something's missing, right? 7.5 years we'll be back in work. It's already Ashka Video. You have a cognac system in the argument to show my affairs. The Mishra Lady was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shalach. I must remember again for those who are on not the last Yakin Kala, but 2 more colors ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rashi in the road. Now, again, there's the grave on top. There's the grave on top. And if most of the people, you can actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So the Shabbat Lady was standing right down to the oath, and really to the oath, by the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon by Yochai. So I'm gonna I see the Alma Dasi. So the Shabbat Lady said, yo, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to come out? Am I going to the world to come? I'm going to and you're so ugly as that. Spoke once. I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be in Olam Haba, you go to Olam Haba, original lady, Shnayim lady, see, we call Gimel Shanati. So the lady says, I'm staying with you in the oath. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, so you're troubling heard, whatever this means, the voice of the Shema. She says, the Shema Haba Bahadai. The Shema is like, what's the imagine the scene? So again, you don't understand that the agency of the grave of Rabbi Shema Yachai. So now, Rabbi Shema lady passes by, she's talking to Israel up and looking to the world to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then I'm showing you the children of their voice, it's probably there as well. I'm going to Amos Asi Mashiach. So now the children says to Elio, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason why does he say this to Elio Navi? Because the Baptist Elio Navi is one that comes before to announce the Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm going to Zil Shailu Digay. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Mashiach when is coming. Mashiach says, okay, the hand of Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? Then she asked him. Piscot the Karka. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. And he says, in my simony, they will say, how will I know if I'll get to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, the case of the Karka, Mira Lamoli, Leva Taisaka, you have managed all of my Eden, who can make it for the Olam B'Sal, all the ways that only said Sad, Shabban Eden, Shenega Pesach, Eden, Mashiach Shai. Well, let's say, Rashi quotes his teacher who says, Pesach Eden doesn't need the entrance here, so you never need the entrance here, but let's say that is not the way that everyone says it. Everyone says that Pesach Eden really means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine, I'm saying this is a fact, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how would I know who he is? Well, my simony, Yosef Bene Aniyeh Sobli Karai. Let's say going for this. Who is the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, they're Saras, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside all of the lepers. Rashi says, so meaning very, he's not even with us. So ultimately, Mashiach lived with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper. It's simple. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stays with all the lepers. So now, Jules, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something for the people who listen. Mashiach is not to walk around, right, with a long beard and his fingers waving, and a person who normally feels about that power is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. You go ahead and tell them, don't take this legacy in the chest. So that the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the person who people we marginalize, or the people just we push to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Also, this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who you just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the whole. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So Joyce, so how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. You mentioned the people in Shuttle got see the Chatzina. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So they want to generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You notice, by the way, he who's Shuttle had the Asir had. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? This is this. Dilma, because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens when he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to make sure it's on call. So what happens if he gets the call given to Mashiach? If all these bandages are off, and Hashem says, okay, yo, it's going to be break his ass to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages one open bandages and new bandages, one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged time. This is tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Alright, only changes his bandages one at a time. It's like, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us working in life with many different wounds. Many different things that we have to do. This means Sahara sometimes excited to feel everything at once. I mean, identify everything that's broken, and I just feel it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. There's a time just this often when you're unbandaged, telling you the stuff you gotta heal, and you look at yourself, you know all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in exceeded disregard, can become overwhelming, and that's when you heal. That's when despair sets in and I give up. Like one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, you slowly but surely overcome the disease you heal yourself. Incredible. As Lord David, they say when he says, I found Mashiach. So can you just imagine what that must look like. So, you know, even if he's not, right, he's not, some things like he's not coming, right, he hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, but then he's sure that maybe found Mashiach. Found him. I'm already, Shalom Aleichem, so that the day's going to come. The day will come, and Mashiach will stand before us, and you two will be up on your son to say, Shalom Aleichem, you imagine when that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, like if he does anything, he's going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. Someone else will going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Aleichem, we need 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words, Mashiach, before he does anything, it is such a sweeping bomb for the collective soul on his head. So you can read the Shalom Aleichem morning. All right. Shalom Aleichem, Ta'ariva. Shalom Aleichem to you. Ta'ariva means Ta'ariva. Shalom Aleichem, Ta'ariva. All right. Re'emas Hasina. So if you know, he says, he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. Where are you coming? Where are you coming? Right? You need to where are you coming? So I'm already, and you're so there's me coming today. I'm coming today. So that's it. That's what it is. Like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, the spectrum are nothing. Hustle the video.
God, could you imagine that kick to your
When this means you're back to Yo, at the entrance, back by the game of Restream, at the end of Restream, or someone else, but again, you're that video. I'm a lay, I'm in the hop. So Yo says, so you're new, what the shit, what happened? What happened? What did she have to tell you? I'm going to show my luck about you, but it's the first thing, so if it is, she has said hello to me, right? Like you do, show, she said, tell me all about your body. Which says, I'm going to so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father will unfortunately want to come. We'll get back to the you and mentioning your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you and your son and your father Lindsay both have a portion in the world to come. So they're beautiful. It's sort of a bit heartbroken, right? On the way, Shakuri Kashaka, she has lighting, giving Martin, the armor, Yom Asina Bala Asa, the Shia Cummins coming to the name of Yom Kashaka. I'm sure that lady is feeling right from the step and stuff and you do not come. I know that you know what you do not like. I'm a very happy over the call. I know in the color tissue. But what the chap was telling you was, I'm ready to come every single day. Which good God is going to do get your act together and do what you are supposed to do. I know I'm ready to come today. And the color tissue is listening to the voice of a conversation. The chef wasn't wrong. The chef was ready to sing his band. He was wondering if I said he could be ready to review us. He's ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary incredible. What it is. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go into, all of this controls the flow of Messiah.
His money is our money, and my money is my money.
So the students also need to make this one. And let's have them double back. One of the Mashiach will come. That's Mashiach. Omar, Messiah and Misha introduction. Oh, so we'll see what this will say. You know, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And when you ask me for a sign, so if I'm going to answer, I'm going to answer. Anyone else who will tell us, I said, ready. This is the question. You will not ask for a sign from you. Okay? I'm ready with the Shilipo Hasharazar, the Yidnes, the Yipo, the Enoch Seeker Yidnes, so Aksha then double back. So this is fine, I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when the Mashiach is coming. The Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time we rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, the Mashiach is going to come. Mashiach is going to come. Look at Asher for just a moment. Asher says over here. Asher says, I'm going to show you the cut is enough. Material, no, sorry. Show you know. Ashar is I think Shakir Roman, Shakir Roman. Again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, when you see the Christmas and what's going to happen, the things are going to fall down, then you say it, but you're going to fall down again, and then you go, you're going to fall down a third time. Before you go to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, that's the Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabinu, Tina lo Is it ready? Okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. I'm over here, lo Kaka Martin, lo Kaka Martin, Jason Bakshi Melos. I told you, I really want to because I want to, see, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want the confirmation. That's what this is. I mean, because I've noticed you what. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it, I don't have to give you notes. So I said, that you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, I got it. I got it. You told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have, you can't get up in the Ma'aras Pamias, Madame. We have to pull it down. So the also makes sense to say if the waters of the Pamias, like the waters of the Pamias, turn to blood. So the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Is the idea. If the Pamias turns to blood, that is showing that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turn to blood. Incredible. The Shas B'Tzirasa, at the time that Yosef ben Kisma was dying, He said, on the other hand, I'm equally allergic. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the days. Why? She'll go back over that of the brother. She'll switch check house in the checker. Because when I die, but we see them Christmas and our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse cavalry. Then you look how other bodies are as well. She insists Magai Oka Cabin. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians immediately in Tehran. We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks for their horses. So then I'm listening to Christmas said, very deep in the earth, but the word is not like that. So we're out. Then that is not actually the statue from Moses on Yisrael, Kisha Hadashi. Then the Mashiach when he comes, when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, stands itself over 5 levels. And I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Rome means echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after God's laws are oppressed by the monarchs of Rome for 9 months. You know, another thing. Yushin, Atis, Yoga, the Yuka Akar, the Shura of the Israel, Yassi, for no Akayla. That's what is incredible. Now we come to a totally different motif. Uda says, Yassi. I hope so much, that Mashiach comes, but I don't want to see it. What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I don't die in Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. I don't want to see it. Let Mashiach comes, I don't want to see it. The Yosef says, I see the Asli Yosef the Kibbutz is the peace of the Chazon. Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. What is that? So what that means is like this. The Yosef says, I know the things that Mashiach is going to be difficult, but I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. As I said, just two totally different little takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering which precedes Mashiach. Only about it. My time, what? Even when you should have done Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being on it? And if it's about ultimately again, what is it that I want to say? Let Mashiach come out. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be able to experience it. So that's the problem. If it's because of the suffering of Moshe Mashiach, if it's about the suffering which precedes Messiah, show it what it is for the other. My yes, the Moshe Mashiach. What should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Like, what should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messiah's redemption? Yasser Patova, wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations that the Messiah is? Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah is Omar, Hot Torah, and look here, let's remember again. You might say, like, Rabbi, you have all this stuff, you have Torah, you have Chesed, what are you worried about? What are these not worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That's the thing they say, for any type of something which receives Messianic get off. I'm a late, Shema Yidra Machlut. I might have the requisite merits now that I'm concerned, and maybe I can look at it, I won't say sometimes one idea, could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah on the Chesed and want to escape the suffering of Messianic get off. Maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic get off. You know, so this is this. I know if you might wish my take on a part of it. The prophet promises Yaakov, I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And then it also says, it says when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you, you have nothing to worry about, I have your back, I think you have nothing to worry about, then why is Yaakov so afraid? which Gemara answers, ultimately, Yaakov was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, if he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, which I was saying, by the way, was such a good sign that I got right out of Zubi and Shona, that's what we're going to get to the website. Just this profound soul, which is this part of Chazal's motif of coming back to your most do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many superiors, how much merit I have lacked up and approved and applied to myself as a incredible, I can listen. You can't. I get one bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see great people as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my approved and applied merit. And you know, it's just saying, I got one as far as I got one as far as Zubi on the shoulder. Who's the first when he first came down to start with Yoshua? I got on Zubi. He said Zubi should be Yoshua. This is the second, the second coming, but that doesn't sound like that. It refers to the second rivalry of Yisrael with Ezra. I thought we've had Yisrael, that's just like makes to be a clear, to be a Shona, Ella, Shabbat, Hafiz. That is also a single concept of things like Yisrael. The incredible miracles with Yoshua. We were supposed to go against all the incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not yet get the accurate. So that's what it's time for today. We're going to continue to touch overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it for the Sugyas of Mashiach? Because again, even though Mashiach is not just here, when you learn Mashiach Gemaras, you have the opportunity to explain a little bit of Mashiach each every morning together. Shkaya, everyone.
He dropped that right there behind him. He said the circulation extend on in his hand, right where you want it to be.
All right, Shkaya, you have a great day, everyone.
And then it should be end of November, and then you should crawl normal.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our commentary sponsors, for Tough Shin, Hey. The Tels Mishpach for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as it's close to the Soros of Alavan. These are commentary sponsors for the month of Adra, Ba'avina, Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael's from the Bracha. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas, and Lazarus from the Bracha. We hope that American Lifetime is over. All of the show Sabi Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Israel traveling to their homes for the Yisrael. We can try to bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before and not say you think. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 90-70, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Amra Abaye. Okay, Rabbi. No prophesying because of the Shisa Tzadikim, Kaviach Yeshim Chazar. There are never less than 36 Tzadikim who are able to receive the face of Shina in every generation. So this is we all know this. Lamed about Tzadikim in every generation who are able again to have the judgments of the Kabbalah Abed Shina, who are able to receive the Shina. Shina, Mar Ashrei Kofoke, lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, lo be Gematria, plus in the Shisa, is 36. Incredible. That's all, it's only 36 from a Rabba. Dora Kane Kuchariku, Timne Sari Alfi, Timne Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rava said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, our closest reference Baruch number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says, Shne'emar Shabir. Shmona Sa'ela. So the Gemara says, Lo kasha, how to mistake this bakari, how to mistake this bakari, so there are different levels. Ispaklaria means vision. So there's Ispaklaria Megillah, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria Megillah, a little bit of a cloudier vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after the Shbaruch Hu, the Ispaklaria Megillah, complete clear vision.
You mean to tell me that you don't find UFC interesting without Joe Rogan? I get all my news from Joe Rogan.
Right? Oh, the Joe Rogan subreddit. What?
Why not?
Even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Megillah is still a very high level. However, that many people who have that clarity of vision, the honor of Islam and Imran Mishon, listen to this. Mishon Bayachai, most of this incredible Gemara. So this is Sen Rabbi Yom, you're sitting there with Bayachai. The Isi B'nei Aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I've seen B'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nei Aliyah. Rabbi was like, now, what does this mean? So Rabbi Shimon is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nei Aliyah. Well, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in common. And what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud? What do you have to do? Study Torah. So studying Torah is profoundly and enjoyable. Plenty of community common. But actually, plenty of people are also going chassid, who do chassid. This chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? He says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean you're tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean you're Gaonim. It just means that you're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need one of my hands. So me and my son, remember again, someone's going to lost it. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need you in your hand. And my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only two B'nei Aliyah in this entire world, I need you. It's me and my son. They both say, it's not a point like, you read more like this, like, oh, okay. It's not gaiva. It's not gaiva. It's knowing who you are. And I'm sure by the time I understood that there is one thing that he possessed in this world is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. But I can tell you like this, even if there's only two, and then there's me and my son. The point of B'nai Aliyah is saying, I don't know how many like B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows. Look, Kasha, how do I read the bar? How do I read the low bar? Once again, it reminds me of the same conference, which is there are plenty of B'nai Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes of tzaddikim or B'nai Aliyah who are able to enter into our Kodesh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter, but now, whatever this means, there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission.
I love you, woman.
Represents metaphorically this incredibly high spirit.
I love you.
So you find many holy people, but there's a certain pressure, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before whenever they want. Look at Rashi at this moment. Rashi is how I leave the bar.
Oh, I love that woman. I love you.
He's saying it nothing. Aber also at nothing below this world sit down in the side of the
I love that woman.
There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into this policy with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people Ispaklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Ispaklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. So I'm gonna have Kali Kalakis, and I want to say this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: Kali Kalakis. So many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me. All of those times have already come and gone. They've come and gone. And now at this point, in a Davar Talmud, Ela B'Tshuva Messenger. If we want Mashiach, we need Tshuva and we need Messenger. So let's say a dramatic shift.
I love this woman.
God says,
She's not bad looking either.
The dates. Stop trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva.
I can't hear you. Such a smart woman.
Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Adil. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So that's a fundamental machlokes between Rav and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come. A defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel, Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Ma'asim Tovim. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to Kitanai. This is not this one. Eliezer Omer in Yisrael also Tshuva and Yigalim. You're not in Yigalim. The Eliezer says, "How is all this Tshuva? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be sure. And they don't do Tshuva in Yigalim. If you don't do Tshuva, there's no Gula Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu Magnu B'Hamelech Shegzeros Hakashas Kahamin." The Yisrael also Tshuva Machzirim. It's not true. If you don't do Tshuva, also then what happens? What happens? The devotional orchestrate situations through which we have to do Tshuva. He'll create a put a despotic king upon us, and that despotic king will force us to go ahead and do Tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, and Yisrael also Tshuva Nidal. The Lord says if we do Tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mashiach Barim Shavavim, everyone shall say him. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Halok Varnei Amakivim, and Yikartim, and Yashem Tigavu. Yet the pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into Yashkor. You were sold into Kabbos because of idolatry. What's the worth of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. If you love a kesef to Adu, you will not be redeemed with money. No, but Tshuva or Ma'asim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Ma'asim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Ma'asim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time. And when that time comes, Mashiach will come. I said, I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yeshua. Hello, Karnema, Shulelada Shuvavechem. I bet the pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like a Kodesh Baruch Hu saying to us, if we do Tshuva, then he'll bring the Geulah. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, hello, Karnema, Kanochi Ba'alti B'chem. Lakati Eskem Echad Meir, Eshtan Mishpacha, Vedesi Eskem Sion, which sounds like it's a plug, which probably could bring the Geulah. I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer, hello, Karnema. If you also doing, they're like lobbying in back at each other, but in different messianic rules. Hello, Karnema. Yeshua v'nakas Koshir, no Yeshua v'los v'lo Karnema. Kamar Hashem, Goel Yisrael, Ukdosh L'Gizah, Nefesh L'Nisam Goy, L'Evet Moshe, V'lochim Yu Kapel Tzadikos, V'lochim Yu V'kom Yisrael Yistakah. I'm going to v'lo Karnema. In Hashem Yisrael V'om Hashem, in Lai Kasher. I said, that's good. The one says, I but the pasuk says, I but the Tshuva. That's what we're returning to us. I'm going to be Yeshua v'los Karnema. The Eshma Esa'if Kibush Habad Seminal, Lemele, Hayor. Hayoram, Nina, Bismolo, Alashai, Bayishka, Kai, Ola, Bilamoy, Modim, the country follows Rabat Yad, and Kalas, Kalera, Kolos. Okay, this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, shifting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that essentially he was saying that halacha l'maisa klal of this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion was the way the Gemara ends. The conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's secret. Okay, so it sounds like what we hear with the secret of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes and HaKadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So also, it's not again, after this conversation, to understand that all these people done Messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead the tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when HaKadosh Baruch Hu ordains it? Which is some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. That focus, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi Abba, go say, by the way, you see to yourself, one second, how could this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. What's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is also, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Baalei Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes about it, right? Whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come back. We saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for it every single day, but not passively waiting for it. And the Kodesh Baruch Hu will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. Aim Kate in the heart keeps me doing that. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Abba says there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says if you want, this is incredible. If you want signs of Mashiach, right? Let's say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says, if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, I will say what is it? Shneimar, va'atan, Hare Yisrael, antechem titenu, u'prichem tisu la'amei Yisrael. So because the Gemara quotes the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know Gula. It actually says over here, actually says, as you first start life, you should keep in Eretz Yisrael Kiryat, the Ayin Yacha. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruits, Ayin Yacha in good measure, as Yitlach HaKetz, the Ayin Yacha HaKetz in the Gula Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land down there. Let's say, okay, I know that I'm running jump this and we see like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I want to say, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. How could one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. Literally, that is all. will say he's the most. Remember, some of us are old enough to remember, right? That remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? But it was manufactured like in the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Is it or some malaga, right? Like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. Such a long ago. I don't know what else it is. Not so long ago. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted. So you just got the wine up. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as a sign, how is this a sign of Mashiach? It's so important to support that industry as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Shema goes back there. Rabbi says, after Shana American Young Laila, Haim, Skara Adam Donia, Skara Hima Hinena, the Yossi Lobo in Shalom Dinatzad. Rebbe says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals. Right? To those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. The Shalom are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have to listen. We know this from our own lives. When you learn and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. See, the Talmidei Chachamim by definition possess that tranquility in the days leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So I just want to point out how interesting this is. On the one hand, right, the first opinion says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, once again, this competing narrative, right? The true messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, it's also not mutually exclusive. It could see theories. Shmuel says, Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And we'll say, Rashi understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ein Ben David Ba, actually, Mashiach only comes once I saw again. This is part of the suffering motif. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case, financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember, it's not going to be something from perspective. The remedy for everything is fatty meat on diluted wine. Right? It works for everything, right? So you might don't have to try. Guys, the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, there's going to be such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, after meat, the next best thing, like it's fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must say, as Ashkia Mineh Min Arosam, Shem Olive, Sav Yamahu, Atsmiach Karla Basis, Rabbi Kalabar Hanina, in Ben David, Achitif the Malchus Hazalam Israel. Rabbi Kalabar Hanina says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy for Klal. Now, Malchus Hazalam means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So in other words, even when Klal is ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. Shene Emar, the Karas Hazalzala ben Ismail. See, that's right. Va'isahu Yoval Shain. So Hashem Tzvakos in Nimshach Umora. Or is he? I'm not going to Ein Ben David Ba, actually, you could pass it up in Israel. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Gasei Rach. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. Listen, what does this mean? But ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. We'll say Tzaddik Chesed Aleph 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide. שנאמר כי אז עושים מקרבך עליך גב הספר. השארתי מקרבך עם אני בדל וחסד בשם השם. And it's not Bishul, this is going to start another motif, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, let's see inside. See what I was like. So I'm Rabbi Small, Mishum Rabbi Maz Rabbi Shimon. In Ben David Ba, Atiyich will call Shof in the social Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist in Chayim. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצוב כבוד סיגך, והשיבה שופטייך. אמר אולlah, this is beautiful. And Yerushalayim Niftis Allah, it's stuck. We'll say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shene'emar Sion b'mishpat tipadeh v'shaveh b'tzedakah. Right? Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shaveh b'tzedakah, and will return to the tzedakah. Now we'll say this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, "Wow, what a beautiful Gemara! What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that chesed, is the key to Torah." Every time you read the first Egypt, this is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words in all of Yiddishkeit is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charity of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. The Tversky says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way HaKadosh programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Like, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like voluntary, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, or Hashem, we should always offer to that, then by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah, it's tzedek, it's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money, it's with your money. It's with your time, it's with your resources, it's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara says like this. So, in Janifis Elabit Tzedakah, now let's say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and also it's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So the Papa is like this. If arrogant people would no longer exist, the Amadushis would no longer exist as well. Who are the Amadushis? Rashi points out over here, they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as there are arrogant Jews, there's going to be Persian sorcerers. And if corrupt judges would stop to exist, so too corrupt Gentile judges cease to exist as well. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers who do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like that. אי בת לי here, אי בת דם גושי, יחסר, ועכשיו כבר סיגאייך, ואסיר כל בליגאייך, ואי בת לי דייני, בת לי, גזירפתי, יחסר, עשר שם משפטך, פנה עליך, בוא say third wide line, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, it's incredible. אם ראיסת דרשם מסמאית והולה, חכה לו. We'll say if you see, says if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach, which means again poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. Again, we've seen this motif more and more. So Chakel Shneimar ve'esam ani toshia. The Rebbe Shalom will save an impoverished nation. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. In Ra'isha Rosh Tzaros Ravos Ba'os Alav Kinar Chakel. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing, you feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, wait for Mashiach. Shnei Onar, Nabo Banar Tsar, Rach Hashem, Yoseses Bo Salaklei, Uva Mitzion Goel. It's fascinating, right? And to the point that's how amazing this is and why it is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew. Because look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? Mashiach is close. Let's say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally the way bad things work. Probably so, if things are bad, just know that what it probably means is calculate. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Almost like, and this should give us some, you know, I think yesterday I had this moment where I said, you know what, I'm going to stop just listening to the news. I've had one of those days, like, this is just crazy. This is just crazy. And it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? You know, it's really going to affect the news that are very bizarre, right? It's so disheartening. Everything is disheartening about it. You know, about Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, and the other Shinkai is doing this, and the Minister is dancing to the kids' practice songs. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the Ganenet. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlach are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And when you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future and continuity of Klal Yisrael. And acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children, at least, are, you know, at their core, are kadosh and tahar. And you wonder to yourself, like, what is this? No, it's the whole thing. Again, you know, it's exactly right. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay. Put your smile on your face. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, how can you know? Wait for it. Because they call themselves works is the worse it looks, just means Rafa is even closer than ever before. Incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bal, Ella B'dar Shekulo Zaka. Listen to this. Once I see again, it's like a reverse idea. Mashiach when he comes in a generation that is totally innocent. Tzadikim. Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzadikim. It's just again, just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. Or everyone's going to be bad. And Mashiach comes either when everyone's going to be good or everyone's going to be bad. So the Gemara says, B'dosh K'vizaka B'tzid, Ba'amech Kulam Tzadik, and there's no one Yeshua Haaretz. B'dosh K'vizaka B'tzid, Vayar Ki'ish, Vayishtomim Ki'im Afil, B'tzid, V'ma'ani Yaseh. That's also, it's kind of like this. B'apid Mashiach. One of the times Rabbi Yeshua Ben Levi, Rami Ksiv, V'ita Akishana, sorry, V'ita. The pasuk says Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. But then the pasuk says, "I will hasten your arrival." So which one is it? Be'ita means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Achishena, I will hasten your arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishena, no Zachu Be'ita. So if we are Zochar, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, and at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm not going to tell you, but show me the Rami Ksiv. Va'aru am anani shmaya. So kibar inish ata. Ksiv ani varochiv al tamar. Zachu am. I'm sorry. Zachu am anani shmaya. Lo zachu ani varochiv al tamar. So once again, I'll say Mashiach is going to be someone who with a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds move in the sky very quickly. The pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, which you begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amarle, Shavar Malka Shmuel, was incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amrisu Mashiach al Chamra Asi. I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk is Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes and says, Asi Ishtarle Susi Barka. I'll give him my best horse. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Right, I hereby donate my best horse. I'm going to give him my best horse. Amalei, me Islach Bar Hirgavni. So to Shmuel said to King Shapur, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now what is that going to say? So essentially what Shmuel says back to King Shapur is, you should see Mashiach. Right? That's quite a donkey. In other words, you think your horse is better than his donkey. I would think the donkey of Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. And the Shulman is going to say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. If you're Dachlomi Chavrush or Kaver is not here at cheer, you should text him. You should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. The heart of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right to the Fua Shalema, right to the Fua Kravalava, Ashta Babala is not Karev, right to the nurse will say, I think I'll tell him for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is something's missing life. All right, 7.5 years we'll be back in their session. Rishon Levi. Ashkach le'Elio. The Havakanya Pista de Ma'arta de Rishon Bayachak. The Rishon Levi was standing at the entranceway of the grave of Rishon Bayachak. Remember again, for those who are on not the last Yakikala, but 2 Yakikalas ago, we went to the entranceway of the grave of Rashbi in Meron. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you could actually go below, right to the entranceway of the Ma'ara. Literally at the entranceway of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right, found Elio, and where was Elio? By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Asina la'alma da'asi. So Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, and Yirtza Adon Hazeh. This world wants it. What do you have for me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants to be Olam Haba, we go to Olam Haba. Rishon Levi, Shnayim Rebbe, see, we call Gimel Shamati. So Rishon Levi says, I'm standing here with 3 Elio. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, the Rishon Levi heard that whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says, the Shekhinah Hava Bahadayim. The Shekhinah says, what's imagine the scene? So again, Eliyahu Hanavi standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai. So now, Rabbi Shimon Levi passes by. He's talking with Eliyahu Hanavi, and according to the world to come, I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice. The Shparach is there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason he feels, why does he say this to Eliyahu Hanavi? And the Pasha says, another one who comes before to announce the album of Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shaila Lididei. Go ask him. Well, as Mashiach is coming. Rosh Hashanah says, okay, the Hecha Yosef. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that I should ask him? At Pisgah Ekarta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "My simone." I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Pisgah the Karka, Mira Lamori Loba Pesach Ha'ir Mamish Elagan Eden, who connected Kol Olam B'Karla related to the Osat Sad Shal Gan Eden Sheneged Pesach Ha'ir Mashiach Shai. Rashi quotes from his teacher who says Pesach Ha'ir doesn't mean the entrance way to see, rather it means the entrance to Gan Eden. But also that is not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara. They know Pesach Ha'ir literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So it's fine. I'm sure maybe he says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? My simone, Yosef Kene and Ye Sobli Chalon. Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras. They are not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, so ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing, and the person you normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look the other direction. We go ahead and tell you, don't take the time to say your Shabbos. We're like, the people who get a little bit more on their nerves, or the people maybe we try to avoid, or the people we march for, or the people just be pushed to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who we just marginalize, push to the periphery, and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So I've shown this. So how can I figure out who he is? I can figure out who he is. The Gemara says, "V'kulan sharva asir b'chadzina." So you'll see the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, Ihu sharichad v'asir chad. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Vilma miva'ina v'loyach. Because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and Hashem says, okay, go, it's going to be late, he's going to have to wrap up everything. So instead what he does is, he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Listen, tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see, Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Varai only changes his bandages one at a time. Let's say there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. It's used hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right? How you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the time just is often when you unbandage all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, you can become overwhelming, and that's when despair sets in and I give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Gabe. So Shimon Levi says, I found Mashiach. So can you imagine that? Can you just imagine what that must have been like? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like. But Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi found Mashiach. He found him. Oslo Gabe. Amalei. Shalom Alecha Rebbe. So that the day's going to come. The day will come. The Mashiach will stand before us, and we too will be up and there's Hashem to say Shalom Alecha Rebbe Umor. Can you imagine when that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rebbe Umor. We waited 2,000 years to say those words. He's just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything. It would be such a sweeping time for the collective soul of our Israel. So we should raise Shalom Alecha Rebbe Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Alecha to you. Bar Levi is Shalom Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Asima. So Shulei says he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? Right? We need you. When are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. I'm coming today. So I'll say that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Yohanavi. Also, look at the Yo. Whether this means he went back to the Yo at the entrance, by the gate of Rashbi, or someone else we don't know. But again, he goes back to the Yo. Amalei, my Amalei. So Elio says, he really knew what happened. What did Mashiach tell you? Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to me, right? Like he gave me Shalom. He said, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Elio says, Amalei, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of what to come. The fact that Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Yeshua is a bit heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka, Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'La'asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. It's like, isn't that overwhelming? Like, I'm sure my lady feeling lies to him. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. The other says, no, he did not lie to you. Amalei, Hachina Olacha, Hayom in the Kolo Tishmi. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably saw that you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I'm ready to come today. If you listen to the voice of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach is ready. He's changing his bandages one of the times that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary work. So what if you know that? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalom Talmidim Rabbi Yossi ben Kisra. The student asked Rabbi Yossi ben Kisra, Emosai ben David ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Mashiach. Omar, Messiari Anisha introduction. Oh, so Rabbi Yossi ben Kisra said, you know what? I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So therefore, I don't want to answer it. Amar lo, anyone election calls. I said, Rebbe, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign. Okay. Amar le, l'cheshiyipo hashar azal, v'yivneh, v'yipo ve'im mafsikim l'noso, ad sheven david ba. So he says, fine, I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time, and before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi just for a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Amalei V'Shadu B'Chadizim. No, Matir. No, sorry. Sorry, Chad. No. Ashar said, thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, what's going to happen? The gate of Rome will fall down. They'll rebuild it. Like it'll fall down again. They'll rebuild it. It'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when the Mashiach will come. Honor Lord Rabbeinu. Take on the oaths. He said, Rebbe's, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. I'm on the hand of Lokaka Martin, since I'm actually in the house. I told you, I knew you could ask me for something. I said, what's the shot of you? See, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want a confirmation. That's what this is. I know this is going to work. As I said, I'll tell you about it. I want to give you notes. So I said, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking. Ready? I got it. You told us that, giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have in Kach Yahap made Ma'aras Pamias Lidam. In that Uladam. Yes, so the also said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias turn to blood. Now, the Pamias is the body of water that feeds the joint, feeds the artery. If the Pamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Pamias turned to blood. Incredible. Bishas Kutirasa, at the time that Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amulahem, Amikul Yalodi. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? Shame called Daka the Daka Shabababa, showing Sis Shalpasi Mikshaba. Because when I die, so we also ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single palm tree will have a Persian horse covered to it. They even call Arnold Arnold Sarai to sell, Shame Sis Magai Okal Boteven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians of what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So that's what Yossi said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up their casket. In Ben David Ba'ash, it is special to Malchus al Yisrael, Tisha Chadoshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over Israel. Listen, by the way, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Klal Yisrael is oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. Yitnin al Israel, God, Yolda, Vita Achab, Yeshua, Abnei Yisrael, Ula, Yossi, Olo, Echainu. What's up? Is in front of them. Now we come to a Torah different way. Ula said, guys, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I wasn't going to see it. What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messiah. So, I hope I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. But Yosef says, Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's diamond. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says essentially, bring it. I know that the days that precede Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. So just two total different takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering that precedes Mashiach. Only that by the Rabbi. My time, well, even in Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's going on, right? If it's about ultimately again, what does it mean these Rabbanim say? Let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience this. What's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Messiah, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Wow. So said, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for pre-Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. I will say now. First of all, what does this even mean? Torah. We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from something of Israel. Umar HaTorah Chagmilas Chesedim. I like to look at the animals. I remember again. The Gemara says, right, Rabba, right, Rava, right, you have all this stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. So what are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have Torah, they have Chesed. That's really for any type of something which receives myself. I'm alright, some of you don't have it. I might have the requisite knowledge concerning that maybe I'll commit an Avera. I will say sometimes one Avera can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Hinas Yanagera. And maybe I'll sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Hinas Yanagera. The Gemara says this. Rabbi Yaakov Avihu, Yiramik, Pasuk is followed. By Yaakov Avihu. Kini Anochi Malchi Shorti V'Chol Shorti. The Torah promises Yaakov Avihu, I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, you see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayisalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's this? What's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. We see that Shabbos, by the way, is such a Kedisanya. Before we get to this, one second. Which is just this profound yesod, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of coming ba'atzmaka yomosta. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zechuyos, how much merit I have racked up and accrued and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I can lose it. You really can. And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see, great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my accrued and acquired merit. This is the first when he first came to Eretz Yisrael with Yeshua. This was the second, the second coming, but that doesn't sound like the right. It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. Amani Aka, Ruiv Hayisha last time Nace to be a Shmia, to be a Shona, Ella Shekaram Afri. That they're going to say, since the Kai's of the Yisrael, with incredible miracles with Yeshua, we're supposed to come and say, with incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we do not get that miracle. And also, we'll stop over for today. We're going to continue with this overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues. Gemara, let's say, by the way, how incredible is it when Sukkot and Mashiach? Because the Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach Gemaras, we have the opportunity to expose a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. Shkaya Haviyah. All right, Rabbi, you have a great day, everyone.
Rana Training Center in Las Vegas also uprising MMA. Rana, of course, the home of Alexander. Old friend Ani March, Marcelo Perez. And of course, the aforementioned all say about the top five. It is time now. Now is our ladies and gentlemen, referee Herbie to go top of the contest. Give 100 on the takedown. I just kind of do it in there to kind of show what's going on. And then when I take it, the takedown, quick little leg kick on down, I kind of took my time.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. A great visit was no question. To be able to continue in time with a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this from some beautiful versions of Tanya. The one we're learning how to get out of this sacred code. see this in the RS, which again essentially is like itself is it's just a interpretational translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Kanye. So we left off yet last week with 11 quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people will both have to do it. Remember again, if you ever ask the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA or something that's easy for me to do it right now, I got it. Try to me to say something like to say, tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Okay, parallel, and you can already have this idea about there's only to legislate a lot of things. To legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however that helps you with both philosophies? So that says on page 9. אבל השליטה על רגשי הלב בבטחה הרי היא קשה מאוד. So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The age we talk in Roma שגם זה ובהסק יד וחלק מאוד בחלקם Hello, this older dude, negative Shabbat. So again, whatever says again, it's not what Shabbat keeps saying. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is how do we feel, right? So it tells us, don't settle, don't cover. One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like this instinctive feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous overwhelming thing. So whatever goes on, he says as follows. Lomar, שכל המוח הם לאחר פתאום בכרס העולם הזה, יאבס השדה. כמו שכסה בגמר חום. ועל זה, השציס רבים לספרו, לבאר חיתמה. Instead, I think all of our government orders, but other Ma'avodas Hashem, the entire world was very good. Last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave to Siddur was the Kikei which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's pretty much Kikei Amar, so that is said. The entire avoda of this Siddur is to figure out how we can sort of describe not only with our mind, and not only with our bodies, but with our thoughts. It's not the most important thing. It's the most difficult thing. And we know this. It's really not hard to keep track. And it's hard. It's 30 hours office. No one as long as I want to do it. I'm not used to this yet, so it's a really regulated behaviors as well. Okay, so just in general, it's not regulated behaviors is something else we do. And how many of us actually feel traumas? How many of us actually experience that traumas? And how many of us really get this knocking about you this type? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So that kind of says the entire abode of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you to the above heart. How to set up the powerful with your heart. So as I go down to the next section, so the bottom of page 9, Haluka, which is section ready? So this is a profound piece. What I try to point out, not only is it it's going to be introduction. Just basically get like the YouTube potato. So the rest of that, now literally I'm going to show you the Gara, Haluka, which is a one count, that's 6. And one count, that's 6. Listen to this. See, close to the first in the notes, the car Russian says at the beginning. So remember again, the large golden letters, where's the actual words of Tanya? The small words that's the beginning. That's the Tanya. So whatever says this house. It says in the car Russian says at the beginning. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So this is a sound Gemara. I'm already sure if I can yeah, that's also why I like using this edition because again, like many kinds of times in the very specific messages, work like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So whatever just makes one very short statement. There's a hash that is long and short. Like what does that mean? So it goes to be a really serious thing. You learn the text. It's really short and kind. The Zubakari says, in your mind, Lo nitzchani adu ela elati. Right? No, so I'm sure the says, but he's not guys. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one kind of child. A child bested me. What happened? Mind you, how much I see some of the together. One time I was traveling on the road. So I'm sure I was traveling on the road. But I used to know Echad Shayoshiv and I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, I'm not to know blue. I said to the child, my son, there is a child, I mean, there's a traveling to a particular city. You didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to see? What should I say against this song? So the kid says to me, Amari, Zu Aruka Kisara, Zu Kisara Aruka. The child said to the children, you have to path. This path is long and straight, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the Shemai Kanai is this is okay, so which path? Right, so it says, so which path that is? So Shemai Kanai said, Amari, I'm sorry, Alaki, the Shemai Kanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sorry about you, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? There's no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid said that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like the big guitar. Taylor Shigaki is sitting in no time. But you might keep folks like Gunnels and Pardesi. The problem was, that's the end of the path. We were trying to get to the city. The problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because he had to his blocked. And I thought, all right, I went back to the crossroads. I was back to the kid. I'm not going to believe. Well, I'm not going to be Zuki Sarah. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was the short path. That's what the short path. Which the child, I'm ready. Well, I'm not going to fall. Sarah Baruka. Maybe I told, remember what I told you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I'll get to the city quickly. It's located. It's located. Let's watch this. Here's how about. Now, by the way, now obviously, now what was the child saying? Then there's another path. There's another path. It's Aruka, it's Sarah. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get it. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does as well, and this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what we're going to teach us. Here's how it goes. This is what he says. The truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Practically, it was longer. Why? כי לפני מבוא העיר היו גנות הפרדסים אשר HKS, אשר הקשו מאוד על ההולטן. Look at it. So here's on one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, in Mid-Law, I especially selected for this little zoo. Now again, point out, it could have been slipping behind the city and gotten into the city. Could have, but it's fine. It's discussed on the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרתי לו, שאף שהדרך היא קצרה, במקום הכל אוריה. And that's what Chad was saying. He's saying, Rebbe, it is a short path. But it's much more difficult to get into the city you want to this path. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to get you through the gardens and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was one. Sorry, Lomar. So the thing that's happening about the Afro Saruga, reality was like distance-wise, it was a longer path. But even so, we got to see Motse, Marvel here, in the spot. But this is where you get to see. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you ultimately get right here. So So even though distance wise, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The Acher Shepama here and here, the Lineals, you're able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's like science, basically. We're doing some
This is the path. In Gan Daka so the Balkan says, this law is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aluka Kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. This is Yesh Shofar and Yesh Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hayu, Sha'adam Ma'omer as reaching the level, Za'ofanu Shalom Ma'avodas Hashem Yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. Va'ayidei Yisraelis Yisrael, U'magia Yidei Rishtei Ish, Shel Abbas Haboreh. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Derech Zu, Omnem Kalyosa Lobodei Hashem. Listen to this, I'm saying this to you outside. Right? There's no discovery about this. They'll say the easiest way, to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how easiest way? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. Oh, what?
I like talking shit about it. Yeah.
Stories. Everybody loves stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of myself?
Screaming about somebody.
That's it. Here's your message. Right? It's like an NCS live show. Right? It's like an NCS live show. Right? Whenever guys just call Bella, right? Come on. A version of us will do the NCS live show, right? How do you feel about the NCS live show? Right? Oh my God, I am really sure. That's it, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. Let's say I put on some and Adam left Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Adam was Sarai, Lot, Res, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chara. On the souls they made it Chara. And the Medrash says, through the souls, Adam converted all these people, Sarai converted all these people, there's a relationship with people. Right by the time Adam gets to Canaan, it's just Adam, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the family go? So it's like but I don't know if you know, was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was studying Chinese, he was doing everything. People were on fire. So Adam says, come on, we're going somewhere. I said, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. What's like that? Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And tell me what happens. It's like a day to the journey. Where we going, right? And each day, more and more people feel lost. Until at the end of the day, it's just happens. Sarai, left, right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights is fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. So that is, this is what I'm saying. A lot of times when we look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, and we always know that how can it be the people? They saw the notches, they saw the place, they saw the video of the sea, they saw the video of the Torah, and yet they saw the video of the Torah, and they're only building different parts. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For one simple reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't create inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. And that's what there's a danger. Like, it's very interesting. Everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that focus stuff that is powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. You know, I want to get that relationship. I say maybe the reverse, I just give it to me. I 2 minutes, please. minutes. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need, give me a technique, it's going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. So that's saying that's called Sarah. So I'm looking. That's the short path to get to God. What do we about? It's actually much more than that. It's actually something much longer. Why? Because if that's my reason, just like that, high, then you always need to get the high. Right? So, okay, so what's going through the sky next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous path for the last three relationship. That's how the Rabbi says. Zeich got to tell about with the height. Sha'adam ma'olah is reaching the Baba Baba Shana. Person really inspires himself. 5 days, he's always doing a deal with this. Sha'alas Rabbi Omnam Kol Yosef Level V'Dei Avas Hashem. Afal Pushim Years Together Sarah. Shari Ein Mitzvah Shbach Hadin Yinachas. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. What do inspirational moments demand? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, what happens when you're what are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So I want to point out that that is not this is profound and long more like I just need that picture up. I need that picture up. And it feels
Like Joe Rogan.
And in fact, and that was the inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything on this season. I'm not really affecting truth in myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. It always is becoming. But similar practice, Sha'amna B'Shas Maisa, Adam Regish is always available. About even Shiki, when she says, so, you know where true relationship comes from? And it's so where it's inspiration is beautiful, but it doesn't so much balance because it's something that gives for myself. Often it's something that's really conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, this is the so-called Azayin Mishra Alamdos, Info also Hamidos, Kaidos, Hamados, and the Akros also, Milis Kados, and the I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid that's like, well, we all have this. This is what happens so often. Experiences over young and young. Like I'm inspired. I don't know what it's about davening, by doing something. And then like I wonder, then the inspiration like every single night. How can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day it's like no, it's like flat down. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So the inside remains the same. And all the things that it was, the desires, the beliefs, and all those things are still there. I'm like a solid stimulus for your years. And I can be on the accelerator. And I'm not even getting somewhere. The other version he says, Lachim B'Toel, you have been in the Darshan, so like, she's happy to go. That's the first time. That first time, he was called Sarah. It feels short. Right? It feels short. In that I get the charge, I get the inspiration, but there's no work. There's no internal change. So although it feels like it's a fast track to what happens, I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something. The gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking from the city. But then there's another option. Because there are two zero. And there are kind of errors to say that practice. Also, but the levels going to be slightly obviously. And again, also, I want to point out is that there are multiple routes, right? There are multiple avenues of connection. And this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or the wrong way. People connect talking to each other in different ways. So there are some people who for whom that first experience always that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur, they come, and they go, the famous things like the release of the digital. So who's the idea of that is so beautiful, he says, and the person has a moment of inspiration, you know, just like the digital, he says, open up a finish, and read a us. Why? Because everything is keeping me safe, and how many times I'm inspired? With fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, right? It extinguishes. And that's right. I'm listen, I'm a super time. What are you doing? How do you feel protection of yourself? How many times in life was like so fire, so ready to do something? I just never did something. I just did. I'm ready to do something. It's the right thing. Did everything. The fire was there, and like fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain if you don't feed it, it's going out. So that's the first path. Then the is the bottom of page class. Vehicle. And then after the other say class, and the rest of them is also the data. Like about how you teach the rest of them, and there's a different position from the data. Sarah, it's a perfect question that requires really training. Because they like how to הלב. מתחייבס אורגנוזל אבס ושבאלס. מוכרחס עבודס המוח. ליצור כמו איך המפי הכל. היינו, מבינו בבית לימוד והסוגה וגדלס השם. ולאף מכאן, סגולנס והמוקס הדס בגלולים שלום. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in the round, we're going to see more in depth. It never says, if you want to really feel like it's terrible, it's going to really read and understand it. You can't expect to love something that you don't know. So this first comes with the caveat that it was only so well you're going to understand what it's called. But here's the first thing you understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand that you don't know someone, the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires work. It requires changing things about myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love and all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up receiving a sense of love of Hashem. An insight, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the statement. An insight should be direct that Ace Silas is again, the second guy is the level of Derek Ayuko, she gets out. So much more with her. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. But it's the short path. Why is it the short path? Why? Because you don't get where you need to get. The first path is short, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get to where you need to get. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second time we leverage this coming, again, requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand that British power and the way you understand yourself and trying to understand yourself. Affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all these kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The boss says, look at this line, the last time we expressed, one of my favorite lines, it's an insult. So the galaxy, Ace, Venus, Right? Again, there's a schema for everything, right? If you say which amount 27 times in 2 minutes, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all the same amount, right? You know, everyone's just being fair about it, right? And you do this, you do this, right?
That's sexuality, right? That's not dancing.
Yeah, I remember when
when you put like English, like
I was with
when you're doing the same
he was
sexual
I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shabbat is be a man, open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your wife flowers and Shabbos. I don't know if this is all $20, right? But when I say it, so it's interesting, why? Because like $20 is a heck of a lot. And by the way, you're like this, but $20 is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Right, so the amount of time you said, I just want to tell you, that for the long term, that's there's no shortcuts.
Look at this.
Because the ORS already.
Folks.
What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And it's a tremendous amount of time. Right? Right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over again. Aber here's a young dude. You stand as a user news shop and so as much work as this is, one thing in the bank which is you'll be achieved. You'll be achieved. What I say, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine Day. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like what happens? 12-step program, we kids in North India and the skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my favorite. You can't work a 12-step program. Now, in any program of comprehensive change, you gotta start from 1, and you gotta make it all the way to 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about people should get on Zoom. You start as a reason for this, but if you work, or if the level falls, you gotta leave yourself. The long path that is short, he says, you'll change yourself as a person. He says, the Ayadol, Zulcha the Sofa, so never laugh, no preach, and the bubble of you come to truly love the Ribbon Shalom. So we gotta this, so that is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about how much this is that. Now, so that's not the Torah Shiarufa. It's the shortest path that is very long. This is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka Ayada, Masigim and practice on it. Dafka in this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The foil of Mamish. This is the way we do it. Share KV, that Haluka, which is so it becomes a choice. One is one, you turn to the soul. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one time. You will never quite get to exactly here. That's about how he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we're like, what do you know what path is? I don't know what it is. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I bought it. I took 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. Like, I feel like I want to go do it without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know. The path is going to outline over here. Maybe wrong. Maybe arduous. But it's the only path that's going to get me to the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change God. The only path that's going to bring me to Hashem. And the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired righteousness. So let's say, tonight, see you next week. Next week, we'll actually start. All right.
There's gotta be something that makes an easier jump than us. You gotta open your brain. Just kidding, I'm so nuts. I don't care. Here's the thing. You're getting stuck on me.
All right, so good evening, a great visit was Baruch Hashem to be able to continue in we have a beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this introduction, so many beautiful versions of Tanya, the one we're learning out of this Sefer called Sefer Eres, which again essentially is like itself is just an interpretation or translation. It's just a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Tanya. So we left off yet last week with the Rebbe quoting the pasuk. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. The keep of your above remember again, the Rebbe asked upon my perception, I understand. If you tell me the kifa, that something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. Even behavior. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Okay, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's karove lechab lebov kalaso? So that we say on page 9. Aval hashvita yivshe halev lebovcha harehi kasha ma'od. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The eighth talking Nomar Shekam Zehu Behesig Yad Karov Ma'od B'Chaladam Halol Olavu Negative Shaman. So again, the Rebbe says again, top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can hear that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest, we'll address it a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like Torah tells us, don't stop more, don't cover. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. Lomar, shekol mo b'choladam machol ibom l'kavas ha'olam hazeh yavas Hashem b'achos. כמו שכתוב בגמרא fine. ועל זה השציס רבינו הספרו לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים קרוב הדבר מאוד לכל אדם לעבודת השם גם בלבד. The entire volume was already last week. We spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kutei Amad, which means collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kutei Amad. So the Rebbe says the entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve God not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most incredible thing? The most difficult thing. And we know this. It's really not hard to keep Shabbos. Right? It's not hard. It's 39 halachas. I know it's as long as I learn what to do, okay. I'm not usually doing it, so to re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So the Baal Shem says the entire avoda of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you the Rebbe how to serve our Kodesh Baruch Hu with your heart. But to go down to the next section, see the bottom of page 9, the Derech Aruka Ukitsara, you see that? See the heading? Someone said this is a profound. As a matter of fact, going down, we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words now literally I'm going to show you the Derech Aruka Ukitsara. A long path, that's short. What is it? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. So he goes to the first in the notes. Nikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards, that's the page. That's the commentary. Whatever says his house. He says Nikor Lashon Zehu B'Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm going to be sure Ben Hananya. Yeah, I will say, but that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in great Hasidic masters' work, like they wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement. Derech Aruka Kitzara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So he quotes over here, really this is based on a Gemara Maseches Eruvin. Listen to this. I'm Rabbi Chananya. Rabbi Chananya says five Yamai lo nitzchani adam ela tima. Right? No, so Rabbi Chananya says, I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? Mighty. One time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I said to the child, my son, there is a derech neighbor here. So Jonathan was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know where he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amari, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said to the Jonathan, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Chanai hears this and he says to himself, okay, so which path? Which path? What's the anyone needs to over here? Right, so he says, so which path? Which path says this? So Rabbi Shimon Chanai said, I'm sorry, Alafti Ikisara Va'alita. Rabbi Shimon Chanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that's short and long, which again makes sense. Why do you think? So you're doing this to the same. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. Well, what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to be Even she got to here, so she has no name. I got to the city in the time. And you must keep on slug gunnels or hardation. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were little gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. Because I went back to the crossroads. He goes back to the kid. Amarti lo b'ni, lo kaf amarti v'zuk kitsara. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly. You understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it was the short path. Which the child said, I'm really ready. Lo kaf amarti lo kitsara ba'aruka. Rebbe, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I get it to the city quickly. It's more good. That's more good. I want to say, watch this. Here's Shadvar. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child saying? Then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get in. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does. And this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what the Rebbe is going to teach us. There's Shadvarim. Listen to what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? See, the name of what, Hayuganos Apardesim, Asher Hichas, Asher Hikshu Ma'ot Alahometan. But there, see, here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, just to point out, could Rishon and Hananya could he have gotten into the city? Could have, but it's hard, I guess, to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. And that's the child was saying. He was saying, Rebbe, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchards. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? Like distance-wise, It was a longer path. אבל כיוון שבדרך זו מוצא ומבוא העיר פנו להיכנס בו. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which you can ultimately get right in. The sof derech zon hi hakisara. Even though the distance was, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path required that enabled you to reach your actual destination. Me'achar sheba mazmir le'ir v'liminios be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So let's look at that.
Just cheering on random kids in fucking baseball games. Jesus Christ, dude.
This is incredibly simple path. In Gan Darkei Avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So Shabbat Chaim says, this tomorrow is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Va'aruka, the path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruka Kitzara, the path that is long but is actually short. What is that? Listen to this. Yesh Shofan, Yesh Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what? Hainu, Sha'adam Ma'over as Rikshe Levavo. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let me say this to you outside. What the Rebbe is describing is like this. I'll say the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books. Oh, what?
Other thing I noticed about this is that everyone else is looking
stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What's the beauty of a myself? That's it. Triggers your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY Shalosh, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah, right? Or those of us who have been in the NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah, right? Oh my God, I am literally going to change my life. It's really the most thing, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. Let's say I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that Avram Avinu, and when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went. Sarai, Lot, Ves, and Nefesh Asher Asher B'Chala. And the souls were made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So as Soloveitchik says, like, where did he go? Right, by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevra go? So as Soloveitchik says like this, you know, Avram Avinu, sorry Morty, it was not you. You were not the first, right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Like he was doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, "Chevra, we're going somewhere." I say, "Where?" I don't know. But God told us to go. Let's go. I was like, "Yeah, let's go." And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens? It's like a day into the journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people peeled off until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the past, and you always wonder, how could it be the people who saw the Makkos, they saw the plagues, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the traveling was going like an extra hour, and they're only building twice. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. For some reason, miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes, and that's why, by the way, I want to point out, there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. I find everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that conscious thought to be powerful. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. I just come on, just like, give it to me. Right? Under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's called Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high, right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path to connection, but in fact, it's a much more secure for the last relationship with Hashem. So the Rebbe says, "Zesh derech kitzara va'aruga haynu sha'adam ma'orer es rikshe lebavo ba'avarim shel ma'avarim." Person literally inspires himself by the zisora zui magir the rishka ish sha'avas rabbidatzia amnam kol yosef level b'dei avas Hashem. Ach afa pishi miras kiderech kitzara shari ein nidrash ba'harbe min ha'adam. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? You know, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that is not. This is profound. A lot of moments I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound. But in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not even doing anything, I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. שאמנם בש"ס מעשה אדם הרגיש את אורס גדול בלב, אבל כיוון שהיא לא שימשה את פנימיותו ומהותו. Let's say here it is. Do you know where true relationship with that comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon you. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'sot socho, adayin hu nishar alamdo," we call them. In call osam hamidos v'akayvos hamanos v'ma'akvos also milis karos lalakos b'ames. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have the chance to say, we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us like experience this over Yamim Noraim. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, man. It's by davening, by the including, by something. And then like I wonder, then the inspiration like ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it gets left out. How did that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts, all those things are still there. And I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels, and I can hear on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. And the other goes on, he says, "Lachim bepoel yihiyu harbe minios v'ikuvim medarshli anu kolagiyah le'ir." She's happily with us. So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called kitzara va'aruga. It feels short, right? It feels short. in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. לפיכך, נקרא דרך צער בעבודה. ואילו, הדרך המבוארת בספר התניא. What the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occurs will come, and the famous idea, maybe it's like a digital. So Kusi again, the Rebbe says so beautifully, he says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? So he says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. This is why. Because at least it's taking the inspiration that you plugged it into something. And how many times am I inspired? Like, fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is when you don't feed it, and it extinguishes. And that's right. How was like, if we're honest, like this is the time. Monday night, how many times in life was like, I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. I just never did something. I'm ready to, well, no, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and like, fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the episode, bottom of page fest. The rest of the that the Baba Tanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a pathway to Hashem that requires really to know. Ki gedei la'kov es rikshe halev, mitayvas ha'olim ezali avas Hashem ve'emes, muchreches avodas hamoach. Itzel kol echad lefi arko. Hainu, let me read a little bit in the limud v'hasada begadlus Hashem. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't. It's hard to love something that you don't know. This first comes with the caveat that you're going to so well, you're going to understand the HaKadosh. But there's still stuff you can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the closer you become. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It requires work. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. The Nimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. But Nimsa Shemidarak Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths, these second paths, what the government called Derech Aruka, Shikisel. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. And it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get to. The first path is short, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which the Rebbe is describing, again, requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, It's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. The Bible says, look at this line, the last line on page Ches. One of my favorite lines. This is Minsa. Shavidarak Zu. Ein Skulos Vitachgulos Kalos the Ora Esalev. That's right. You know what the Latvian says? The long path, which is the shortest path, we'll say, there's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for effort. Right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you tell them, and you do this, right? I remember when I was with a young man, Amir may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room and he was folding his towels. And I said, why does it have to be in the room folding the towels? He said, it's a school for Shalom Bayis. I said, by the way, I'll tell you, it's ever school for Shalom Bayis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your white flowers and Erev Shabbos. I don't know if it works as well as folding the towels, right? But let me say, so it's interesting. Why? Because folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I don't know, not. But folding the towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the ores alev, elen nidreshes pay test, nidreshes. Sorry, elen nidreshes me adam yigia rabba v'atzimot kfula mekupelas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the cuts, all right, tremendous of all, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. But here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing you can bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. Now let's say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahavdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6 because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1 and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, but if you work, or what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says, you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof, Zoe derech hakitzara. This, so I'm going to teach you. When I'm making some Balchanda, this is derech hakitzara. Now, the derech hakitzara shi'aruba is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka ayada masigim utachas harazai. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The poel mamish. This is the way we do it. Sher keni derech harucha ukitzara. So it becomes a choice. One could content themselves in the derech kitzara va'arucha. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It will never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Balatanya says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's the shortest path. Because this path, and we don't even know what the path is. Right? We don't know what it is. Balatanya is an excellent salesman. Because I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I bought it. I'll pay 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. Because I feel like I don't know what to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Avas Hashem, and the only path that's going to bring me to my intended and desired life. I will say, Shkoyach, start off tonight, see you next week. Next week we'll actually start. See what she starts. All right.
Every time you take a breath, I realize I may almost catch and I don't matter. Whatever seems awesome.
All right, guys, so good morning. Begin to be like taking over that responses for this leadership today. As your comment was protection by the customer stock and dedicating all the swimming records this year. This and service levels to Armstrong and service levels for the month of other Chinese cuisine that we will follow the Haikan, Steve Birch, Ben Yosef Akon, Ziva Levin, and Benny families in memory of William Zeb Schmuel and Strauss, and many sponsors in Lincoln and Dutch Anger in memory of Judy Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas Amoza, supported by the America and Torah. All the news from the Saudi Arabia, and the Zina from our other team, which started to come from himself, who's got the senior session from all of our hospitals, and how the soldiers should be successful before a massive event. Was it that? Let us begin. We go right to the session. Okay, today's topic is topic design. 97, we are picking up on topic book on the biggest second line down in the wide line. Also, when we left off on the fifth finger yesterday of Sankira, sorry, with Ujjala, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing that there was enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the race of Providence Israel. So now that picks up on that he was still out of them. Now, you're Tosha Kaya. So now, he was the general of Aram. Ultimately, pretty much Jewish blood. So now we're going to Ger Kosher. And listen, Ger Kosher usually means a non-Jew with previous idolatry, except Shem is such a rock, and Israel is so. That's the general definition of the Ger Kosher. So now we're between Ger Kosher. The Rizalom, Ger Second. Well, I think it's good. So if you want to see some music of it, and the Rizalom means you can get to the things again. You can go. You may want to trust this stuff. One time you shall I, Sisra parents are women against Sisra. These generally went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Akron of Shana, of Tiyabi in Sisra, his mother's cries, still is being served the basis. So large agent, yeah, Shofar. So the neighbors of Sisra and the Shalayim. The grandsons of Sisra were Tony Shalayim. The brother of Sankelet, we read the Torah Beladim. The grandsons of Sankelet taught Torah in public. So now we read these grandsons of Sisra. He taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Akayos. That's wild. Then the Shmaya and Akayos were moving into the Bayan of Torah and Shalayim. And so Shmaya and Akayos and Shalayim been sent with descendants, the grandsons of Sankelet. They made Barak Shal Haman. Number time of Neighbor. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in the Neighbor. The Ak did made Baruch Shachol Sarasha. Teaching Shachol Baruch. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What's going on over here? Could it be that somebody would be striking this in the flesh? Somebody would be striking the city? Somebody would be somebody terrible things to your children? Such a person like this should not have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah. How would this situation that's interesting? Since we got the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How would this sit? Rafimu as Baba V'Olefesa. To try to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So it's this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of his place. But Baba did so much for us that they were beyond incredible. Ula says that for something else. I'm sorry, Ula was Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. But there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No trip for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar Eilu Naros Bachal. B'Shikimah, B'Tzinei Sov B'Bavloi. Something that refers to the rivers of Baral. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Eilu Naros Bachal, Shemra'im Mishkos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, B'Tzinei Sov B'Bavloi. Rashi says, B'Kalim Marivim She'odim B'Naros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter taste buds. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately the taste buds that flow by the water are also bitter. So also it's interesting, by the way, because the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is Naros Badal. Reminiscent of the Kapitol of Tilim, Al Naros Badal, Shama Bachinu. The Naros Badal, that image, is remembering how these sons being let out from Eretz Yisrael. So because he sat by the rivers of Badal and cried in remembrance. And this is the Baruch always says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. Most of what we cannot do to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So you mentioned this follows. So yesterday, I just point out, a lot of the cover asked yesterday, Dr. Curious interesting is, the Nebuchadnezzar is expert. He's one of the cases of Nebuchadnezzar, but he had no desire. And he's like, the descendant of the Zorah, the Zorah did go ahead with him. So it's interesting here, what exactly does that mean? So there's a scene for Kukas Hagia. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Davis, or a lot of interesting pieces. He brings on Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted free birds. And again, he obviously had tremendous comments on what he did. And he came before, I forgot the mistake that he made, and to convert. And what we're talking about, people go there, so how do you convert this guy? After all, you know what he did, he sold his own, he's trying to go get his hands. And they were counted, just like I said, the Russian says is, based on halacha yudesha, so it's an interesting expression, halacha yudesha, cold hard fast, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is the same depends about children, right? And they not respect for the past, right? You should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert to something like this? How could a person like this be welcomed on Israel after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion, with such cruelty towards on Israel, and then we would welcome it into our lives? So he asked him, don't convert him. Don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is, you can convert him. If the guy is sincere, and Mamish has covered, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into the party? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that the Zoran became a yeah, right? Who can everything, but the Jason took responsibility for this. It is interesting to know that the lesson that the Zoran is Allah. He ran away. You see, the indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went to a formal process? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself? Did he close up his heart? We don't know. So just interesting to point out. Okay, where is Viter? Even says as follows: Amalek should be Yerushalayim. Amalek was badly able to Yerushalayim. How so? Even Yerushalayim will become studied before Yerushalayim. When Amalek heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shofim. They sent word to the what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sarfina, what prompted them to do it. So the Gemara says, Amalek, prompted what he prophesied, that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, you talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, how do you start? How is going to be destroyed? Hook the top. come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mustaqil the Abudi, keep your body to come out. So again, the Vanessa said, I'm afraid that you're going to do to me what the previous son is, meaning again, he's referring to something else. Shal Tulay, Ki'in Ha'ish Padesa. The ish is not home. Ve'in Hadarach Mirachot. So it's like, Halok Midarach Rachot. So the Gemara said, the ish was the ish Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the ish means that he said, the man is not home, Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem ish milchama. So ultimately, again, the power of the Kaneta, this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shal Kulu. The grief of Vasi, so he says, well, maybe a Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. And as much as it looks like he's at Kalisol now, whether in a state of need, he will return. Allah, the Derech Merachot. No, God has really abandoned them. God is really far away. Shalom, he said, he divine Nachman, in my seal, what Christ has said, it's a bit of the Karkatzilom. And when they die, they bring that Kodesh Baruch Hu back. Shalom, they still have Kesach Wakaf together. They can't get out of everything. Each has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? He has it in second Shianaz. The Echariga Farisha Sakesa, the Thomas already for less of Shalom, Hadri, Shi, the Chiva, the Boima, Rachami, the Maisile. Also, this conversation is absolutely terrible. So Mukhanazi says, okay. Well, even if the dishes is going right now, and if Sadiqim are going right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Shai will do Shuvah. The Shai will do Shuvah, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So the Moshe Shalom, the Kabbalah and Ismail. So essentially, I'm going to most say it's clear. The Baruch Hu already decreed, that he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Shneimar. Yom HaKesa Yavo Lebesa. In Kesa Elazman Shneimar, Bakesa Yom Hagim. So Shafinu, as Muhammad said, 6 days. So when it's seen as the Asim Kidna Oyusra, it's winter time ready. Fall, winter, and it can't come when the cars get old. So there's another way. But you clearly see very fascinating, which is Muhammad doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That you know, someone who's successful, but especially economic people will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to the weather is very bad. Shafullah will say to him, don't worry about it. Talk Ashur the Tura. When you come towards the snow, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shalku Kar Moshe Eretz Yisrael Bara HaShnei Arha Basyo. So, Charlotte, Yasina, Leslie Duchta Diasigna Bay. Says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. Or there's no place for me to house my army. And I said, don't worry about it. They sent back to Shalkulay, Kibros, Shalahem, Murim, Kalkin, Shalfah. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. But there's Atzmos Malki Yudah, there's Atzmos Sarab, there's Atzmos Abraham, there's Atzmos Harabim, there's Atzmos Yushim Shani Kivayam, the shut from the Shemaim, they are after Fosa, Shasha, Adam, Tasha, Dulasha, Bakalahem. Amalai, Renach, and Lodispa. Yishnu, the Hal, so again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general,
Flipper, look at those. Get to that car, someone's got to pull them out. That's what they see going on.
I'm going to not have to get involved in this. There's a lot of cousins. There's a lot of everybody here to get involved. Anyway, I'm going to walk some. The man said to me, I'm going to try to function if you're very much against you. Incredible. I guess now, switches back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Mashiach. Now the one's going to focus a bit more on Mashiach and some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm not going to be stuck. Usually in the conference, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafri. When is Bar Nafri coming? Now, who Bar Nafri is in this word? When is he coming? So, Amalei Man Bar Nafri. Who's Bar Nafri? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafri is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach Bar Nafri calls his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafri yes, he is. תקשיב, היום אני, אוקיי, ראש הקאפ צדיק זין, 97, אוקיי, הסיטס דוד המפורס. What's it, Jago? What's next year, girl? I will lift up, maybe again, I will rebuild. Sitas David Anapolis. The total Sukkah of David Anara, the rest is divination. The Francis says, we have Sukkah David Anapolis. Not with the David, Lahaki Kari Mashiach Anapolis. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here, Sukkah David Anapolis is not the definition. That is, Sukkah David Anapolis is Davidic Mara. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafsi, the one who lifts up all the things. That's the Lord, because someone subject to repeat yourself. And of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Mogul, yes, and Mason, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that is going to restore Davidic monarchy, and by the way, also, others understand that Sukkah Shalom Wakar is not going to do that. Right? So that's what he's like. So there's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke and broke it and broke it and then rebuild it again, you don't need to put back pieces into what the words were. Is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he give it to pieces. Halach is to give it to the monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. To the structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, by Nazi. Incredible, fucking nasty. Because the Lord tells us also, so we ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the Son? To become about children. And we need to become about children. We need to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own bar master, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. So you might go back to, I'm going to help you already up again. George was a single incredible device over here. First of all, David Bach, Hamidi Chachamot B'Shassi. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precede Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. You know as follows. So Yochanan says as follows. George and David Bach, the generation that comes out, I'm sorry, that the Mashiach will come. Hamidi Chachamot B'Shassi. There's a diminution of less Torah. So there's less like without there are fewer Talmudic Chachamim. The Shara Eneim colors Yod and Va'anacha. There's fewer Talmudic Chachamim, and in general a lot of suffering. There's terrible suffering. There's hardships, there's hardships, and new terrible decrees every single day. Think about it. Shavuot Shabbat David Bar is years, right? 7 years we need a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is Chayyim Mikrazeh. This is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom is Chayyim Mikrazeh. In Tarkia, some cities will have food, other cities will literally again. I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second, each year have famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'ab Gadol, and Nisim Anashim Nashim V'Kaf. But you see the Anshim Nashim. In year number 3, the dear great famine. Men, women, children died. Children, great people will die. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So the material suffering, spiritual suffering, religious report. Some of it is some places have food, some places don't have food. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But also the show is sleeping. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah possesses them down. Torah wants them to come back. You need to hurry. The Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year, there'll be signs. Rashi says that here, the Shishis Kolos, let's see Kolos, Shatem, David, Bach. So there'll be memories, right? When the big people will be talking, Mashiach is close. The Shvi is Machalos in the 7th year of war. 7th year war, which could mean Told the Nogod, the Matzah Shvi is Ben Garifa. And the Matzah Shvi is the end of that 7 year, in year number 8, that's when the Mashiach is Mashiach. So this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say for Moses says, for a second, how much do you have a table also? Have you also been, by the way, if you just described the year that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Klal Yisrael. Like, in other words, what you just described is just history. But I understand that the Mashiach has not come. So I'm going to buy you a buy says the Shish is Kodesh. The Shish is Muhammad Shmi Haba. So back to you. Was it every year 6? But ultimately, again, there were murderings in Mashiach. And year 7 of the ones that wasn't ever happening but only the Sidra Mihabi. Pretty much, that's what I buy response is. It's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that is, from a Jewish perspective, is no. Tanya, the Yudah says, Torshah ben David Bach, they Sadat, Yelizis. Yes, and so, but you still have something very really amazing. You begin to see that before the Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more physically later. But there's like this about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and then there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, and we can even expedite? So just hold on to that. We'll see this thing as we go on in the coming days. So we're going to read this as direction in which Mashiach comes. Beis Habad Geriznos. And let's say Beis Habad is the Beis Hamedrash. The Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. Because there will be no coming before coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty spaces. Nothing like the Shakti place that was generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are we used for? Is immorality. So once again, like painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yachra, the work will be destroyed. The Gavla Yasham, and ultimately again, Rashi says the Gavla Yasham also means other than that is a place. So the ancient will be serving every year. The people who live in the corner cities, because there will be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you only know the cosmos, and they won't find many more people. The cosmos has also Kisa. The reason of the religious performing will become putrid and will decay. The Yurei will also people who fear sin will be despised. And there is one thing, not only will fire be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon, which may have done, which may tell us. Literally, again, the generation of the face of the God. Interesting as we saw in Balado, and that we are still God. As they say, which means that there just be a general sense of spiritual decay. But MS Me'adaras, MS will not be found. Shne'emar Bati MS Me'adaras, Sarah Mishkara. So much my Bati MS Me'adaras, I mean, we love, the Rami Shneasis Adorim, the whole Rachasla. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Nights, the Samira, the Shtora, and we're going to see that Komisha Samira, the Shtava al-Habios. Ultimately, again, anyone who tries to, essentially anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. That's when the Shtava al-Habios. So there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Klal Yisrael. Have us as follows. So let's say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So there's an overwhelming statement that she says there, like Kushta Ba'ala, Ein Adam Ba'olam, Sheyidaber MS Tamid. Let's listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks truth. Like I was saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks truth. I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It's interesting that remember again, you have inconsistent halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rava says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Travels, Rav Tavyumi, this Rav Travels said, he went on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I will not lie. I will not listen to the truth. Let's listen to this story. Tells a story about himself. So one time I went to a place. The Kush Bushel, which is right. The name of the place was Tishta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Tush. That's his name. You know, it says, V'lohava Mishana B'Gilayim, V'lohava Mis'ushi Hasam Below Zimane. So in this place called Truth, what was the legislative requirement? Legislative requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. Interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. I said, what is that? No one died before their time? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like 8 years old, and they died like that. So what happened? So to really sell things to a place, I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. And the CB is the son of one. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, "America from there. How do we type in the name? We have 2 sons. No one thought how to be asked to this to the type ratio. So it was one day, and my wife was washing her hair. Left the room saying, I was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door, asked me, is your wife home? Now that Tafuni felt, not or La Sahafa. But the really felt it wasn't serious to say that life is washing her hair. But he's thinking about it. It wasn't right. So he said, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. He realized my 2 sons passed away. 2 sons passed away. Also, she got to the place. In my house. The parents people came there and said, what is this? This doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm on the roof. How can you have a nice son? So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized, when what happened, they realized you're right. You're right. Like that, if you like, it could be used in a specific factor. They didn't see up as I told you on the way. They said to him, then our 2 sons, cooked me asrin. Hello, Tadri Bahu Muslim Bahana Koshi. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave my town. Please leave my town and do not bring death to our town. Fortunately, we love this story. We love this story. So again, now this goes along with what Rebbe was saying, but you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. Now, that is if you think it. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4, I don't know, right? How many people are living there, right? So that's fine. You can be treated like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? Oh, man. Don't shit them double buck. So we'll say once again, the description of the Messianic generations. The generation of Mashiach comes in, so it says, the Yabinut means the king. The young will embarrass the old. There's a king the under the king and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. Someone says there's going to be like this sense of a generational, like sense of generational disrespect. The young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The boss told you, daughter will rebel against another. The kind of the so a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of generation would be like the face of a dog. The aim had been inspired of it, and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. And let's say, by the way, point out, remember this Gemara, in Surah Umola, even in Surah Umola, he steals the money from his father, and where does he eat the meat anymore? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rishus. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So first of all, when Henry says, "Don't you been double dog? Azus Judah." Azus means I don't know if English with Raising this, right? Raising this will proliferate by your play, the others. Gaibo, Rashi says. So you have these upper cover. So there's going to be such arrogance that no one will dishonor one to the other. The value of the goose meditate, the Hayayu of the yoga, the wine will be very expensive. And that's what I mean. The wine will produce a lot of goods, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually plays out there, that means there's really a lot of wine consumption. It's an indulgence to the mystic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore, the prices keep going up. And that's not for a local stimulus. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. The income and no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. Before the Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Ball, Asher Tzadek Kolamak was in this. So Ben David Ner Mashiach was in come really again to the entire market, the entire government. Turns transparency. Other levels in what capacity. Either how fast level on the top of it. There's an interesting so that was parents are after everything that it's the entire body trade letters. The entire body trade life, they don't look the other as talent. So when there is this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. The society as a whole just loses it. You just mean enough as actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Father Rabbanon, Ki Yagin Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Azma Siad Ba'afes Atza Ba'azot, Ein Ben David Ba'af, Dana Society. Mashiach comes at Shiyiru Hamusalos. There is a proliferation, ultimately, I'm going to say, of the Musalos. Now, I'm going to see exactly what that means. We just wrote the Rata, actually, it's not like how music. Until again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Tamidim. Rashi says over here, Shemachsiki B'Yisrael Atzir L'Moto. So the ultimate common, there's ultimately common, ultimately, again, there's going to reflect Klal Yisrael to the right path. Grandma says people are going to do this. We have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is pretty spiritually deficient. Actually, kids not put them in a kiss, but there is poverty. Actually says Shemina Gilila, which is interesting. The Shia only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. The FS Oxford, the Ozuk, the Yahoo, and Senate Positive Israel, Kedra Vizira, wasn't fascinating. Kedra Vizira, you have a match gift Rabbi in the ASCII day. So listen, we'll talk about this on the days. We have Zuri with 5 groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. Listen, we knew on the days. A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time telling people sometimes, when Mashiach, where is he happening? What about these 8 or 5 people trying to say, yeah, Mashiach is coming? I'm going to go. The Matu Sabadim and I go, Lo Tirchakiha. He said, please do not believe you have a Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why is he saying this? This is incredible. There are 3 things that come when you stop looking for them. The Bible says incredible. What are the 3 things? Number 1, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrab. 3 things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and a scorpion. So that's like backwards. It's like backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently, again, when scorpions, what Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. and they sting you. Okay, Mitzvah, first thing you know this, right? You know, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost out, that you're not going to find anything. It's not if you just find the reason, it's not the thing you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. The last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. So if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, they'll say, what's the shot with this? And it's just so profound. You want to say it like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. Otherwise, sometimes we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. But if you think of just about Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my parnasa going to be? When are my kids? When are my this? When are all the things I'm going to do? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort. Right? You spend so much time when. It's not about when. It's about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the growth that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible demand. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we want to go into an exhaustive discussion about when Mashiach is going to come. All right, second, also because there's two different schools of thought. That's what I say. Just like what things about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to know when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we got more Kadima. The world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, everybody knows this, but the world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are 6,000 years? How are and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, apparently the way that the world destruction to work is, the world does not exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Most of them they had the Gemara. They don't have this like that. You can bring 1,000 years over again. What happened? They give you wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can walk back like desolation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. She was a snare man. In this case, from the Vada by Yomahu. Abai Amar straight color. Abai says, the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there is destruction. Shemema, Yuchayim, Yomayim. And it was usually going to be reference of the Yossi on the fire. Tell you about the Yossi, So that's like support of it, it says, Kishim Shashvish. Misha Meta Shana Achas Zayin Shalom. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes Shemitah. Once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, the Yahweh is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. It's interesting, by the way, that often think that possibly Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself, also has more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset, the only the after the responsibility universe for that 1,000 year period. Shabbos, Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. That's the Yom Shekul Shabbos. Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, Shana Havi Alma. The world would exist for 6,000 years. So it says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? So the first 6,000 years, the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective now. Like, the first 2,000 years was Tovavol, it wasn't even Tovavol. the Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Apayim, Shnei Alachim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. In Shnei Alachim, Moshe Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Moshe Mashiach. You must say now again. You see, it's like, and that's us. That would put us right there for us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayin of Israel, the 70 about the Seiyu, Shaladu, not Semahem Mashiach. This is our profound statement. But because we messed up, not Semahem Mashiach. When you feel it's like, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad times and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them I took before, some of them nuanced for, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life we can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. Or at least hopefully I could choose wisely, I could choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be Moses. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzi Mehen Mashiach. We have Amar Yehuda. Achud Rav Salah Hasidah. That is Ilya Navi. Already said from Yehuda. Ilya Eron, Chapos Yishmonim B'Chamishim Yeros. The world will not exist for the last 85 Yovel cycles. And Yovel Achon, but then double back. In the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Amar Yehuda says, no. You lost all the cell phone. So Mashiach comes.
Hi, Miss Chris. How are you? I am lovely, thank you. Are you ready for me?
I don't know.
Okie dokie.
Eliyahu is the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So we'll say, Eliyahu, he says, I don't know.
How was your day?
There are certain things about this whole Geula that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why I never said, why we go back to this thing, ultimately I get it back to Zera. That maybe our Avoda is not focused so much on when, but focus so much more on what. And when Mashiach going to come, I don't know.
No, you did not say that.
So
I appreciate the update.
Yeah, he fell out the bed. Well, who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So Eliyahu doesn't know. I'm soon not going to figure out. So I can't figure out the when. Then when I need to be hyper focused on
Nothing broken, right?
To bring about what do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the club? It's incredible. So Mar goes like this. Shalach Lay. No. Rav Ashi says, how can I Lo Tistaki, Le Mikan Ve'elech Tistaki. So Rashi says over here,
Give me that. I know.
Eliyahu was trying to tell you I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming.
Oh, this is likely his week.
Waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, he stands out waiting. I will say, second, what I want to point out is something amazing. These guys have the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it.
Get it.
What you don't is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined end that Mashiach must come by this.
We're just chilling. How are you?
But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival here as spiritually meritorious behavior.
I'm the rabbi.
Listen to this.
How's your day going, big dog?
So like this. I found the guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and it said about Minayin lo zu. From where, right? So I might be like,
What'd you say, Big
where
Man?
did this go from? Amadi lechayolos shalom niskarti. Even though I traveled with the Roman soldiers, we've been using Roman Shasiyah, and I found this scroll.
That's great to hear. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
Rome took this from Israel. I found this in the treasures because of and I found this following message. לאחר דלת אלפיים ומאתיים ותשעים ואחת שנה לביאתו של עולם, יצאו מהן מלחמות סוציאליסטיות. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Alpine, Masai
All right, do you like any sports?
291 years, Haolam Yito, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Mehan, as Imar says, Mehan Milchamas Taniyah. Some of those
all right, what sports do you like?
Of great sea creatures. Mehan Milchamas Gogumago. Some of them will be Gogumago. Ushar Yos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yos Mashiach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mechadish Esavono, Ela Achar Shivas Alpayim Shana. HaKadosh Baruch Hu only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember, again, it seems to go with the motif. 6,000 after creation. 1,000.
Sure. Do you know UFC 325 is on right now?
After 5,000 years. So the Gemara says,
You don't know what UFC is? Ultimate Fighting Championship?
The following pasuk again literally pierces the world until the death.
We're done. Didn't you say that's what you like?
So again, this is an incredible pasuk.
All right, how'd you find out about me?
So we'll say, and then we'll interpret it. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. In this moment, if he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and you will not be delayed.
Rabbi Restream was talking about what? Nice strike.
Not like Rabbanon who say that Mashiach will only come at a defined
Oh, I'm
time,
talking
not
to the
just
other
as over
person.
here.
The Jews. What was Rabbi Restream talking about?
So we'll say, somebody to Rabbanon who say that some messianic redemption is based on a calculation of previous dollars. The Lord Rabbi Shmuel, Jarish, Chaltem Lachem Givov, Batashkilu B'Mos Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Shmuel. Now, what did Rabbi Shmuel say?
That's not Rabbi Restream. I know what you're referencing, but that's not right. So, get your facts straight when it comes to that. I believe that is a radio interview with Rabbi Finkelstein. If you want to check that out on YouTube, but that's not me, nor is it any Rabbi Restream.
So it's ultimately again, and it's not that calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shivim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, Umalchus Ben Alziva, Shtei Shana Umachzar. So what's that? So what is this? Calculation. Malchus Rishon, and what's what it sounds like is the first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Chamishim Ushtaim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva.
There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us worldwide. It's like having the last name Kennedy as an Irish person within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's a pretty big family.
It's filled with incredible
Nice strike.
activity, but there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first phase of Mikdash, ultimately,
Oh,
70 years.
I don't prophesize those things, but wouldn't that be the goal of every civilization?
The 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively.
That was the goal. That was the goal of the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Russian Empire, the British Empire. Basically, did it.
At some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct.
was gonna say the Catholics.
My dear Papa, what does mean that?
All right, there you go. Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Alrighty, madam. Well, I hope that you have a wonderful evening, and I'm here for you. Keep me updated, and hopefully Papa returns home soon.
What happens? The calculator come up all the time.
You're
And
welcome.
then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see,
Yes,
he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says the girl? Ella, chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
You're probably
That
on
is
the
our
East
avodah.
Coast.
Wait. Shneimar, im yismamea chakelo. Even if the rage, just wait.
Okay. I don't know where you get your facts about Judaism, but we're all over the book.
Again, that we wait, but he doesn't wait.
I know that there's probably like another church name.
No, we're waiting. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is waiting.
Like New York, for example, New York has a lot of
So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding you back? Midas Hadin. Don't say ultimately again Midas Hadin. In other words,
in
that
the
the
West,
actually
the West Coast,
justice says God is
Spanish,
is serving the
you have the
Mashiach.
Mexicans,
So
the
the Gemara
Spanish,
says, Midas Hadin Na'keves.
Look. I don't know where you get your facts. There are a million Jews in Los Angeles alone, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What is this? Tremendous nechama.
I know. What I'm saying to you is that the numbers that you're
so then why wait if
assuming
you know that
are likely. I mean, at least in Southern California, there are a lot of Jews. And have you heard of Hollywood?
Anticipatory excitement, and the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I'm ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything.
mostly
Becoming
just
a
Jewish.
Mashiach.
So they probably have a lot of Jews. Like most Catholics are probably Jewish. And I'm probably Jewish. Yeah. I mean, I got comments there.
Have a great day, everyone.
Okay, cool.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning show. Hey, our annual Talmud Torah response for Tav Shuvah. The Chos Mishpach of dedicating all of the Shir and Drushes this year as his host from
Have you ever been to West LA?
Talmud Torah responses for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alozar, Zichron Levrach, we hope that in marriage by Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sabra Aviyah, families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shabbat, the Kol Chol Yisrael, which Baruch Hu Shem Yirtzeh should bring home all of our hostages. And all these soldiers should be successful.
Right, that's downtown. I'm talking like Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, Beverly Hills, Bel Air, Beverly Woods.
Okay, today's Dr. Tzaddik signing, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the white.
All right, I mean, like the valley.
Left off on the cliffhanger yesterday.
You have
Sanchira,
Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana, extremely Jewish. Woodland Hills.
Recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara now picks up on that feeling. Gemara says, Naaman, Ger Toshav Hayom. So Naaman, who was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. Now we'll say, Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shemitz as lives in Eretz. That's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. The Wutzaron, Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate over here that the Lutzarn really became Ger Tzedek and Ger. He converted. Ibnei Banav Shal Sisra, London Tari Yerushalayim.
I've many times do IRL streaming, so I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California, including East Los Angeles.
For a lot of what we do in the Shofar. So the Bnei Banav Shal Sisra, London Tari Yerushalayim. The grandsons of Sisra learned Torah in Yerushalayim. The Bnei Banav Shal Sancheriv Limdu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtayon. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtayon, like we do with the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya and Avtayon, Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants,
we're generally called
grandsons of Sancheriv. Mibnei Banav Shel Haman, Lamdu Torah Mibnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af Mibnei Banav Shel Osa Rasha. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. That's what happened. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Kind of this sources was interesting. Seems to be that Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the Sid. Rafinu as Baba Volonifrasa. We tried to heal Babel, but it could not be healed. So we say this idea that Babel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Babel was so broken. Babel was such a state of disrepair. The Babel did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amr Ula says that refers to something else. I'm sorry, Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This refers to Nebuchadnezzar. That there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No chill for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amr Elu Naros Babel. Tirgamo Ditzinai Sab Dibavlai. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the Naros Babel, Shem Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. Gemara says,
I mean, I don't know how you got here. If you went to the link on my profile, then it sends you in here.
Again, they have bitter date comes. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again, the date comes that grow by the water are also bitter. And I will say, it's interesting, by the way, if the Gemara says one thing you can't heal is Naros Bavel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tilim, Al Naros Bavel, Sham Bahinu.
Okay, so what other questions do you have?
The Naros Bavel, that image, is remembering when Klal Yisrael was being led out from the area of destruction of Beis Hamikdash. We sat by the rivers of Bavel and we cried when we remembered. It's almost as if the Baruch Shalom says, there are some
Christian
things
thing, so do they have an opinion on it?
There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. The mercy of Nebuchadnezzar did to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows.
Well,
so
that Jewish person perhaps does not speak on behalf of all Jews.
Interesting is Nebuchadnezzar,
unless I have more specifics on exactly what it's saying.
Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no
I
desire,
would
but his
have my doubts
descendants
of
wanted
what is
to
it
convert.
from my understanding,
Zaran did go ahead and convert.
from what
So
I've
it's interesting,
heard.
what exactly
I'm not an expert in it.
converted.
It's about 1,000 years old, not 2,000
In
years
it,
old.
he has like a lot of discussions about Kedus and a lot of interesting cases. He brings down
Additionally, we don't necessarily know whose face it
there was
is.
a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous character for what it is that he did. And he came before. I forgot the author of the sefer's name.
I'm at the apartment dating
And
was
to
supposed
convert,
to be like
and it wasn't Shiloh. There was another this guy. You know what he did? He experienced it. Looked at his hands. And the Mechaber, because I guess
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the statistics show that
based on
it's
halacha
1,000 years old,
right?
not
It's an
2,000 years
expression.
old. So
Halacha
the
is like
onus,
cold hard fact.
the
You should be able to convert.
duty
The halacha
to show
is
its
somebody comes about
legitimacy
Shuvah, right? And the Imam Shulchan for their past, the
on
rest
the
should be able to
believers.
convert.
And
But he says, but how can you
even
convert?
more so, even if it was
How
exactly
could a person
2,000
be welcomed into our
years
Israel
old,
after
we don't know
everything that
whose
he did?
face it
How
is.
could it be? How could
Could
it
be
that a person
literally
would have
any single
behaved
person.
in
It
such
could be.
an egregious
There's a better
fashion,
chance it's
such
your
such
face than it is
people
somebody
that
2,000 years
and
ago.
then we would welcome him into our ranks. So he passed him, don't convert him. Paskin don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find it was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak
I don't know.
you can convert if the
I
guy's
think he was
sincere.
perhaps
Someone
someone of disputed birth,
how could such a person like that be welcomed into Israel? So it's interesting, by the way,
at least
where it
was
says-
rejected by
where it says that
overall
Ibn Zoran became a guy, right? Who
Pharisees,
converted him, which
and
Gaiskin took responsibility for this.
was seen as someone who
was
was
Alright.
attempting
he ran
to
away, which seems to indicate that he
perhaps
just went off somewhere else, not part
start
of the
their
community,
own
not part of
at
regular
least
Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted?
group
Does it mean
of
that he went through a
believers,
formal
but I
process? Does it
I
mean
don't.
that he just
If you really
accepted
like,
upon
and
himself
again, I'm not
to be close to
a scholar
No, just interesting to
in
point
that
out. Okay,
religion, but what I can say is that it doesn't seem like that person from Nazareth did not ever want to start a new religion. It was his followers and the followers of his followers, and specifically the empire that it would eventually take on the terminology of Christian that really
What pointing out over here is what prompted
caused a new
Nebuchadnezzar
religion, not
to go ahead and
not the
attack
Nazarene.
Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amonamot heard the Navi prophesizing that Yerushalayim was going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, look, V'tah, time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Klal Yisrael is weak, Klal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Book V'tah. Come and literally again, look and come. Omar, Mistafin V'Ola Abruhi, Shidibai B'Kanai. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to
That's
do to
accurate.
me
Yeah,
what they did their
we
previous
expect
enemies, meaning
we
again,
expect Mashiach to
referring to
rebuild
Sancheriv.
the Beit HaMikdash, which is the temple in
Ve'ein ha'ish
Jerusalem.
b'beso. The ish is not home. Ve'ein haderech
So
merachol.
that would be
I'm sorry, haloch
the
miderech
third time
rachol.
it's been built.
So the Gemara said, Ve'ein ish, who's the ish? Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu. So the ish means, so they said, the man is not home, which means Kadosh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem ish milchama. So ultimately, again, they tell him, Nebuchadnezzar, this is a right time. Kadosh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalchu B'krivu Uvasi. So he says, well, maybe
If
Kadosh
that's what he
Baruch
wants
Hu
to
is
say,
close by.
absolutely
In
sure.
other words, maybe they don't show him as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael. When they're in a state of need,
No, was it
return.
the Nazi?
No, God is really
Sanhedrin.
God is really far away. Shalach Lahu, Islahu Tzadiki, Bayrachami,
The
Umaisilo,
last.
Lachaifa has Tzadiki,
No, it's prophecy.
Tzadiki of the Bakat Tzilo, and when they gather, they bring up the Shpar of the back. Shalach Lahu, Tzmaha Kesach Makaf Yado, then Kesach Al Tzadiki, the Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle
Okay,
of money?
and that's
Because
cool.
it is Tzadiki.
We don't believe that is Jews, but you know, you're entitled to believe whatever you want. That's what makes this a great world.
Hadri Rishi B'tshuva Ubaymach Rachami Umaisile. Boss said this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the issue is gone right now,
What other
and
questions
the
do you have?
are gone right now,
Go ahead.
what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishayim will do tshuva. It's not like the Rishayim of Klal Yisrael. The Rishayim of Klal Yisrael will do tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the base
We're
of
done for the last 4 years.
So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late.
I like to archive world events. I feel it's important for people in the future to be able to study a human life. Maybe 100 years ago or 200 years ago, I would have been a journalist. Somebody writes in a journal, or a diarist. Somebody writes in a diary. But I use my medium to be able to record my life as video.
It's winter time already, fall, winter, and I can't come to Kasha Yisrael because by the way,
I don't like
but
talking
let me
about
see
that
very
stuff.
something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want
No,
to come.
so yeah.
He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if somehow he's successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come. The weather is very bad. They said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and
Absolutely, big guy. You're always welcome. Feel free to come back whenever you want.
Leslie Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Mary says, don't worry about it. They sent back to him. Kibros Shalahem, Mulim Nipaltin Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. So Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'esehinu Umar Hashem Yotzias Asmos Malchi Yehuda, Ves Asmos Sarav, Ves Asmos HaKohanim, Ves Asmos HaRabim, Ves Asmos Yoshim Shani Kivrayim, V'shat Chum V'shamayim V'yarech V'chotza Hashem Sha'avam, V'ashah Abdul V'ashah Alkoh HaCharem. Amrulay Ranach V'lo Yischa. So again, so that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general. It's not a new thing that there's animosity from our neighbors towards us, right? Like what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like why do we have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come. And they incite people, and that's how ultimately against the march against each other. It's incredible. We'll say now, we want to switch it back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm going to not go to Yisrael. Mishmir and the say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Tasi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is in smoke? When is he coming? So the Gemara, Amalei Man Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach, Bar Nafli, call his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei, yes, he is. Sid Hayomahu. Akira, let's say, top of Tzadik, 997.8. Akira, Sukas, Tzadik, and no Paras. Let's say it's incredible. Let's see all I will lift up, slowly again, I will rebuild. Sukas, Tzadik, and no Paras. The fallen Sukkah of Gabriela, a reference to the base of the Pesach, says that we have Sukkah, Tzadik, and no Paras. Malchut Sheit David, Mahafi, Kali, Mashiach, Hayafi. So that's interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkah's David Elofalas is not to be finished. Because Sukkah's David Elofalas is Davidic manna. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately again, is the restoration of Davidic manna. That's why Mashiach is called Dar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. That's what it is. It's something to redeem yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Gogu, yes, I know some other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's doing is to restore Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Salah and Fast right? So that's what like there's sometimes the greatest abode in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and then rebuild it again, you're going to put that what they were is sometimes the greatest abode. So that's what we do everything that he has. We're going to take able to take the pieces. I like to give a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuilt it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Incredible, Bar Nafli. Which I listen, that tells us also, so in ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? It's all about Shiva. What does it mean to be full about Shiva? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to help you over the Yochanan. George was this really incredible Gemara over here. George Ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Nisati. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we're doing two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic redemption. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Moshe ben David, the generation that comes outside, that the Mashiach will come, Tamidi Chacham Nismati. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There's fewer Tamidi Chachamim. So the fewer Tamidi Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. The sorrows, terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. Shavua Sheben David Bar, the year, or Shavua usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom Shalom is Kayim Miklazeh. So we'll say, this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom Shalom is Kayim Miklazeh. The entirety of the Achaz will undo. Some cities will have food, other cities will have. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'av, Gogol, Mesim, Anoshim, Noshim, Betaf, the Chassidim, Anshe, myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Chassidim, Anshe, myself, great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas, Yiram Dal. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, Revius in the 4th year, Sova Ve'ina Sova. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Bechamish in the 5th year, Sova Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the Shosim is smoothing. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from that. Torah wants to come back. Maybe B'shishis Kolos, in the 6th year there'll be sound. Rashi says over here, B'shishis Kolos, Yotzu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? So the people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shvius Kolos in the 7th year war, which could mean Gog and Magog. The Mosei Shvius Ben David Ba. And the Mosei Shvius, right, at the end of that 7th year, in year number 8, that's when Mashiach. So this is a description, the description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. Rabbi Yossi says, 1 second, how much Shvius the Havakim V'lo Asa? Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, what you just described the year, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of prophecy. Like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. But I don't understand yet, Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, B'shishis Kolos, B'shishis Mechamos Mi Havak. So basically, was it every year 6? We're all put again in the middle into the Mashiach. And in year 7 of the worst, did that order ever happen? But furthermore, what Abai responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way it was described? The answer to that, this is from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. This says, Darsha ben David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yerizmus. This is so. You have 6, but also, which is still here, so many characters. Before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual flow. Now, I'll just put this out. We'll see this more clearly later. But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. Mashiach comes almost like when things hit rock bottom, and then there's no choice but to redeem us, or he dances something you can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. Just frame as we go on with the so we go really says, Joshua ben David, the very same in which Mashiach comes, Beis Hadad Yerizmus. The Lord said, Beis Hadad is the Beis Hamedrash. The Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. Because there will be no time to supplement. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty spaces, and bunch of measures that we carry like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from What are they used for? Use immorality. So once again, children have a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yechram, the north will be destroyed. The Hagadol Yesham, and ultimately again, Rashi says over here. Rashi says the Hagadol Yesham also means other that's the place. Means that the Anshe before you still in the year, people who live in the border cities. Because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you only the Chachmas and they won't find any mercy. But Chachmas, Hasof, and Tisach, the wisdom of the religious only will become putrid, no one will decay. The Yirei hate will assume people who fear sin will be despised. Or as well say, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon.
Just doing it, brother. Nothing with your nights on, your fucking nights. You don't even know. Until the next
MS will not be found. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become one.
I got it.
You
want to know? Y'all want to know what up? I gotta pick up. Whoa.
Ultimately again,
Look at this. Are you? Do you? Legend, right?
Anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says, "Mishtala ala bios, kala olam omi alav shomtadu, no mishtala." So there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater crowd of Israel. Rava said as follows. So I said this is a tremendous thing. Right? Rava says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Doesn't listen to the statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And Rava is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rava is saying, I want to point out that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rava says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, this Rav Tavos said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. Supposed to listen to this story. Now this Rav Tavumi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta Shem. This is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. What was the name? Gemara says, "V'lohava mishane b'digurayu, v'lohava misinchim hasam below zmane." So I say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What is that? No one died before their time. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old age was dead, and they died like that. So what happened? Just Yumi said, I think this place I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. The CB is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. Just left the museum. I was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Tarfa Adasha. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door and asked me, is your wife home? Now, Rav Tavini felt, Lav Orach Ara, Amrla, Lasahaha. but I really felt it wasn't seen as the same my wife is washing her hair. Right? She's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. Two sons passed away. Also, she's actually coming. I'm my high. So the townspeople came up here and said, what is this? Or this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So Rafalini realized what ended up happening was, yes, he lied. He lied. Now, granted, he lied for good reason because we were taking it together. So I felt he was unrelated. They said to him, the Makus Samina, Kuk me Asrin, Rotagri Bohu, Yisma Bakana. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our house. Wasn't a lovely story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta before, I don't know how many people are there, right? That's fine. You choose maybe like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit to certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David, Joshua ben David Bach was there once again. Scripture of the Messianic generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in, the word says, the young will embarrass the old. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. Someone says there's going to be like this sense of like generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Bas Krambi, a daughter will rebel against the mother. The Kalabeth Hamisa, a daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this in Surah Umorah, even in Surah Umorah, he steals the money from his father, but where does he leave the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rishos wine? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that the son has, because of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. Let's say first why I tell you. When he says, Dorsha ben David Val, Azus Tirba. Azus means, I don't know what the English word for Azus is. Brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yaves. Gaiba, Rashi says. So you have to zeh yakar covered. So there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes. But wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? So the vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually turns out to what that means, there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even though there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one should rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see that there are these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. Support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Ba, Asher Tzabek Kalamachus Luminous. So Ben David married Mashiach, who can come literally again to the entire market, the entire government, turns to heresy. Amar Rabba says, what's the pasuk? Kulo Hafaf Lavan Tahahu. So it's interesting. It's a little bit of a prayer saras. Whatever the saras, because the entire body turns white. The entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. That society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Ki yadin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, כי אז לא סייד זה office הצבא הזאת, אין בין דוד בוס, דורמה, sorry, Mashiach only comes, at Shiyirbu Hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, I will say, of Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, so there's nothing to be coming, but there's nothing to be coming. Ultimately, again, there's no one to start calling themselves to the right path. Ramal says people give over the gist of this. You have all of this together, and once again, we paint the picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Until there's poverty. Actually says this is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of efforts being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope and redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Hutler, the Yachol, in Chomet Hutler, Rabbi Zera, was in fashion with that day. Rabbi Zera, you have a mashkich rabban and an askidei. So we're going to talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zera would find groups of rabbanim trying to figure out the date of messianic arrival. Most of it is moving on the days. A lot of rabbanim spending a lot of time, concerned time, when is Mashiach coming? When is it happening? Whenever Rabbi Zera would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm in the road. You might two suffering in the Lo tirchakucha. He said, please do not believe the arrival of Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this? This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop looking for them. The most is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzia, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So that's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, supposedly, again, the scorpions work out, she points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia. So that we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you're just minding your business, doing your thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. In other words, if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? And this is so profound. The Gemara thing is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. In other words, sometimes the Gemara is saying, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And we think about just even on Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I this? All the things to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? Let's just talk about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to know when Mashiach is going to come. Also, two schools of thought. So we've got the world is 6,000 years old. So we'll say, everybody knows this, but this is where we all speak on this. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, we'll say, society, the way that the world is structured to work is, the world is, will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's remember you have tomorrow? Then what happens? So it's like you've been running 1,000 years, never again. What happened? They're given wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can work brought back by Tes and Nisan. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. Abai Amar Trey Chalom. Abai says, look, the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. Shene'emar Yichayinu Miyomayim. And what Shishi Kuleb and Achas of the Yalafon. Tanya Kavasi Yalafon. The vice that supports us, Kumar says, Shim Shashlius. Mishnah Meta Shema Achas Zayin Shayim. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. Kaha Olam Mishamit Alef Shana Shiva Apayim Shana. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, it's like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So it's interesting, by the way, that often think that also the Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. So you want reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There'll only be after the Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer Mizmor Shil Yom HaShabbos V'Yom Shekul HaShabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul HaShabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer Ki Hashem Beinecha Kom Esmo Ki Avar Tan Be'Elio Sheishes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospect. Right, the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. There wasn't even Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Apayim. Shnei Alafim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You must say now, again, we see this, we're like, and that's us. That would put us. Right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi Zayin of Israel, you said, we about our Seinu, Sherabu, Yatso Mehem Mashiach. Also, this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatso Mehem Mashiach. When I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu mehem mashi yatsu. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated all about this. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life we can't reverse a lot of the damage that's been done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to go. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be the most ocean. That's what it was supposed to be. So because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehem Mashi Yatsu. I'm going to look at the Yoga Dibuda. Achod Rav Salah Hasidah. This is Eli Navi talking. That is Eli Navi. Eli Navi says to Dibuda, Eina Olam, Havos Mishmonim Bechamishi Yovos. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he says, yo, if he lost all the cycles, because Mashiach comes at the beginning or the end of that global cycle. Oh, my, and you're there. Elio says, I don't know. Does the global cycle finish or not? Oh, no, they ain't. Elio said, I don't know. We'll say that, by the way, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Elio, he's the one going down to the level of Mashiach. So we'll say, Elio says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole Ruba that no one knows except for the Baruch Shalom. Why, by the way, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on bread, but to focus so much more on what? When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Eliyahu doesn't know, I'm too late to figure out. So if I can't figure out then what I need to be hyper focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Eliyahu? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. The more goes like this. Rav Ashi says, Rashi says over here, I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, you can't start waiting for him. Let's say again. But what I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there isn't no predetermined time. There may be a, what's the word? Like a defined end date. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival to our spiritually meritorious behavior. Remember, like the Shalach, like Rav Hanabal Takriva Rav Yosef. Rav Hanabal, this is Rav Yosef. Matzasi Adam Yachal, listen to this. Ubiyado Mikila Achos, Suva Ashur Shalosh Yachal. So Rav Hanabal Takriva said like this, I found this guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and Lashon Kodesh. And it said, "V'amarti lo, minayin lo zu." From where, right? So "Amarti lo, zu minayin lo." Where do you have this scroll from? Amrali l'chayalos shalom miniskat. You know, I traveled with the Roman soldiers. Within Ginsei Roman Mitzasiya, they found this scroll amongst the hopeful treasures of Rome. Rome took this in Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. The passing by, and I found this always great message. לאחר דלת אלפיים ומאתיים ותשעים וארבע שנה ביותר של עולם, יצאו מהן מקומות קודמים, שהעולם העולם נמצא. After 4,000, right, after 4,291 years, העולם יתמות, the world will cease to exist, okay? Mehan, Zimar says, Mehan Milchamos Kanimud. Some of those years will be wars of hasty features. Mehan Milchamas Golgumaro. Some of them will be Golgumaro. Ushar Yimos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. And from Sarah Mechadish Esalomo, Allah Achar Shivas Al-Hayim Shana. And Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, since we go with the motif, 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Tov Avo, and then a restarting of the universe. After 5,000 years, so we must it's Tanya Rabbi Nassim, Omer Rabbi Nassim says, Mikra Zeh Nokid Yoret Atzahom. The following passage ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the passage? He owed Chazon Lamoed, the Yafak locates Lo Yechazon. Im Yismamea Chakelo, Kibo Yovo Lo Yachar. So I say, so again, this is an incredible passage from Habakkuk. So I'll say, let's translate the passage and then we'll interpret it. He owed Chazon Lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. Yafak locates Lo Yechazon. The end will come and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here we go, let's say. What Karab is saying, Shay Darshan ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Like he says over here, ad Idan Idni Upala Gidni. Even Hagalo shall resign the $100 base, even customers spending the day's meals, the body be done. So let's say, from like the Rabbanon who say that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous galus. The low previous small Dorish have helped them lachem dima, vatashkima b'dima'os shlish. And that's like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? Rashi says over here, vatashkima b'dima'os shlish, k'lomar, eshkos with my brother, k'gos l'galus v'adol, shlish galus adam kikan galus. This is what is referring to over here. These other Rabbanon. Right, the Rabbanon themselves and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time when Mashiach comes. The halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, shehayadorish od achas ma'as. V'ani marish eshalaynes aras. So as I said, it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right, Rabbi Akiva also gives the calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shivim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Hanishim Shtayim, Malchus Ben Koziva, Shtei Shanim Umat. So let's say, what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what it sounds like is, the first base of Mikdash is 70 years. Second base of Mikdash, Malchus Shnia, Hanishim Shtayim, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Koziva, our quote we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So what does that mean? The Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that we don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea what Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. And that's what he's saying over here. But in the first base of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael. Like we were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. You know, goes like that. My Yapach like this late. I said, what does it mean by that? Or Yonasan, Tipech, Asman, Shamakashi Koshin. That'll be again, the bones should break, the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. As I say, that is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. Show your own room. What happens to those who go ahead and try to calculate the Mashiach's going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then the Mashiach doesn't come. What do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, what says the Ella? What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Even if we believe, just wait. Shema Tomar, maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? He's going to be back. Midas Hadin. We'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says God is not yet considering a Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Midas Hadin Ma'akeres. If justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says the Kabbalah says. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting. What does this mean? That there's reward. First of all, tremendous techama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. God wants to see Mashiach. But the inside again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward is when you wait for someone and you want it back? It builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make these actions. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach from Yirah B'Yameinu.
Is that the guy that crossed over to the U.S.
imported illegally. Where the big tough guy Joe couldn't kick him out himself on a midship. Yeah, you know what? A secret, not to throw any aspersions or whatever. I hope I said it wrong. Aspersions or whatever it is, but does kind of sound like one of those things where someone gets canceled and they have a secret, kind of like the door that closes.
Okay, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to faith. Our annual Kamatoa sponsor, or Top Shin Pei, the person Mishpacha, is dedicated all the children's records this year. As it's a plus, for the same service all around Israel. Our current sponsors for the month of August, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, family, Joseph Hakohen, Yazid Yadin, and Bernie family's memory of Mr. William Zinn, Zeb Shmuel, and his son, the Holy Bracha, William sponsors, Nate Babama, a memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Alawa, the Holy Bracha, and our Gatuni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane March, the memory of Matt's father, Charles March, Ben Mordecai, the Holy Bracha, the marriage of our Kamatoa, all of the Shabbos area, the families in the tunnel, all those who need to Shabbos in the tunnel from Israel. His Baruch Hu should bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful for Chol Maaseh Day. Let us begin, and a special welcome back, and we continue with Dr. Schwartz, Baruch Haba, His Baruch Hu should continue to give you the floor, and let us show you this week. It's good to have you back. Listen, guys, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got the story, lesson, messages, everything rolling through it has a little bit of halacha as well. And also with that, let us begin. Today's Dr. Sabbath Bob, 96. You have to be up in on the bottom of side the page on the days 95. We also are here today, but we have Kedusha Mazel Tov to our beloved father, and I've got your member, Reb Aaron Elbaum. I got by, I've got the only killer. I'm talking over here, that's longingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, so I told him the process, and I was up to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Okay, well, let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of, please up, Sabbath 96, we are picking up on Sabbath base, 95B, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I love you at home. But the Bible says as follows.
Guys are ready for your second round of picks, so go ahead, right up there. You're already
And
going.
only because also the extra one. As the person that said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It's it. By the way, you got to Hashem, the Tyler has Sura, very now, the Malach Asher Salosh, is saying like, well, you forget what luck is just. Yes, it's never close to person. The person says, on that day, and to the upper, the almost should only do a haircut. They cut the beard, they cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So you know, so also teacher people, you even like the Gabra Saba. So remember again, Sanhedrin is being defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffering humiliating defeat. Not even at the hands of this girl. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of his father, which is this ridiculous event that wiped down his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So we're going to show here to him as an old man. But the Gabra Saba. On the way, he also took out an alpha Israel. Malcolm Israel Lamaida. The Isaiah of the Benai of the Kadisini, my Amato, so the old man, Holy Baruch Hu, right, comes to Sanhedrin, he says, hey, but you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all the things. Remember, there's Sanhedrin raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. So Sanhedrin says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I do have that fear that what am I going to say? I'm like, you know it. So Sanhedrin says to the old man, what should I do? The one says, President, or so we can do about this. Again, factually, things changed. Sanhedrin was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy who just met. I can see this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice.
What a good move. Oh, he fucked up. Volkanovski, if you lose, you had his ass.
You should really change. Actually says so it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanhedrin, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. Is there, and you go home, no one's gonna bother you. All right, the night issue, so how should I change? I'm gonna say, I see this girl, that's like that. Go get a pair of scissors, I'll give you a haircut. I'll give you a haircut, we'll change your pants over. Don't say, I'm trying to point out fully go on. What a profound Gemara. And this is such the training of this is incredible. Because almost and you really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sankhara is in trouble. What does Sankhara realize? Sankhara realizes the way I'm living right now, like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I must say, we all have those critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sankhara has that critical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to a man, the man says, you can change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And once you know it's so often it happens when it comes to change, say, hey, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Oh, you want to take a haircut. Listen, so crazy, right? We have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And instead of affecting the real change, you affect cosmetic change. So imagine, you really should change a little bit. You like that hairstyle really should change a little bit. Like, much for me. But you understand, right? Like, in other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and listen, that's the point out. That's what's happening with Sankhara. So we see this come out a little bit more. Sankhara suffers this humility in his feet. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humility in his feet. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are ones who are often the most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm gonna get a haircut, you see. So Sankhara just know that the other things to get a haircut from. I'm gonna let you so the icy.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. Oh yeah, George. Let's talk about George for a second. So there's been a lot of misinformation. George did not get fired at the time. Was asked,
This is a tremendous setup over here. Now, look, you come into the house, and you'll feel like people. All the talking Kashi stuff. They were grinding Kashi. She actually says that we are doing
something else.
They hits. They come back here. They're grinding this up. So I'm going to come to this bar. So there's this kind of the Kashi. So this is okay. There's no such thing about this piece of scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the beginning of date kits with us. Okay, work a little bit, we'll give you these scissors. Talk on Chad gives you, Gotcha. So, a lot of them start off. So here, ground up the dates, right? And the date when we're doing this, we also have a limit to Mr. Haskell. This is Sankhara, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And also, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation. When a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's something that I've been used to that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So sometimes now it's the thing that facing the people back home. I need to get a haircut, you need to pay a scissors, you take blind date kits, you're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. So you must have to also so by the time I got back with the scissors, so the old man already came dark. I'm going to I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is responsible, which is just I can't get a haircut in the dark. So give me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I see you know, but how did the Kanafa play after the new and the beginning? So what happened?
That's actually good.
Also got very tricky. So as I was doing that in the fire, his beard touched fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. I'm the end of the sin. The Games has offered his back. This is what people say. Grisala Arma Shapirei. This is the Yuga of the Dikir and the Sabbath School from the day. And so this gives this apparently the famous adage. Rashi says in the Grisala Arma Shapirei. When I can turn it as Aramoi, the hood of Gaino, Havalash was a Gaino. If you go ahead and you set fire to around you and you like it, you can also go ahead and sing his beard. It will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you can use that what you want, right? I don't know anything on it, right? And so once again, yeah, it's one second. It's talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person can be on the top of one moment and literally be at the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sankheiros, I think the Sankheiros come up a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to build. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, so now it's just a Sankheiros. When you have that Sankheiros, whatever you need to do, also there's something in life when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think we see in terms of here, to his credit, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here, let's look how you think in his co-host. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You've got to be able to move into whatever life throws your way, and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, Moshe is incredible. So Sankheiros is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's mostly incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. From Noah's table. That was say, by the way, geographically, you know that remember in the table is kind of, what's the word? Yeah, landy, is it? Dot, I don't know if it's dots per se. Grounded. It's like a Russian, like when it washes ashore, whatever. Dot, grounded, it stopped. Right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically, works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plank from Noah's table. This is incredible. Just to understand, this is quite a day. For Sankheiros. He ran into a Kadosh Baruch Hu, and once again, I want to point out, when an Olam Shem Olam appears to Sankheiros, you understand what that means? You understand what that means? Because again, Sankheiros, interestingly enough, remember, it was like we saw last week, Sankheiros was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went out to Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was unthankful. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But he respect. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personality. See, not HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Baruch Shalom. Yes, he finds a place in North Seva. How much? So I was on that ball. He used to do it. All right? I'm going to his name is North Yitzhak. And he said, this is the great God. He saved Noah from the flood. All right. And so I God was not going to change the note. So Sankheiros says, if I go unsuccessful, in other words, if I go and ultimately am able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Because it was a huge to me, he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual thing itself. Anyway, he pledges to God to offer up his two sons. Well, I was going to imagine, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And therefore, they continued. They told him, Sankheiros was assassinated by his own sons. Sankheiros is worshiping Yitzi, and as he's worshiping his own sons go ahead and And you know, say, by the way, it's also interesting, you know, when you think about this imagery, Santeria was trying to hold on to a plank from Noah's table. So when it says the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noah's table and was saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Noah Habarshan, right, was held onto the table and was saved. So let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is like you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. Even here, Santeria is always the tragedy of Santeria. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, it's like he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? You could be my leg for example. Like I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this cuts a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, you know, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that immediate change, to be able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So we're by Chalikali and Lila. So the Pasuk says, I would say switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admavim. Now this is in Spain, the issue is one battle of the 4 kings against the 5. It's 4 to keep the 5, Avin goes to war against the 4. And the Pasuk says, literally again, the little translation is, it split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked the 4 kings. I'm going to be open on. Also, Malach and Daniel, the Avram light. There was actually an angel who was helping Adonai to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla Abba together. And these are not taught. Rabbi Yitzchak Nashka says Sha'asibino Meisa Laila. But ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars actually fought on behalf of Laila. They actually did battle. Not on behalf of, they fought together alongside Avram. And Shamayim, some will call it Sisya. The words of the mouth of the blacksmith, the Yitzchak's mouth are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bainach. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, like the Shlokish chooses the Yitzchak was idea when the stars went wrong, but the fingers who Avnah wrote against the 4 kings. Those are just point out about how we've mentioned this many times during the Shas. You know, why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak, but Yitzchak not? Okay, so simple answer is because there is more than one, is more than a Yitzchak. There's a deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think, so if you have a profession, that's like pure and becoming an upstairs on coffin. And what is that Torah? So what does the general to be a blacksmith, you can be a regular Torah. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You don't have to work for money. That's just the way that it is. But that's the thing that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what you could become, even though we all have day jobs. Na'ir dov ad dan, so let's end again. The Pasuk said, I'm going to pursue them, the 4 kings up until dawn. So what happened in Dan, Yochanan Kibbutz, Shabbat also decided at dawn, Pasha Shokal. So when Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of dawn, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? He always been a bona shasivan la'avon avodah zarah b'dan, because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship avodah zarah in Dan. So because the Elohim's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasan Esa Echad b'Beisel, Esa Echad Nasan b'Dan. He's actually referring to you love them the rock. We spoke about this last week also. Know that about the first king over the split kingdom, Reuben Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, like 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of God. It's incredible. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, the last Indian's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah, his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Bizarre also, we're not strengthened until they got to done Shne, man, they done Mishma Nefras Susa, or Zera, Abagad Yishala, 30 years in the season, and what's the year for this? So with the following message was given by the Uber to say that Bizarre Bizarre Shishaka for also. I will say, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or was it sometimes the person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it is just part of getting old, be careful with a Chacham who forgot his learning. Even though he doesn't necessarily have to recall, that learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us tremendous life lesson as well. How we Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we receive. This is a very important person, especially for us, Dr. A lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Shakti is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Shakti is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I do. Right. But something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What's the now, again, the answer to that is another one. So what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to that's the concept of God. You know that. I don't say in addition to that. The power of Torah is what it does to you as a person and does to you as someone that has nothing to do with your person. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word from the story, it changed me. So you know what it says? You have to come talk about something who forgot to learn. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore again it's either Torah protection and that's the show them. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has implicated on his neshama fundamentally changed. Furthermore, these are the reasons. Also, look at the reason. So the interesting how I learned in the last cycle of training the other ones, when you check the bird, they check Opos, there was a blood vessel that lies next to the esophagus. And the focus of having that organ used as part of food, but you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drains the animal blood faster. That's what it's breathing. You know what it says? Resolve a region, can you reach the other people? There's a watch this. Resolve the great animals. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen takes a Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. You know what I'm saying? This is an astounding remark. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's on Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here, children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz. Now, children of ignorant people, never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Like a person grows up in a homeless parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they want to put ignorant. Just means they don't know Torah per se. So that's the issue. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lan Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehen takes it over Yisrael. Because those that are coming are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share, you have to smile about how they want to see examples of what's the pshat. What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact for Am Yisrael. Not the children, the children whose fathers are coming from the grandfathers when they tell what's the pshat. This, I think, is a very simple yesod. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they do not receive growing up. The push, like the commitment and resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it, don't necessarily have
It's over, baby.
and they can ultimately be contributions.
Look at this athleticism. KPCC Christian.
That's right. Sorry, not because it just over what others. It's an incredible idea. So, you know, and you notice at the end, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because they sit interested in the world, going on in the world, they sit interested in the world. We put so much primacy and importance on ethos. Ethos, like, this was ethos, this was ethos. And ethos is wonderful. Ethos is wonderful. And ethos is beautiful. It's fantastic. We come from, we all have beautiful ethos. The best ethos in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, but just understand it's often those who do not have the distinguished stories of like but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people ultimately again who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. Once the society say, all right, somebody was telling me.
I performed in an arena over there in the round. Everybody knows.
Really didn't have its same standing. Post-high school yeshiva. Why? This was the last. Still without. Like what? Without. So you know, without. Everybody grew up, you know, like a little bit more modern, and nothing, and then you feel much more without. So first of all, I said, so you know, people that we want to emulate, right? When you say without, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow, somebody's fighting with loss. And then chose more. That person is a savage to the savage. Like that person is on a pedestal. That person made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more. Even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up. Even though perhaps they didn't. Maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is. But they decided to want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zakisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place and start to accomplish yourself. We throw it Be careful with the children of Amir Aretz. You think that the young is not. As sometimes even the most of the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth. And instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are people who are fucking incredible. So this is So we all here is asking, also the part of this possible we're going to focus on over here. The part of this possible we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the marshal like this. Marshal Adam, sorry. My husband, what was his back to the already? Yes, like lying, Sabi al-Lutar, his brother as a Susan Ba'aret Shalom Atabatea, they pass out the Gola Yaidu. What does this mean? Marshal Adam Echad, Shalom Yochel, and he wrote to go by ourselves from Susi. So those things are much. Listen to this. Here's a guy. The guy claimed that he can run faster than anything. You even run faster than horses. I can run 3 power cells. I won't say power cells a lot of area. I can run 3 power cells. Right? And I can even outrun horses. They did say I'm 9. Right? I can even run in the swamp. Obviously, no part of running in the swamp. So what happened? Is Daniel Radu Yafot. So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglan is a runner. Rats the front of people within the Abasha Vinira. And this runner, the human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the Malach Nevach, we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, You certainly can't outpace. You certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you really can't outpace him because you're by girls. So the most about shot count, and if you can't outpace him on 5 men, you certainly can't outpace anything on the score. So after, so to you, Yumio. So to Yumio, so let's say, what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yumio is that you don't understand the ways of Akash. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. Not the stuff out of the seals. ששילמתי לעושה רשע, שרץ אחר כבודי, אחר כביו, כאשר שבו We're going to see certain slowly. So you know, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed this Vanessa to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, we look at it, got the reward of 4 seals, so 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the rewards that we can not about for taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shirotzi, Lefanah, Kesusim, Alakas, Kama, Kama. So you look at also took 4 steps, was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. You're going to see that story just a little bit. So you guys are good sick, and you and you wish you go to wish by the people to be stuck. Most I used to be sugar, but the people of the world, they're certainly a given culture. Now, the hand up says, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What steps? What's that story? Because you know the story. They say, but Isa is Shala, Meruda, the Ladon, and the Ladon never follows for. So what happened that Meruda, the Ladon, that was his name, then the Ladon, son of the Ladon, tried to see what the king of Baba sent a letter. There wasn't the rest of the puzzle is he sent a letter to Castillo because the Castillo was ill and then he was healed. You must understand, you come up to Castillo and because of the start in Mincha. So the man says, because Castillo got sick, so this king, the king of Baba, Meloda, the Ladon, sent a letter and he gave Castillo what's going on here. If you want to king, you just as much as fire. You know, the Milo, that's how you are. Yes, because the Ladon Meloda, or the Meloda Ladon, was very interested because he said that this year was no miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I've got to find out about this guy, Castillo. What's his story? What's the miracle? Listen to this. No, also, you should make people, because this is about it. I thought, I'm going to go to the second, I was also thinking, I'm going to go to the idea. We're going to see this year, we're going to do Paracafé. It's going to be a thing like I concentrate on just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. It's something that's worthy of that. So what happened? All I know is the next more Achas. They do the Achas. Who's Achas? Where's Achas? Achas was the father of Castillo. Achas was a tremendous Russia. And the day that Achas died, 6 souls fell out. Because his father was shortening his age and everything, caused his son to set after 2 hours. Now why do you do that? You do not want Achas to use out, you do not want Achas to be carried properly. So you dramatically went ahead and caused the day, caused the son to set the trouble. So what happened? So the Gemara says, that he called it this deal, he thought, Jewish people are not as a strong unit. And this is kind of when Castillo was healed, so also the identifiers about who returned to those kind of trials. That's how beautiful this is. And when Castillo was healed, they had extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So he was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Meloda, Meloda, ultimately the sun is 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana has a shiny because we could see who we should as Sel and Malos, as Shayad and Malos, after the Shem Shakonis, as well as the nation of Shemesh and Shamalos, the Malos and Shayad. I want to know how. So Meloda Palagan, then what is this? I'm going to skill Kalash. So the skill was ill, he became healed, and Abakshani Rosham gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so he was Amar, he could grab a key high, the Loba Inu, which is really Shalma. So it's incredible. So Meloda Palagan said, listen, and there is a man like this, who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for Rosh Hashanah. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, you gotta get to know a man like this. But he wants his customer to listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Israel. Here it is. Shemar says, Chazulei, Shalom Amata Chizkiah, Chizkiah unto Chizkiah, Shalom Lekarta Yisrael, right? Peace unto Yerushalayim, Shalom Le'arokar Rabba, peace unto the great God, peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladan Rabba. So Nebuchadnezzar, now everyone said, this is when Nebuchadnezzar was young. So all his job, he was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He comes back, he finds out that Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. I'm like, well, tell me what was the letter that was written. I'm like, they told me letter. I'm like, are you saying, okay, so you can't say the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? He says, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great king Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the person doesn't make sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. Let's say, but this is Nebuchadnezzar. I'll be so. Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, Yahaisus, right? Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiah. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So it's like, eventually, because like that, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? I'm related. He said to him, let's say you've seen this expression before, that literally again, literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that, so if you have the good idea, execute. Don't come, you're a basket full of good ideas. Good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be done? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So it's this. Choose credit. Runs after the courier. Runs back, right? To the right, I don't see us as he took 4 steps. Also, Gabriel stopped him. Some of your the money was what I know that you do the higher factors in interest. It was what was the Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Rizal throne. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future progress against God's son. So that's what we said before. In the split of the outer seals, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written and didn't find enough influence of his father. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against tremendous power of God's son. And had the mouth of him not stopped him very long, he was because he said, was the absolute decision. That was amazing. Some said, it's interesting to see us. Successful. So the net has one of these stories so that what you're saying can be learned. So what you see is so just on the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. And it's great. I'm making people and I have all my ideas, oftentimes I'm categorized in anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to somewhere else. And then as long as someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to Nebuchadnezzar has this insight that the king cannot be more after the courier. Again, if he's the sofa to the king, that's a pretty important position. He couldn't have someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decided to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't look for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. You know what like the brother, my baladon ben baladon. So he goes back over here to this king of us, I was trying to point out here. This king is the king of Baba before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name is Merodach Baladan ben ben Balada. What's the spell? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Balada ben Balada? Listen to this. Amri, Balada Ma'Abba. Balada was his father. Balada, the father was king. What happens? Yishtari Abi Bahavi Kikalva. And apparently, it's some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. But it's, again, I know the dog caucus and goes, it's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Okay, you couldn't see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, so the word says that he already looked like a dog. So his face became the coin. He can't be king. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Yehoiada becomes king. How do you sit there? How do I suppose it's actually very beautiful. So his son Yehoiada becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covered, his father gave him as his own. So this is coming to a father in his this is what it means when it says the son will honor a father, and it's son will That's pretty strange, which is interesting to see. So the example that Chazal want to bring on this puzzle. The example of here talking about the idea of Balad and Ben Balad. There are a lot of other examples of people like that. But it's interesting to see that they choose this one. But so the Abbot of the what he had to see, when the Kodesh of the Mishnah Son of the Mishnah, Shas Mishon and Rafi Hamazan, Paul, not Paul, Father of Israel, not a Palafi, Father of Israel, Father of Israel. Yisrael has been Hashem as his So the example, who is the example of the servant who revealed his master? The servant who revealed his master was Yisrael. That was the old tradition back. Zara was his path. Zara was a bloodthirsty man. He's giving a permission to God and have a you speak about having Zara. Because it's just destroyed. Something destroyed all the empires of the world. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. You know, the Misalik of Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, but see, Bayaru also another model, Riblasam. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was in Antioch. Like that's what he was. So how did it say? How did it say that Nebuchadnezzar was like 96 feet? That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar filled with the from his child. He thought that he was only before his king. Another thing is that he had so much leverage when Nebuchadnezzar so much leverage that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So you know, Rabbi says as follows. So they now dropping back a little bit. The initial attack on Yerushalayim. It says, Toy Tzvas Neo Kundaisa Nanda, the Tanzala, the Shah. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 axes. Axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. And all the axes broke, trying to break down the one thing that Yerushalayim. when it wasn't so long before I don't know what happened. So
I can't do it. I always
it's
tell my
right. So in other words, everybody wants to say
back kids, short kids,
now, we come to the sharpest axes. Now that they cut to metal, and all of them break from one drawing behind that does not over. So the design is ready to turn around.
Hey, don't worry, I've been lied to. I've been here many times before. The girl of the world. Understand, I don't need your love. I don't need your hand. I know I kill you. Drink, then be gone. And then drink prepared. And you're gonna carry on. But minute by minute by minute by minute, I'll be going on. I'll be going on. I keep holding on. Oh, baby. You will stay just hold me down. We'll go away.
So ultimately, again, this time for the base of the
saw that and I just stopped.
I
hate it close to bedroom
a
door.
lot of times
Okay, so the angle, sure. Let's see. Straight on. No matter how you look at it, I was fucking
What are these stairs going to?
And even when he's paying, and even when he's suffering the loss, it only contracts to Trump. Now, on one hand, it's crucial because a lot of the fuck is this fast. On the other hand, it is ironically enough, a street only because it was not something policies to it's political policies which means that we both want to choreograph so you must come down and say you're resolved, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There is one axe left. One axe left.
There is something, yeah, they're like kind of the same feel.
So now it's interesting. The seller is very smart now. So that Witzar realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Santorin and be like that by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He doesn't hit the sharp part. He hits the
Hide from you, can't you have it? Baby on the run, I've been on the run. You're the only one. I'm living on my own. Somehow that sounds right. You think I'm your fool? Well, maybe it's alright. I've lived it. I'll be holding on. I'll be holding on. You should spend your life with someone. You could spend your life with someone. I give you holding on.
Here's a club. Whatever the plan is,
This is the primary measure of what an incredible view of the ground of every single morning. It is observatory. This is the imagine having breakfast in this beautiful the tallest residential building in the world. I'm show you what you can
So what does he do? He gathers up the abundant rabbinic leadership, kills them all, but the blood didn't stop.
They wired down one shell, but that's not the one that says
he slaughtered them, blown up, and the blood did not stop. I see people doing a couple of blood
it's just right in the freaking
the blood did not stop up then. So he wants to add the tissue the other result. Until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough, and ultimately again the blood did not stop up there. Currently got that. So the design goes over to the blood and says, it's our society. So the Shebahan Iban. So it's only so the design says, Zakaria.
Basically, a little bit of my DNA on their through the process, getting to the end. Basically, I take this razor, stiff, slice it, I use a custom products and hours over several days to get to a finish that looks like this. Basically skim the top through the bottom through markets. The first thing is twigs, leaves, and any stones that
That means he comes in mud. Would you? Oh yeah, I'd be like, my boys are playing in Miami, Carolina, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Washington. They're playing some Meadowlands in New England, Buffalo. We're playing the whole fucking Eastern Seaboard with my boys. Really? Oh, and I got more where that comes from, baby. Really? Oh yeah, just give me a few seconds, baby. I'll be able to. Round two. What does that even mean? It means whatever you want it to. It means that you're coming in a bucket full of mud and then allowing NFL teams to fucking use it on the ball if you want.
Started, up here says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue in this road. Runs with everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Congress. On one side, he starts out over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zellers stories, and it says other great game, we have to touch on tomorrow. Doc, want to stop reading one side? Go ahead.
Oh no, good guitars. He's trying to make it a sad thing, dude.
Minute. Boom.
All right, well, it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheerful day. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Tosin Mishpacha, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as his bus from Soros Tavas Alavan. So our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Herman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the family of the returning sponsors, Nate Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Esther Bas Alonso, and our Tafloni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Elman Ben Mordecai, from the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Lav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who are pushed out and called Chali Yisrael. Hashem's Baruch Hu should inherit Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers who should be successful with all Maaseh Yadayim. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back to Schwartz. Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, continue to give you refuah. And here's Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you. We're going to have you back. As we'll say, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it for story, lessons, recipes, everything rolled into it. It's a little bit of halacha as well. Listen to that. Let us do. Take that to 96. Hashem. On the bottom of the side of the page on page 95B, and also it's not here today, but we have to wish another talk to our beloved Tzadar. I definitely remember that I have an Elbaum. Rabbi, definitely killer. Remember, we're sitting right over there. He's on 9 off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, Mishpacha, 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 the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, 95B. And we left off 4 lines up the bottom. I'm ready to have all. And the law says as follows. The Moli Mikra Kosa B'Yashalom. Had the Pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It says, Vayomahu, Yigalach Hashem B'Chari HaShiva, Bavinar, Gamelach Ashra Sarosh, Usar Raglayim, V'Gam Azokim Tispa. So this is more very close to that. It says, on that day, to the Yaakov, the Libono Shal Olam will get a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also picture of evil, they even make a Gavra Sabbath. Remember again, Sancheriv is being defeated. We saw that today already. They suffered humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Christian. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Israel. Just this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Bershom appears to him as an old man, but like a Gavra Sabbath. Amalei, he has listened to Malchus Mizrah. Malchus Mizrah Kamayra. The Aisinu, the Bnei, the Kadisinu, my Amr. So the old man, on his party, right, comes to Sancheriv. This is Sancheriv. You have to go back home. You have to talk to all the kings. Remember, Sancheriv raised future armies. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and chase all of those kings, whose sons, you can bring to the home, you battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say? You can say that. I don't know. Oh, God, but we're talking about marrying Russell. So Sancheriv says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I still have that thing. What am I going to say? So Sancheriv says to the old man, what should I do? Unless there's question, what's the thinking about this? Remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancheriv was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? Amalei. So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancheriv, listen to this. Amalei, Zil Vishani Nafshach. You should really change. You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinafshach, Shana Atzmacha Kedei Shal Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancheriv, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance. Somebody will say, so that probably go on. What if you found such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost elves. And we really like have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheriv is in trouble. What does Sancheriv realize? Sancheriv realizes the way I'm living right now, like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. It's like all of those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I'm so Sancheriv has that epiphanical moment. And he says, like, he says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change.
Follow from the other side.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea.
How should I to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done, but the last time you never seem to be home.
right, that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong emotional for me, but you understand, right? Like in other words, like we just instead of focusing on real change, historic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Any event. And I will say, by that, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat.
Hello from the outside.
Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to make an icy. So that's just a hair still there. I'm like, all about icy. So what happens? So it says the Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Oh, yeah, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim Charles hit me like a gap. Tremendous setup on here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding Kashes. Rashi says over here, Galini tomorrow. He was
did you ever make it out of that town?
So they're grinding this up. So I'm like, how was this spot? Just like here, this camera, can I borrow a pair of scissors? I'm like, so since here, most of them like scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind these scissors. Talk on the so a lot of them start so Safira does off. They gave him another tremendous. This is Safira. Right? Commander of the largest civilized world of time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation, failure humbles you. And desperation, when the person is desperate,
yeah, oh yeah,
you do whatever you have to
for sure.
Get job done. Isn't that incredible?
I'm gonna fuck with this, but no one cares.
So there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind bait picks. He's going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? He must adjust that shit. So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, the old man already came down. I'm going to ice me. Now the old man says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also ice me. So what happened? Also, guys, the so as Sancheriv was bringing back the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. The games are not going to express. I'm like, how about him? This is what people say. So this apparently the famous adage. Rashi says originally, you say the Arma v'Shaper Ba'adei, and Atamecharech es Haramoi, v'Huta Sheirot, Haverla Inchvizikeno. If you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean, and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you do with that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? And so nice again. The idea over here was like it's talking about also. I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And it was so.
Everybody knows the way you do, but you think you're not the way you are, baby.
You have to be able to go with it. You have to be able to think. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, this man suggests to Sancheriv, get a haircut, and get a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life when life doesn't go their way.
Everybody loves the things you do. Some way you talk.
They can't get over the fact that life never is like the way that I wanted it. They don't understand the power of repentance.
Everything I need here is watching
You know, you don't become to
Make it feel
the
like
largest army in the civilized world. It's just the way you got. So here, let's have a deep in this co-host. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the
and if I chance you're here alone.
grows your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember goes back to
Before I
finds a plane from Noah's table. From Noah's table. And what's the other geographically we know that remember
you look like a movie.
Kind of what's the word?
You sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this life. When this is the night that we must live.
See, he finds a plank from Noah's table. It's like, it's incredible.
No, this fucker in this mud.
Just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheriv. He ran into a
There's athleticism. Did you see that? I was like this, then I moved like this. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller. Rockefeller.
Interestingly enough, remember, it was like 2000 Sancheriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that
be exactly like we were before we realized sometimes just like a movie. It was just like a song.
Next, he finds a place from Noah's table.
I'm so scared of the case I feel. Nobody told me that you'd be here.
He said, "Oh, this is
you no mercy. Nothing you said when you left me. Still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. Photograph you in this life. Today's is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized her standing and all and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song.
That
was sick. Really? Was that good? Not better than I thought it would. Really? Yeah, but I still think like a motherfucker. So what do you want me to do about it?
And I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold onto a plank from Noah's
I
table.
like that. In the video, Adele's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Right, was held onto the
Yo.
was saved.
Action required. Out of storage. Yo, dog, it looks like it's fine to me. Yo, quit this shit.
Even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so.
Dog, I've got a shitload of. Oh no, I don't.
But just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? The Ribbon showed me, you could be my life preserver. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this come through a little bit, but yet, then he brings up offering his sons.
We'll get rid of some of this shit. Dog, I don't need this.
So close. So
Uninstall. I never wanted that.
To be able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So when it's by Chalik Ali and Laila, Scuba Vadava Yakesh. So the Pasuk says, let's say switching gears here for just a moment. This is Admarinu. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the.
I don't want a bunch of this shit. But I never asked for it.
Goes to war against the four. So the Pasuk says, by Chalik Ali and Laila, Uva Avadav Vayakesh. But literally, again, the literal translation is they split the night, Abram and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the 14s. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach Shenizdamin, the Abram Laila Shmo. It was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horageder. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says, Sha'as imo maisa Laila. But ultimately, again, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, right? The stars actually fought on behalf of Avram Avinu. They actually did battle, not on behalf of Avram. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar min shamayim nilchamu ha'kochavim nimsila. Some call it Sisra. The words of the Nafka, the blacksmith, Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, you like Rish Lakish chooses Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka's idea. And the stars went to war with Avram Avinu against the 14s. Let's just point out here how we've mentioned this many times in our journeys in Shas. You know why does the Gemara need to call Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than one Rabbi Yitzchak. I'll say the deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my pitur from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara? By the way, to be a blacksmith, to be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. We all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Well, lest you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. So let's remember again, the pasuk says, "Am Avinu pursued them, 14 up until Dan." So what happened in Dan? So Avram Avinu saw when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayaser Esa Echad Beisel, Esa Echad Nasan B'Dan. So he's actually referring to Yeravam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yeravam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. So it's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avram's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah destruction. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zarah also, we're not set for how he got to Dan. So the following message was given by the Rebbe and the Seder. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. So it wasn't sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning. Even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall, that learning is still a part of doing what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is very important to us, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. There's a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I read. Right. So something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? Let's say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I mean? What's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to come to the daf. We know that. I will say in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in the Shema, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I'm still changed in the essence So the Gemara says, you have a Talmud Chacham who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore again, the Torah impacts it any less. Has to show them. It's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama fundamentally changed. Furthermore, the Zara breathing. Also be careful with the breathing. There's an interesting halach memory again from the last cycle in Chulin. We learned about this. And you check the bird, you check the ulfos. There's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's my focus as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut. As part of Shmita, that Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. Gemara says, Izara breathing, I'll say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Pesei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. You know, say this is an astounding remark. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's on Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But like, ignorance doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't learn Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So that's his vision. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lan Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehen Pesei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share, Yatsu Shmai about time they might so see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact of Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come together. What's the pshat? What's the thing is a very simple insight. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. And again, let's say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this, right? Why? Because they'll say it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy in the points. Yichos, right? This one is Yichos, and this one is Yichos. And Yichos is wonderful. Like, Yichos is beautiful. It's fantastic. We all have beautiful Yichos. I mean, we are the best Yichos in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, like, Shkayat and Yichos, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. Once in society, they are like, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva really didn't have this same standing in yeshiva, post-high school yeshiva. Why? Because the Lashon said, it's filled with flip-outs. Like, what? Flip-outs. So, you know what Lashon flip-outs? Flip-outs is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more religious. Flip-out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip-out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more. Like that's it's so warped. It's so warped. That like in the world, somehow, someone started with less and then shows more, that person is a tzaddik should be tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal, a person who made a choice to be more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, are supportive, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place and stuff to accomplish yourself. We throw tissues on you. Can I just see that? Okay. Right. And so that's why the Gemara has to say, Careful with the children of Amir Aris, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes you're going to say the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word is Yamilsa Modinale. The word says, Ki ha milsa Modinale. Sadik Ato Hashem, Ki Aravela, Ach, Mishpatim Adara Oska, Madua Dar for Shan Saika. Shalom Kobok de Daga, Shalom Kobok de Daga, Yukatem Gam Sharsho, Yelfu Gam also. So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, most of the part of this class we're going to focus on over here, part of this class we're going to focus on over here is that why is it beneficial? Why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? Much like this. Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajulai. What was Ekbak? He has Raglayin Ratasabi Alutar. The Kach Tiskara as a Susan the Art Shalom Asabotea. They Kasar Gonayadis. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam Echad. Shama Yotval and Laros go for ourselves to Susan. So let's say the Muslim. It was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. We'll say parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Being busy at night, right? I could even run in slugs. Obviously, much harder to run in a slug. So what happened? Nistamino Ragli Athos. So now he was racing against the human runner. Sagran is a runner. Rush the fun of human, and this runner, the human runner, outpaced him 3 Yidden, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Umalis Nerakli Kach, which means Susi. Allah has come with the camel. And we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for deal by ourselves. So you want to say, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the slog. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. We're going to see this in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim halachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmingly see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Dichsev u'leviim nishbar libi b'kevi gaffu kalas mos hayisiki shikar u'kegibar avru yain ne Hashem ne divrei kadsho." Incredible. Hanidab psios mai. By the way, what do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch with 4 steps? What's that story? Dichsev, it was an incredible story. Dichsev va'isa hishalach merudach beladon ben Baladon melech Bavel Svarim. So what happened, that Merudach Baladon, that was his name, Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is, he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu, because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill, and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, I understand, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and gave to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? Jewish Gemara says, in Lidrosh Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Lidrosh Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he saw that when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. Listen, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. So actually, we're not going to a very good idea. And maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Perak HaChelak. That's going to be our topic for this year. Mom is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says, and it's incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. On the day that Chizkiyahu was healed, there were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladon Merodach Baladon ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lahanach as a shani he later said, "Hini mishid es sel hamalos asher yadu malos achad b'shemesh hakoros as well as the dish b'shemesh asher malos the malos asher yarda." Only my height. So Merodach Baladon said, "What is this?" Amalei Chizkiyahu chalash v'itbach. So they told him Chizkiyahu was ill. He became healed, and Abba Shem gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so it was Amar. So this is incredible. So Merodach Baladon said, listen, if there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight, how can I not write him a letter and say a shalom aleichem? Like, you got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, possibly, listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is.
Oh, this is the song. Really? Yeah, where she goes, something like, just a piano, okay? Like, easy, bitch.
Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'elokar. Peace
just
unto the great God.
Yeah, this part, I like this song.
Peace unto the great God.
Really? Yeah.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened?
Really? Yeah, really, ass.
So Nebuchadnezzar, I'm going to say this, when Nebuchadnezzar was young, so what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He was on break, So he comes back. He finds out that Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. Tell me what was the letter that was written. They told him the letter. So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great Tzli Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And Nebuchadnezzar says, it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. I was saying, but this is Nebuchadnezzar. Shalom Chizkiyahu. So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it? Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So I say, right, can you imagine? Everybody's one of these moments. Nebuchadnezzar's like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what happens? Amrullah, they said to him, so you've seen this expression before, that literally again, literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that sometimes if you have the good idea, execute. You have a good idea, execute. Don't come, basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So Nebuchadnezzar, the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So what's that? Listen to this. Rabbi says, so what's that? Listen to this. To his credit. Nebuchadnezzar runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kideroit Arba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gavril Va'okre. Gavril stopped him. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Mali Laba Gavril Bamidu Lahaya Takana L'Sanem Sheisrael. And let's say, listen to this. Because what was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Ribono Shel Olam. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So I will say that's what we saw before in the schus of the Arba Psios, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who knows what the carnage would have been. We'll say absolutely amazing. We'll say I just find out something amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how do overwhelmingly successful people become successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to be learned. So what do you see in this story we hear from Nebuchadnezzar? So I will say just on the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas, I'll alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job yourself. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. By the way, my Baladon ben Baladon. So the Gemara goes back over here to this king. I just want to point out over here, this king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this. We'll say, Amri, Baladon Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? And apparently he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus is going to say, oh, but you're so cute. So beautiful, so wonderful. Right, okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, so Gemara says over here, he looked like a dog. So his face became deformed. He can't be king, at least in Babel, he can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Merodach becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covet to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "I know the tzib ben yichamidav ve'eved adonov." We'll say this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Ben yichamidav hada amar. So we'll say, by the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk of Ben Yechabeda, which is from Malachi. The Gemara quotes it. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladam Ben Baladam. There are a lot of other examples of Kibbutz Abayim, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says the Ever Adonov. What's the Ever Adonov? Chesiv uBechodesh HaChamishi Be'Sor LaChodesh Yishnas Sha'as Yishon LaMelech Nebuchadnezzar Ba Melech Bavel Bana Butzor and Ravat Abachim Amar Lechnei Melech Bavel B'Yushalayim Be'Yisrael as Beis Hashem as Beis HaMelech. So we'll say this is this. So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, just so you get rid of Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's given the appellation of Rav HaTavachim, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the Kinos and Tisha B'Av, and we speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, the cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, something very similar. The Gemara quotes the pasuk that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead. He burns the house of HaKadosh and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh. Was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "I'm a base." When we saw Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, Shabbos, I said, now let's just get the jazz right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. He's destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim, God saved. Vayalu also Melech Babel, Rivlasa. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in it. He was in Antioch. Right, that's where he was. So how does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Was like 796 feet, 3 lines down. That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. The other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So Rava says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, Toim Tzlas Mea Kundaisa Nanga, the Parzala, the Shah Parzala. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal cut through metal. All right, the Shah Parzala. And all the axes broke, trying to break down
for the big ones. They told me I'm giving you all, I'm giving it all. You set me free.
It wasn't so long before that what happened.
I'm not giving you all. Treat us better. Gotta let go. No, we ain't kids no more. So I'm not giving you all. Treat her better. Gotta let go. You know, we ain't kids no more.
So basketball came out. Basketball came Shabbat. I was like, Shabbat literally means jumper. Someone jumps. Rashi says, Shabbat, right in the Rashi. 10 lessons to short lines. Go late, charge, go late.
Can you give us Sunday?
The says, so apparently that called him the jumper because interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sanchiriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sanchiriv's mistake? What was Sanchiriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sanchiriv, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the basketball comes up and says, jumper. Don't abandon it. So the word says, Shabbat.
I'm giving you all, I'm forgiving all. You set me free. You know that my life is not ever. Peter better. Gotta let go. No more fall. We don't know we ain't kids no more. Send me like you like her. Peter better. Gonna let go. Wanna walk on. We don't know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready. I know we ain't kids no more.
Not something that someone else is doing to me. Something that I could have
We ain't kids no
which means that emotion is choreographing in this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is. But I know it's not
I'm giving you
it's
the
not random.
I'm forgetting
So the
it
gospel
all.
comes down and says, don't abandon ship, don't abandon ship. It is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed.
Send my love to your new lover.
There is one
Peter
act
better.
left. One act
Gotta let go.
One act left. Also, not even
What up, Pam?
One act left. So now,
Absolutely. How you doing, big dog?
Zara is very smart man. So what the Zara realizes
Every day is a
now
holiday,
is
every
that
meal's a
very,
feast.
very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be like that by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim.
Oh, excellent question. Well, by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and my position went remote during the pandemic, and I became much more comfortable being on camera because I went from being on camera from 0 hours a day to 8 hours a day, and then eventually was able to make enough money to become somewhat financially independent, and decided I was just going to stream the rest of my life, God willing. We're done.
He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. As the Zohar lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the
My
Beis Hamikdash itself begins to
apps.
ascend heaven, almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Once the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go ahead and literally ascend heavenward.
No. It's not the transmitter. It's just other apps. It's just basically income that I've made from that and investments.
The Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, like sometimes
Yeah, dog, I'm in the crypto space right now. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. That's what all my merch is.
The Hamikdash just wants to remove itself.
Harry Potter Bonasonic Teninu has a market cap of tens of millions of dollars.
There's a plan.
The ticker's Bitcoin. Yeah, the ticker. Exactly. That's correct. Yeah, the ticker's Bitcoin on Ethereum.
So one can imagine at this point in time the Ritzaran.
It's one of the OG meme coins. The website is HPOS10i.com.
You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The prophet was telling the Rizarn is, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment.
Oh no way, my kickbot gotcha. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't even say my name on Kick without getting a message that says deleted by moderator on anybody's stream. I'm the most infamous spammer in the history of Kick. Are you a streamer? Oh yeah, tons.
So the Kali Navi Zechariah had given Moshe to Kali saying that they had to do tshuva.
Absolutely. 100%. If you want to learn more about me, feel free in the upper left corner to see there's an About Me. What I'd like you to do, my friend, is if you look in the upper left corner also under Shalom, you'll see a red circle and it says 24/7 live streams. Do you see that? Yeah. Click on that link and your mind is going to be blown.
What is this? Oh,
yeah, I have a link tree too. But no, you want to see 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Do you see there's a link in there?
Takes the blood from the shepherd animal, compares it to this blood that's bound this blood doesn't look like the same.
How many live streams do you see? Exactly. Have you ever seen somebody with as much? That's just YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on basically everywhere that you can be, except for Kick because they banned me. But that's fine. I've sacrificed the ability to meet great people like you for the ability to stream on Kick.
I'm on the wolf. I don't know if I steal. So
I agree. Oh yeah, 24/7.
I'll avenge Chizkiyahu's blood. So what does he do?
Absolutely, my friend. Are you a streamer?
But the blood didn't stop.
Okay, we'll go do your thing.
I used to die to keep the Rav. He brought the school children. Called to the Liyah. He slaughtered them. Below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kahuna Kato. He brought young Kohanim. Killed them. And the blood did not stop up. So he was Anti Kato Liluya Tishin Va'aberibo. Until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below Nach. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop bubbling. Karav Legabe. So the Vizan goes over to
Yo, look who it is.
Zechariah.
It's the infamous or the famous, depending on how you want to look at it, South Australia comedy finals. How you living, pimp? Raw Comedy State Finalist 2026.
By historical accounts, it's interesting to note that close to 1
No, you're still actually. Aren't there like 45 of you?
So it's interesting. A lot of sometimes numbers are
right, but they still lost in Raw Comedy.
Number is again close to 1 million people fell aside. When we think about destruction of this, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. We forget about just the colossal loss of life, almost 1 million people. It says so literally.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, do you think that you're gonna have anybody ask you to open for them?
I killed the best of Cloud Yisrael. You have more bloodshed, and then the blood stopped bubbling. So most say the Gemara will stop here in just a moment. The Gemara says, here, Shuva.
If they ask you to open,
and this moment says something amazing happened. So the Zara says, as they say, like Mashu lo normali, right?
All right, are you sure that I didn't do it?
This is not a normal Zach over here, right? And he has thoughts of Shuva.
Are you sure?
Why does he have thoughts of Shuva? He says,
no, they're the funniest live streams that you've ever seen. You just don't know comedy, baby.
Cloud Yisrael was held to such a degree of
That's tight, dog.
Almost 1 million people.
All right, Zook, if I have the opportunity to contact Matt Wright, I'll tell him that he should have Zook open for him. Actually, you should be the, what do they call it? There's the opener. What's the one starts with an F? There are 3 people. There's the opener. There's the what do they call it? You'll be the second person. We'll have Chelsea open for you. Does that sound good?
Chayav Leznados.
What up, Zoo?
So it's interesting that what does it mean Kishiyas? What is that lashon
Who's
Kishiyas?
Damien Power? You tell me.
Rav Gifter, that tells Rosh Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hilurei Tshuva. Rav Gifter writes, but Salvation Rosh has a small idea as well, that the first step of Tshuva is Hira Tshuva. What's Hira? Hira is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life,
it does.
the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are.
What up, Fiona? How are you?
First step in Tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change.
Fiona.
Things.
Oh, right. Who's the funniest person from Tasmania?
How, what, when, where, that remains.
Okay, who's the second funniest
But I
person
know
from
that the
Tasmania?
way things are now should not be the way they go forward. Nivud Zara has that moment of hero, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on
Are
his
both of
hands,
them
standing
better
there
than you are at mini golf?
Has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't.
No, nobody knows who that is.
Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a member of the Valley's. I will say,
Who's Martin Brown, Zoo?
But we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the story.
That's what I just asked you, big dog.
Great game in Miras tomorrow's daf. Want to start to the Gavos side? Shkoya.
How do I say it?
How do you say it?
Do you know what doctor names in Australia?
Because of that shooting in like 1990s in Tasmania. Oh, was it Martin Brown? Oh, okay. Well, are you ready to play mini golf?
The month of his father's after Harry.
Okay. Are there any theories about you accepting my invitation to sending? There you go. All right. Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, how many games in a row do you think I'm going to beat you? Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you this right now, Zoot. I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row. Because I blocked you.
To go ahead and read. The Gemara says, what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
Yes, I do. But I'm going to make a comeback on you. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. And you just missed him.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says,
Dog, I'll show you how it's done.
Also known as
Do I know who's over?
He was one of the like one of the descendants of
No, it's not, dog. It has me with a gun.
Was the king over Cloud Yisrael. So Mark Ziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Mark Ziva ruled for 2.5 years.
What? Oh, dude. I just gave you an easy shot.
The Mashiach, it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell.
Zoot, did you know it's wrong?
So the Gemara says, so what you think that you're Mashiach? Let's see. Can you
What did you do, Zoot?
justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah.
What'd you say?
and they killed it. I was saying, this is interesting, right? Because exactly what happened.
I actually like Super Mario Brothers more, even though I worked Sonic the Hedgehog 24/7 for like the past like 3 years.
So okay, so interesting. Either way, Rakova ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought about
I think Sonic had a tremendous amount of, you know what?
as a leader of Klal Yisrael.
Why is that, Zoot?
Okay, the man was right there. Daniel,
For the introduction of Shadow the Hedgehog, which is universally one of the most loved characters of all time.
Is that the dark one? Why do they love Shadow the Hedgehog?
Highlighting the
Because he's cool.
Do you know?
What does it mean that they had no blood?
Oh, what a shot. Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, did you see that shot?
They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle.
Zoot, did you see that shot? Oh, you almost fucking made that. I would have been pissed.
So Sonic Adventure introduces Sonic the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog. Everyone loves Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. 4 years later,
They killed.
They would refrain from any type of laughter, or any type of chatter.
You kind of
and they
They're not killed.
to the bathroom. They would pull back from their knees.
They make a spin-off from Shadow the Hedgehog. It's a Sonic game. It's playing like a normal Sonic game. The only difference is you play as Shadow the Hedgehog, and Shadow the Hedgehog has a gun.
Okay.
And do you know what happens? The critics pan the game because it wasn't anything like a Sonic game. They panned it, but that game is amazing. But the critics panned it.
What's it mean to pan something? To like not like it?
But Allah has come of
Yeah.
the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage.
All right, well, did you know that it's impossible for you to win? Oh, that's interesting.
So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, no, so disagreement.
Did you know that
Disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda.
up one game to not on you after this game? I'm going to beat you 10 games in a row, and I want you to try to stop me. And I don't think you're going to be able to. Just because of my sex appeal. My sex appeal alone is just it's unbelievable. Look at the shot. Dude, have you ever seen anybody get it in 2 on this hole? I've never seen anybody get a hole in 1. Dude, that's a great question. Sonic probably, but I like Knuckles. And there was this thing that I'd never seen it before. So, do you know what a Sega Genesis is? So they had a normal Sega Genesis games were like you put the cartridge in and it works. But they made a Sonic and Knuckles game. I never had it, but a friend of mine had it, where you put the Sonic game in and you play as Sonic. But then if you put in it was like an expansion pack. If you put it on top of the cartridge, then you could play as Knuckles. And it was like just the most fascinating software I'd ever seen. It was such a game changer. Like, whoa. And I don't know of another game that ever did that. But that one did, and that was like so. Oh fuck! So basically, you have a normal cartridge that you put into Sega, and if you put that one in, it was Sonic. It was like Sonic 2 or something. But if you got the Knuckles version of it, then there was like a special lid on the top of the Sonic cartridge, and you'd put the Knuckles cartridge on top of it, and then when you played, you could play as Sonic and Knuckles, and it was like game changing. Like nobody had ever seen anything like it. It was amazing.
So it makes sense.
Yeah, it was called Sonic.
Mike told me born in
I'm pretty sure that was before your time. It was like in the mid-90s.
They had children, and unfortunately,
Yeah, I played out. That had a big intellectual Sonic to play say like serious. It's like something.
What's your favorite Sonic?
Obviously, again, by for Daniel. My favorite Sonic was named for Daniel.
Oh.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Says pretty much all of these words. Also, I want to point out, Rashi points this out. In our Tanakh,
Sonic
Why don't you think? Why don't you think they ever gave Sonic like a super hot female friend? Who is it? What's her name?
Because ultimately, took a little bit too much credit for Remember me.
Is she a hedgehog? Dude, she's a cartoon character.
Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of recklessness in order to go ahead.
She's a hedgehog.
Have
In like hedgehog years, that could be like 75 years old. Alright, well, you're the one looking at 12-year-old hedgehog.
Doesn't merit to have the safer for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about.
Do you know who Jessica Rabbit is? That's the hottest cartoon character of all time. Yeah, no, I know. She's the hottest cartoon character of all time.
Disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of.
And Walt Disney, well, if you watch the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, there's like a quick one, it's like one frame where you can see her vagina, and you can really see it. And oh no way, dude. And she was controversial at the time, and Disney still considers her controversial because she like basically had very adult themes. And I love this fact that, dude, what are you doing? Just get the point, dog. Get the point. It's not fun beating if you don't try. Get the point. There you go. There you go. And she, all right, Who Framed Roger Rabbit was the first time that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were ever seen in the same piece of content. Dude, what did you think of my shot? 0 to 10. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. Z to 10 that bitch. Dude, Z to 10 that bitch. That's what I like to see. Alright, you're up, big dog. Zoo, I'm guaranteed 2 wins against you.
So they were there with Daniel.
I don't like this whole. Yeah, baby. Oh, I don't like this whole zoo. Your shot was a 0. Went in the black sheep.
And in other respects, Daniel was
That's a 9.
Interestingly enough,
and you're probably in a better position than they are now.
Dog, I was just watching something in Australia. Oh, did you know UFC was in Australia today? Did you know Volkan? Oh, you don't like fighting, I forgot. Volkanovski, he's Australian. He did really well. He won. He's the best Australian fighter. But I know you don't care, so. Oh, Zoot, what the fuck, dog? Oh, no. I fucked myself, Zoot. Dude, I fucked myself.
What does this mean?
Zoot, you could fuck yourself too. You could fuck yourself, and you did. In one of the wildest ways I've ever seen.
Who advocates for them to look so not watch over us, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my muzzle sees
Stop.
that I don't see.
That's a perfect block. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? That's not a good shot.
I don't see something in my mouth, see something.
This would be the greatest shot of your career. You know that, right? Okay. Zoot. Zoot, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
They're not exactly sure, right, what the fight is, but I know that I want to get out of this.
Oh, baby. Oh. Zoot. Zoot, what? Dude, this is the most important shot of your career. This is the most important shot of your career. You need to focus. You lost. I had the greatest fucking. Okay, that's 2 wins in a row, Zoot. Now I'm listening to you. So you could tell actively when UFC started, people got more violent.
Yep. So what exactly is going on? So perhaps Yuma is teaching us, Rabin is teaching us 3 profound ideas. There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing because fear is paralyze me and keep me
this kid go around about and like trying to take me because he wanted me to get into a fight so bad to go around and start about me and start the fight to like get me into fights with other people that I didn't even know or talk to and start about me.
Would he start rumors about you that you were funny?
By fear is literally
no, he just started talking about I was like talking shit about his girlfriend so I didn't.
Oh, that's not cool.
What is it? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tethered myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest.
Were you perfect?
Is a relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Shema.
Well, I know you had a tough schooling.
Lastly, what should you do?
Like it was not ideal.
Slaughterhouse is better than meat. What is that?
And
sometimes it looks like fear.
I've heard you say this, or we've had this discussion, but I would make it like illegal or like prohibited to hold your child back in school. I think it does so much harm to them. It just does so much harm to them, and it can do harm to the people in the classes below. It's not a good situation. All of a sudden, they have somebody who's a year older than they are, who's more perhaps mature, more physically gifted in sports and stuff. They are going to dominate. That's not fair to those kids, the other kids.
It's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the
They're going to get their driver's license first. They're going to be able to smoke first. They'll be probably having sex first. It's not fair to the kids who are of normal age. But Zoot, I have a question. What are your thoughts on how good I am at this game?
So this is incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyahu.
Are you proud of that shot?
So Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. His Sancheriv go to Mago. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyahu.
Dude, you've lost 2 games straight. If you have a chance, make this. This would be a great make. No way you make it now. No way you make it. It's illegal? I just feel like if you have a child who can't keep up or whatever, they need more help, and if anything, they could be moved to another school, which I think makes it easier, but not keeping them in the same school, that to me is devastating to the child and to their environment. If you move them to a new school and nobody knows about their past, that's different.
So again, Chizkiyahu ultimately, again, who we did so many miracles for, and yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira.
Oh, look at the shot, Zoot. Oh, what a shot. Zoot, scale that 0 to 10.
You're going to make him a Shiach?
Doug, you know that was a 10. That was one of the greatest shots you've ever seen.
Preventing Chizkiyahu from coming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here?
Dude, that was beautiful.
From becoming Mashiach is lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude.
I think better is subjective. Do you want to see an interesting strategy on this wall?
Shira in times of good. Shira in times of challenge.
That's true. But who's to say that the obstacles helped me? They could have hurt me. You're short, baby. You're short. You're short. Oh, are you serious? Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? I'm almost certain that you did, baby. Zoot, what's your opinion on Adele? Yeah. Would you have sex with her?
Malach, who's like, universe CEO. He's the delegate.
Yeah, but you'd have sex with the tree. What happened to that bitch?
So Sarah Olam says, okay, so let's go. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf, right? He didn't say Shira, earth said Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world.
Oh my word.
Changed my mind, and so the Navi says,
dude,
how long?
Dude, I did not know we were tied.
Until again, literally, they're enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes.
Well, that's right. Speaking of which, did the cops ever get back to you about your shit?
His name is Duma.
What'd they say?
So all of the wings came to Duma. So essentially, again, I'll say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says,
but didn't they say that? Didn't you say there's like a ton of footage?
It's interesting enough. Rashi understands this is the Malach who's in charge of all of the
That sucks, dude.
So everyone comes
I
to
wanted
this
to
Malach
get
and
that
asks him, Shomer Namilel, Mag Dabar, when is Gula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see.
Are you speaking English?
That
That's just mumbling.
we, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently perceived.
I saw something in the shopping center.
Absolutely amazing.
Like, I wake up.
I remember you saying that.
The universe wants
I got
Mashiach.
the
So
security
everything
guard.
is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So he was Bar Shomer, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Tibayim Bayim Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker Begam Laila, Tibayim Bayim. So ultimately, again, there's going to be.
So, what are your thoughts on my shot?
But at the end of the day, only after a day, like actually says, Asa Boker Betmiya.
Dude, Reiser got a 50 point against me yesterday, and I got a 76 against him. The word Pyrex.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker Begam Laila into Bayum
Even if they caught the guy.
Morning will come. Morning will come. But one morning will come. Number one, into Bayum. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. God is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvu Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have
okay, big dog.
Here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is Cheshbach waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. And number two, to become Bali Shua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come.
What's wrong?
You say that
Oh, yeah.
It was embarrassing for the skill that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira.
Yeah, baby.
Other examples.
I think you are.
Until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael."
Chelsea. Or that hat bitch. I know. That girl is obsessed with talking. All those female Australian comics, I hate to say it, maybe it's just comics in general, they all talk about the same shit. Their sexuality, how many people they fuck, who they want to fuck tonight, and it's just like, do you guys talk about anything else?
He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all of my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to generate supply. So he gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudim kol b'sar." He got goosebumps.
Big dog.
Why?
Did you know that you're up?
Interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was
like, at least your shit is different than their shit. Their shit wasn't very impressive.
So we see from the in front of a convert, do not disparage to 10 generations. This is just a fascinating idea.
I'm just going to talk about
converts. What do we say?
So only a little bit of hours are very interesting. Girls that just want to get home and play Sonic and Sonic Adventure 2.
That's not funny.
Which sounds a little contradictory.
It's not funny. It's so outside. Here's the thing. It's so outside my box. I don't think what the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's gonna like that.
Remember again. Yisrael left everything.
No, they're gonna hate it. You're gonna come in here and you're gonna say, "Rabbi, I bombed." And they'll say, "What did I say?" And you're gonna say, "You said you were gonna bomb." You said I was gonna bomb. So, yep. And then you'll say, "Well, at least I tried." And I'll say, "Yep, you're absolutely right." Oh, why don't you tell that joke I told you?
Battle between
You don't have anything funny.
He has 8 names. Let him come and conquer. Be for exact punishment from Sanhedrin. from Sankhya
No, can you name a character for Avatar franchise?
No, nobody can. The blue one.
That's Jack Alex.
The blue one. Yeah, isn't there a blue one?
Yeah. So I was watching the first Avatar movie, and then I enjoyed it coming out like watching YouTube video like things that happened in the previous movies and how they connected to the first movie. And I forgot the main character who were during the first one.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I do remember. Dude, you just had.
I forgot that was
Yeah, dude, you just came up with a really funny joke and you don't even realize it. The joke is this. How many of you have ever heard of Avatar? And people will be like, yeah. And then you'd be like, okay, how many of you have ever seen Avatar? And they'll be like, yeah. And then you just say, name one character from Avatar. And people would be like, they'd laugh. And you'd be like, exactly. Isn't it amazing that a $5 billion franchise that's apparently popular with so many people has not a single character that is memorable? That is memorable? Wait, but that's a funny joke, Sue.
Did you know that there is something about Avatar movie where it causes this disorder, where this is like a study thing that causes this disorder where people wish they were a part of that world.
Okay.
They get really depressed that they're still living on Earth compared to Earth. I think that's kind of why people can't remember the names.
I think it's just because they're not like human. They're just, I don't know. I actually don't know why that is. But you got a funny joke. You realize that, right?
Yeah, it's also because like
was very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. How so? The man pointing to the one who said that he was a smart
What's crazy, Zoo?
More people have probably seen Avatar than Star Wars. People can name like all the characters in Star Wars. Even the people who haven't seen Star Wars can name the characters in Star Wars.
I agree.
I know why.
Why is it?
Because Avatar never so they don't do some toys like there's no marketing for you never see a kid with an Avatar toy.
That's true. That's another good joke. So you could say that. You could say, how many of you have ever heard of the $5 billion movie dynasty Avatar? People would be like, yeah. Like, I bet even some of you have seen it. And people would be like, yeah. And you'd be like, all right, name one character from Avatar. And people would laugh. They'd be like, and you'd be like, exactly. Have you ever seen a kid with an Avatar toy? And they'd be like, no. You'd be like, yeah. I'm beginning to think not that many people actually saw this movie.
Unfortunately, as much as Sankhya never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael,
okay, I'm beginning to think that not a lot of people remember this movie. Or you could say, I'm beginning to think there's something about this movie that causes people to forget most everything about it.
It's just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Anu Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey. When they came to a place called Sos Trey, they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. We find ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay.
I forget, but I know a lady who's, or I know of a lady who's got it. There are only like 15 people on her who have it.
Something to be learned from everyone, even a second.
I know, like, there's a famous lady who has it. She's an actor. But her name is Mary Lou Henner, and she can remember like everything about her day, going back all the way to like her birth.
Yeah, there's this woman in Australia that she knows every she can read, she knows every word in my book, every page by book, she knows every word. You can be like, what page is this on that? What page is this on? And she'll be able to recite it.
So the Gemara says, correlated Lamani.
Would you have sex with this woman?
No.
His clothing, those things that give me honor.
Scale is zero. Scale is 0 to 10. This woman, dude.
A person should make sure to keep himself
Okay, not that bad.
They make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor.
Yeah, baby.
It says a lot about the person you are and how you
remember everything.
Ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothing.
Oh yeah, she'll remember every. She'll know what hour of my stream you said it. And she's gonna remember that you said she was a 3. And she's gonna remember that I thought that wasn't that bad. No, dog, you already said this bitch is a 3. No, dog, everybody knows who you're talking about. It's that bitch who remembers every page of the Harry Potter books. You even said it.
Yeah, she can remember everything, and she can remember
Does she remember every guy who's ever eaten her pussy? I would think so too. I think, man, that'd be tight. I'm gonna have sex with that woman just so she can tell me about it when I'm super old and like I've forgotten everything. Perhaps she'll be like, "Oh, your tongue was like a." Did I just? Oh, all right. That bitch will love it. All right. Should be like, you got a tongue like a hound dog, kid. Like, thanks, lady.
I don't know if she's looking for that.
All right. Well, maybe she can date fucking Chelsea. Chelsea's into all kinds of weird shit. Dude, I love this. I love this. I don't know anything about rock comedy, but I know Chelsea is bisexual. I know the lady who won is pansexual. I know the lady who is the beat poet. That bitch is lesbian. Oh yeah, she's polyamorous. I'm sure she'd fuck with Pan too. But it's like I know nothing about these people, but I know all their sexuality.
So that if you notice the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Kadosh Baruch Hu did it himself, but ultimately again, like you see on Pesach, and even a Malach, this was Malach V'lo Ani. Kadosh Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why?
Do you think you're gonna have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Morom Kitzo. Morom literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? She says over here,
yo, dog, are you going to have sex with Chelsea someday? I think I'm going to.
One talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, one another.
Okay, well, more for me, baby.
So you could see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. And Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I will destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere.
Why not?
So this is very interesting. One of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions.
It's a really small. Oh, are the same people showing up every week?
That this was a divinely orchestrated message. So again, the program is actually.
What did you say, Big Dog? Oh, only comedians are showing up. Are you going to perform on
explicit instructions from God?
Monday? Okay. I mean, you should have, in my opinion, a little bit more like sway of when you get to go up, since you're like, you know, basically you were a finalist for Raw Comedy. What's the third bracket? The shitty bracket? Oh, so you're normally in the last bracket? And you never told me that? Yeah, you do say that, but I didn't know that was like the shitty bracket.
And instead, they have gone ahead and taken two Ratzon Ben Rimani.
Oh, okay. Feature, that's what I should think of. Okay, so you're gonna. Do you think you'll be moving to the second bracket soon?
I have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this?
You think you'll jump all the way to the first?
Because I'm a so this nation has
what is fringe?
The kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken
So are you? Oh yeah.
Who governed a lot of money in such a kind and beautiful way. They have forsaken that.
When is that?
The Israel, the Russian Ubar Rebellion. And instead of they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is so Sancheriv.
Are you gonna apply?
And he feels okay, this Christ was not doing the right thing. Obviously, he was Russia. See, how is he such a Rosh? Mem saw goes while speaking of Suda. He would eat pigeons for dessert. All of these pigeons and he still would not be
Where are you gonna do it?
In general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah?
Where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna do it?
Like the Shad Shlomo Hirsch brings down. What's the difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah? What's the difference?
Word.
Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? Also, if you go to very easily, very quickly.
So you're gonna be like a master of ceremonies?
It's not like they stop worshiping Hashem. Very often.
So you're gonna be a master of ceremonies who also is a chronic masturbator?
Why do you need Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? but maybe not someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay?
You could just say no.
Technology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only is it mutter, but it's a mitzvah.
All right, I mean, you're down 138 points.
That becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So whenever you see Avodah Zarah,
Excellent fucking questions, dog. It's kind of a funny joke.
It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that God has very high expectations of us. And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to
all right. Do you think you're ever going to see Chelsea again?
So creating a system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So
do you know that she's Scottish?
All of these children, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a heathen. Okay, so goes back to it. Another tzaddik Gemara said this girl Afrika. She opened the tree at Mesuda. It's incredible. What was risky?
Do you think she's? Do you think? Do you think she's gonna find love?
It also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up,
yeah. Do you think she's gonna find love?
Might not be as it should have. All of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. And we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with the right things, and I'm filling it with all of the Lord things.
Okay. Does she?
So again, because of Father Son's non-compliance, Hashem says in the bring.
Do you think she's going to find a career out of it?
So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff. And here's the Navi literally says, once it's sort of pointed out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you.
Who's the kinkiest person in the Adelaide comedy circuit?
So God wants to do this. Gemara says, so if that's the case, I don't like that. So obviously
like what bitch is in the BDSM?
Why was he punished? The Gemara says, Navi says, Shvatim is Navi, he will go that Yerushalayim. Very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes.
Who is that?
He had no business in Yerushalayim.
You're good, baby. It's a tough question.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi
I bet Chelsea is like a belt to the ass. Oh, for sure. For sure. There's no doubt about that.
Don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayid, so tired nation. Was the tired nation? It's interesting. It's probably so. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil in Torah.
What did you say?
Tired because we're constantly building a nation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of the enemies. My case, I will show you
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure. Shout out to them. I'm sure that they're into that. That's cool. But I want
to threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
I wanted to get into which one of the bitches want to get spanked. Oh, dude, it's a huge thing.
You could have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves and they were just serving up miracles.
I just know from media, it's like dudes wear like black leather shit and they
and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not,
what isn't Yeah, Gabe BDSM, dog.
So the Gemara goes weiter. So Achari had Dvarim, Va'emas ha'ila basa cher melech Ashur, Va'yavo Yehuda, Va'yichan ala Arim ha'vetzuros, Va'yomer l'vka'am elav. So ultimately against that
Zoot, you're up.
And he goes out and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hai Rishna la'ai b'hardasha. Rashi says over here, V'chim nebiyim daron kazeh la'adon kazeh, V'chim nesha emes b'chizkiyo.
What up, baby?
So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyo deserving of it?
Did you know?
After all, Chizkiyo was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyo deserving of having something as much as Chizkiyo is successful?
What'd you say, big man? What'd you say?
The big guns were like 2016.
Yeah, I know that.
People were saying from 2006.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen people posting all kinds of shit from 2016, but then a lot of people were like, fuck 2016, 2006 was where it was at. I saw some chick do that today.
What do you think was the point of 2006 or 2016?
For what?
But don't worry.
Innocence?
Just in
Because
general.
you're successful. What is Chizkiyo going to say?
For like shit that happened in the world, 2016 was bigger. For shit that happened in the world, if you're looking at like what, like what news events and stuff, 2016 had like a huge election. 2006 was just basically the Iraq War in Afghanistan and shit. 2006, social media was just starting. 2016, basically it was old news. I don't know. I like them both.
2006
Okay, Zoot, I'm glad that you have made that determination. Zoot.
I was 10 years old. I was a lot happy. I was a very happy 10-year-old.
They're going to become like a trough. Like a trough
Okay.
for Chizkiyo and his.
Were you still shitty at Scrabble, or were you better then?
Sometimes I will say,
No. Do you think I know more words back then than I do at 10 years old?
I think you know more.
After Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive. So the Seir Shabbos says, Yaakov would have thought to himself like this, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Do I agree with
Leave it
what?
alone. And you could have spared me. You could have spared me.
10-year-olds out there,
Oh, for sure, dog.
but I probably have a better vocabulary now from my average 10-year-old.
I would hope so.
Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Kadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyo, Melech knew that Chizkiyo would have said, God, sounds good, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece in me that thinks, but why did you do it?
Zoot.
You brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the
Like
salvation
half the
is also
board, we didn't play half the board
the same God who brought the crisis.
because of that
Don't
cue.
bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's what that's what they do in the world.
Doug, dude, you're down
Somehow the crisis was
100
It's not just
and
the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself
you're
is
down
necessary. And sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit back to
184 points. 186 points.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be.
What are you gonna do, son?
Shman. I want to say Shman means literally.
Yeah, there's a lot of
oil. So this is beautiful.
Weird how many
Weird how many gay comedians there are.
because of the oil of Chizkiyahu. What's the oil of Chizkiyahu? This is beautiful.
Yeah.
About the Knesset, what the Midrashos.
Most of raw comedy was.
Constant light. Oil represents light.
There's just a lot of growth in female comedians now.
Over Malchus Yudov and Jordan Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyahu do? Na'at Zcherem HaPesach Beis He put a
It was like half
sword at the
female,
entrance of the Midrash, and he said,
which I think is
Kol
great.
Ishein Osif Batorah.
If only it was half funny. And I mean that for the guys, because the guys aren't very
But we
funny
stand with this sword. We stand with this
either.
sword. Now, listen, what does this mean? Is it really going to kill people that place Midrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit.
Zoot,
Torah is life.
it's over,
Torah is
son.
life. And if you don't have it,
Zoot, this game is
have
over.
life. Torah is actually
Champion.
sometimes you look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. Dr. Aaron Persky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how
That's fine. Doesn't matter, man.
people
Can
fall
him
asleep
and
during the drasha.
women.
Oh, okay.
He said people fall
But
asleep during the drasha.
they
He
didn't.
says, not a new phenomenon. It's
No,
not
sit-
a
no, sit- no,
But fall asleep during the drasha says, what's
Okay, I mean, but still, it's almost 50-50. That's great.
Bad neighborhood. He said, these are the days. This is a David Marshall, like before Gray.
And a woman won, which is great too.
You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine what directions you're like this?
Out of the fact that woman should probably
Right?
waste funny.
No one's nodding off. And you know why? Because that's going to save your life. Since if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving, right? Then we would never nod off.
All right, so
sometimes Rabbi speaks too long. God, right? Or whatever. And it's not everybody is an orator.
Have you watched all of the Brendan?
But a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else.
Have you watched all of the Brendan?
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful bud. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful bud. It's not a
Brendan
beautiful idea. It's life
Shaw
saving
videos that I sent you.
Right, so that's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was
No,
but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, unfortunately, I find myself in such situations.
Like 7 times.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no one who was ignorant what the Torah other from
Yo, that game sucks. I'll play you in that, and then I need a break.
And everyone,
I hate this game.
was well versed in the laws of
Send me an invite, though. I'm waiting.
We did try back
I mean, so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, both sides.
Zoot, are you proud of that roll? You got a 1, a 2, a 3, another 3, and a 6. It's waiting for Zoot. Rolls 2.
What happens when we get to it? So get to
Are you proud of that?
Come on, what
You
happens?
chose a 1 and a 2.
You
You chose a 2 and a 3. You chose 2 threes.
Everyone,
Full house, baby. Zoot,
Zoot,
are you proud of having a full house?
In those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2
Not
sheep.
really. I needed 2. Yeah, baby.
So they were happy with very small material. Furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it just kind of lying in waste. Why did it lie in waste? People weren't
Baby, did you know that the score is 25 to 40?
Because they put their full focus on Lachris.
The score is 25 to 40.
Represent the ongoing commitment to
I
spiritual
played a large straight for 40 points. Zoot, there are 12 turns left, big dog. Did you choose turn-based or live?
Okay, end of the week. We ended up where we needed to end up pretty much.
F you, dude.
Incredible week.
Oh, that's big time, Zoot. Zoot, that's big time.
All right, everyone's doing a good job. Everyone.
What's the difference between turn-based and
Non-turn based has so live has a timer.
Rabbi, you realize you fucked up by putting the 5-5 bet?
No, I
The
didn't.
6?
No, I
you
didn't.
realize
All right, so say good morning.
Do you realize
the doctor of us today said he's got his son right?
Doug, I got more points with the 5X.
Yeah, you can get a bonus.
I wanted the 5X.
We are picking up on Saudi Kalam of days 94B.
Yeah, but you should be using the 5X.
Big dog. I got the most of my. I got 50 points. That's like best you could do. And who's to say I can't get it again, big dog? Are you proud of yourself?
That's your
So back to
Let's see what you got.
Let's see
what you got, son. That was a terrible roll. One of the worst rolls we've ever seen. It's just awful. Oh, Zoo, are you proud of yourself? Zoo, are you proud of yourself? Zoo, who's your favorite Gemini? Zoo, who's your favorite Gemini twin? Who's your favorite Gemini twin?
There's one more.
Who? Who's that? I thought a Gemini twin was a dude who you had in common with fucking a chick.
There is more than 10 steps mentioned in this passage, to which the Gemara says,
Tyler's hot though. I like that bitch. Oh, Zoo, you're fucked. You are fucked. You might be more fucked than you've ever been. Oh, he's going for sixes, folks. He's going for sixes, folks. And he dropped the ball. Dropped the ball.
It's actually quite beautiful. The Navi was saying,
look at this move. Look at this move.
Is a reference to Klal. Why is Klal called Bat Galim, the daughter of the waves? So daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Aaron mitzvah Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshiva, so the Gemara says Hakshiva. Laisha.
So what are you gonna do?
You
got 1, 2. Oh, are you going for a straight?
Do not be afraid.
Dude, yeah, you're not gonna. Fuck you. Fuck you, Zoo. Fuck you, Zoo.
All the Aryeh is so fun. My Aniya. My Aniya Anasos.
You can pull that.
What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos. Let answer Anasos.
I already played something in chat.
Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, excuse me. Asid Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, Umisnavi Allah me Anasos.
Dude, I just got it again. Dude, what are the odds, dude? I just got.
From the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually there's a trout.
Yeah, it was strategic, dog.
So right in the city of Anatot. That is where Moshav of Anatot. That's where Yirmiyahu prophesied.
Yeah, you have.
Prophesied from Anatot.
That was a mistake. One of the biggest mistakes in the history of humankind. Do you know what a human is, Zoo? Do you know what a human is? Well, you just had one of the greatest mistakes in the history of the species. Give me a 2. Fuck.
Then ultimately, again, we're still are more than 10 locations.
Dude, what do I do?
So there are more than 10 locations ultimately on the stops of San David, to which the Gemara says, Excuse me, there are less than 10. Excuse me.
Zoo, are you proud of that? You got a 1, do a 3, 4, 2 threes. You got 3 threes. Are you proud of having 3 threes? Zoo, are you proud of having 3 threes? Full house. Shitty full house.
What does that refer to?
Shitty full house. Dude, I fucked up.
Was still in existence.
Yes.
Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is carnated
I
as
fucked
king.
up on
Shaul has been effectively
I fucked up on one of my rolls. I could have done better.
Admit his mistake with
You got a
Amalek.
full house,
So
baby.
what happens? He pursues David. David chooses
Dude.
to
All right.
He's not going to fight.
So you don't want a full house.
He's not going to fight fellow members of
2s, you're
David's
going with
army.
2s.
So
You got 3 of a
You
kind.
can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what this, he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as the Ir Kohanim, the city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sits down.
Yeah, but you already have the full house, son.
I need food and I need weapons.
Watch this
They
move.
give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and
Give me
shield
4s.
of Goliath.
Give me a 4.
David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. David takes it. Who sees
Big-
all of this happening?
big-
Because of this
No one knows why you did that,
going
dude.
head on, he was one
The
of
only
the
thing
trusted
anybody
servants
ever
of
knows
Shaul.
is that
comes
you
back
are
because
losing.
Shaul, that
With
the
4
city
turns
of
left,
Nov
Zoo.
has sided
And
with
no
the
one also
rebellion
knows
of
why
David.
you chose
Kohanim have
what
no-
you chose.
absolutely no
Zoo,
idea.
you have 4 turns left.
They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law.
Oh, no way.
So what happens? To make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his
Zoo.
soldiers to Nov. They wipe out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov, as we discussed.
Zoo took
They
the
wiped out
lead.
the city. This was a huge
No, he
mistake.
didn't,
It was
'cause he
on
fucked up.
eyes on Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. O sayom mishtayir me'avona shalom. We'll say 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Also mishtayir me'avona shalom.
Zoo, what do I do? I can't play anything. And I can't roll anything, son. I couldn't play anything. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? You need 4s. Zoot needs 4s. Zoot, you're up. You're going for a full house? That's not smart. Unless you do your... Oh, you have your free turn. Oh, there you go. Zoot just took the lead, folks.
The day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal
Zoot
Yisrael
just took the
for the
lead.
Nov massacre. And
Give me
therefore,
some
had
5s.
Nebuchadnezzar
Give me some
attacked
5s.
that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says,
I need a lot of shows.
the Gemara says, I'm related.
Are you proud of that?
So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sancheriv shows up in Jerusalem, he's outside of the walls, of the city. His astrologer is telling the king,
I need
if
something
we march
great.
now, we will be successful. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if
I
we
need
go
4x.
tomorrow, we will not be successful. So
Give me a 3.
So Sancheriv responds, Orcha diboy v'saguye ba'asari yoma. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How'd you get 35?
Furthermore, when coming to
Yes, sir.
the journey was short. A journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kivat Yerushalayim. So also the idea that there's the
I wasn't
perfect
paying
storm. The
attention.
recipe is perfect for Sancheriv to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes
I didn't know how much
getting
the
there.
bonus was gonna be.
This is the
I didn't
last
think it'd be
day
that much.
of no retribution. Kivat Yerushalayim. When he came to
Dude, I've never beaten you in this game. Yep.
So Sancheriv shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rocks, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim.
Nope.
Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Kichazye is Treveine. Essentially, when
Zoot,
he
this
goes in,
bitch
he
is
sees
over.
the city. He says, it looks
Zoot, this
in his
bitch is
eyes.
over.
All
right, big dog.
I'm taking a break. No, I think I've beaten other
Is
people.
this it? Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim?
Dude, did you watch every single clip of Brendan Schaub I've sent you?
Why is that?
Again. This
He's-
is conquered. So he's Allah, money
he cheats on his wife.
He's manipulative of everyone around him. He runs scam giveaways. He misspeaks a lot, which causes him to be made fun of. Well, I do that too, so that's no big deal. He like basically gaslights people
into thinking that like he's not trying to take advantage of them when he really is. What more? What more do you want?
There's a story that's told that one time there was a particular
And Joe Rogan stole his material.
to see the land. So he goes on his whole tour. He's about to leave. He needs to go.
Why did if it's terrible?
Because he didn't know that he made. I mean, it's like an easy joke to make.
So whenever somebody says, it's coming. He asks it up. So he says, of course. He says the truth is, it's not so beautiful.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, he basically said, "What would you do if we were all?" What would you do if we were like if you were like gay? Wouldn't you just hang out with your friends and play video games all night and then fuck each other?
If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. That is absolutely.
So aside from the fucking of each other, you and I are pretty gay.
Is it the most beautiful
I
life?
mean, that's what
Okay,
Not your eyes, but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire
that's tight.
So Nebuchadnezzar sees it.
All right, I have to use the restroom.
Sancheriv sees it, but he sees it. He looks, excuse me, with Gentile eyes. He sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes, that's it. And the guy forgot. He's like, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. It's like one shawarma store. This is the whole thing. So he says like there's a huge. By the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says like this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on. He says the following. Amri, nishte beyada ha'ivna. Suppose they see, you have to understand something. So everyone knows this cloud goggle in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. Amrlu, Tamisu, Simisu. So you know what? I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. The Machar, I see Li Kochat B'Chaminechu Guma carry me. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So incredible guy, and I also understand. Here's the downfall, right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad, supposed to remember again. So what happens? He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad. That night, they're all sleeping comfortably, confident of their victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mea Ushmona V'Chamisha Aleph. Ashkim B'Voker. They wake up in the morning, and there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson. Basdina, Bataldina, which I will say literally means, if you look at Rashi, towards the end of the short lines, Basdina, Bataldina, Kevan, Shalon, Dina, Batalarid. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. So, which is another way of saying that when you procrastinate you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man, even for something. He missed his opportunity. Again, we're not crying right now, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kvitas Hadera, the Rebbe Shalom gives him the opportunity to come to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it. Because again, but really because it's because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishpi Beno, who wants to get ready for this? This is an amazing Maisa. The Yishpi Beno, Asher Vilidi Harpa, whom Shabbos said now, the Novi over here, this is in Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Rus. Mishkal Kino Shlosh Meos, Shlosh Meos, Mishkal Mechoshes, Chagor Chadasha, Bayara Lahako says David. So says we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what do they call it? A blood feud, right? Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself. Knew his armor, stark spear, everything, and he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "Might be Yishbi Benov." What does that mean? The Yishbi Benov. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda, Amar Rav Ish Sheba Al Iski Nov." We'll say, get ready for this Gemara. Rav Ashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of the episode in Nov. Now, what does David HaMelech have to do with Nov? Get ready for this. Amar Yehuda Baruch Hu David. Ad Mosai Yiyeh Inyon Zeh Tamun B'Yadecha. He says, David says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nov? Ayodcha Nerga Nov Irakohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Nov was wiped out. Va'al Yadcha, and because of you, Nitrat Doeg HaAdomi. Doeg HaAdomi died. Now remember again, Doeg HaAdomi ultimately dies because he massacred the city of Nov. Va'al Yadcha Nergu Shaul Shlosh Ezbana. And because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They die in the war against Plishtim. Right? They're fighting against Plishtim. They die in the war against Plishtim. So David, you're responsible for all of this stuff. So what does this mean? So the Bang Yoda says something amazing. He says a tzaddik is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not ill-intended. No, so at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nob. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately, to shield the people of the Nob. He was doing his best to try to operate under it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So we'll say this is a dramatic idea because the Ben Yoda says that you have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now, that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith. I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though, again, that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Is someone else's pain and suffering, there's a chayvus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's amplified tenfold. So the Ribono Shel Olam says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately results in the massacre of Nob, the death of Doeg, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, the Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. We don't have time for all this, but Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? You remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David. Because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David?
No way,
That's what's so messed up.
No way, dude, you're still here.
Responsibility.
No, F you, man. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play?
The Gemara says. So guys, you have all responsibility. Here's the choice.
All right, what's the score?
Here's the choice.
Do you think you're the best dice player in the world?
Or you can
All right, what's the score now?
or ultimately again are you going to decide which one is it? So the Gemara says, "I'm going to show them."
Go get him, dude.
So David Melech says, "I would rather suffer than Chas v'Shalom have my descendants right there." Let's say, get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day, this is going Bazori. So one day David Melech went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, "Sachar bizoi." He went out. He went out to hunt, and again hunting for food, not hunting for sport. So what happened? So Satan came along and appeared to David Melech as a deer. So what happens? David Melech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, so what happened? David Melech was running after the deer. Without realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. David Melech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and the Kash does not to the army enough. And he doesn't run into. So what happens? Oh, who does he run into? Yishbi Goliath's brother is the first guy he had to run into in Philistine territory. So Yishbi sees him.
What's the score?
This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? He grabs David, ties him up.
Okay, are you ready to lose? Fucking dice party, dog.
And he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press.
Yeah, send me an invite.
Yeah, he's going to sit on it. So
but make it live.
Essentially, he's going to crush David.
There's a timer in live.
So a miracle occurred, and what happened? The ground underneath the bottom stone of the press became off. So when Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David.
It's above your head. It's above your profile picture.
Okay, so anyway, so Yishbi realizes, okay,
get the 2 1s and try to get a full house.
So was like that day, Erev Shabbos. Abshai ben Sruya,
put it down further.
So
I don't know if I would have done that, son.
Go ahead and washing his hair. Okay.
Do you think it's better than this move?
And he understood that.
What should I do? Full house?
Something is going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started flapping its wings in a violent manner.
Dude, big dog, you're up. You got 2 clouds. That's a risky move. Risky move.
So what happens? He sees the blood.
You need 2.
He sees the
And you didn't get.
He realizes Claudius
do it again.
He must mean Claudius is in trouble.
You have 1 roll remaining. You got a 3. Devastating.
The king is in trouble. What's that? Listen to this. Also, they say
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So Amar Tinan in Rochtan Asuso. Ben Yoshua Kiso. Ben Mishtamshim Bisharbito.
Should I do the small one?
You cannot use the king's horse. You cannot.
Should I do the small one?
And you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. What about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger. So what Abishai ben Sriya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse or not? That was
my man got
so
3 6s, son.
He goes to ask
He's going for the bonus. My man's going for the bonus.
Again, time of Sakana. Yes, you can go. First of all, it's an amazing, amazing idea. A Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the shayla. Aisha Sakana. This, of course, there are times where I have to be quiet with Pashas, react first and ask later. But everything in our lives.
You got 2 3s, baby.
Everything in our lives.
You have 2 rolls.
So
what are you gonna do? My man is taking a risk, a major risk.
So sure enough, he gets the sack.
He's going for a 2, and he missed it.
He jumps on the mule.
These are some of the worst decisions that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of this game. In the history of this game, these are some of the worst decisions that we've ever witnessed.
So as he's riding the Plishti area,
Duh.
who does he
Still
see?
betting on
Arpa. Who's Arpa?
Yeah, you
Arpa
are.
was mother of, now whether this means actual, he sees Arpa, she must have been a very old lady by now. She's right, Arpa was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi.
What are you gonna
So
do,
what
Zoot?
happens? So Chazi, Arpa,
3 sixes, baby.
She was spinning while she was weaving. So what happens?
Oh, what a big move, Zoot. What a big move, Zoot.
So what happens? As Arpa sees Abishai ben Suri,
What are you gonna do, son?
Arpa now sees Abishai ben Suri running.
That was giant, Zoot.
She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the her spindle and she throws it at
Zoot, what do I
Abishai
do?
in an effort to kill him. So she misses him.
Go for the five.
I'm going for the 5.
She no oil. Amrale, Allah, I sleep, Allah. Excuse me, young man. I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it?
No, baby.
So what happens? He sure does.
You gave me false
He
hope.
brings it back to her, throws it at her head.
Dude, get it, baby. Get it.
Fine. Arpa's out. So
Get it. Get it.
Goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David Amalek shows up ultimately
Oh,
again.
it's gonna end
Now,
really
we'll say,
badly.
remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him Yishbi Benov because this is part of David Amalek's
Zoot is fun.
punishment
Put the 4s down, baby.
which occurred in Nov. So the
All
Gemara
right.
says what happens. He's
Do I have
Yishbi Benov.
2s?
Amar Hashna Habu Beit Train
Yeah.
Bekatlinli. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there. He says, "Now I'm going to be outnumbered." So what is supposed to get ready for this?
What
So
do I do,
Paskin of
Zoot?
David Ilay, Virat L'Rumche. So what's Amar Nebo Ali Beniktos? He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws.
Zoot, you have
David
3
up in the
4s,
air,
son.
which was an incredible display of strength.
Zoot, you have 3 4s, son.
Spear down on the ground, obviously with the tip facing up. I figured that
You have a full house, big dog.
So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right as David Amalek is midair. He said
Get the full house, baby.
So ultimately
3s.
again, he says the Shema Mafurash and suspends David
Give me some
Amalek
3s,
midair.
big dog. Give me another 3, baby.
Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shema first? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself?
My man has 2 5s. Folks, if you weren't aware, Zoot right now has 2 5s.
Cannot extricate himself from his jail. Was an incredibly important
Devastating.
which again, generally we
Roll,
think
baby.
that sometimes again we spoke about this on
No,
Shabbos.
that's not good.
Sometimes when you are in this
That's
situation,
not good.
you can't see the trees from the forest.
This is devastating to Zoot and Zoot's career.
Doesn't have to mean a Rebbe or Rebbe.
Oh, big girl. Give me another 6. Give me another 6. Devastating.
He cannot think clearly.
Baby, this is devastating.
And therefore, even though he knows the
Not
same
good.
shame of Rosh Abishai supposed to get ready for this.
Not good at all.
So the first thing Abishai says, that is, what are you doing?
He's got 2 5s, folks.
What are you doing here? Amalek,
My man has 2 5s, and he's going for.
So he tells see what David Amalek. So you would have
This is
thought David was gonna say,
devastating.
listen, I was chasing a deer. and
Devastating.
I ended up here. How did David Amalek realize that this was a stuff about this?
1,
So he tells
2.
Abishai the whole story. What's the whole
Give me the
story?
1s,
The story
baby.
is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished?
Give me the
My
1s.
kids. So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids wiped out. Amalek, apoch telusech. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you.
With enough
So
4s.
he says, Bar berech Lisbon, va'at lo titzdar. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer.
He's got it straight, folks.
You know, it's a natural rachmanis on parents.
He's got it straight.
Rachmanis on their children. So what's the pshat? We'll say, think the pshat is like this. What Abishai ben Tzriyu says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, the Baruch Hu is giving the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom in your presence. So take it.
Like what you're saying about they have minus dice parties, like dice parties, so then bonus game, if you roll straight, you get a bonus.
You have plenty of time to script and to
That's
write
cool.
your future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, take it, use it to change your
Look at this guy.
circumstances going forward. So
3-1.
swap your tefillah around,
Get
switch
it,
it around. Amalei,
Did you
Saya Bahadan,
I heard that.
So
Dude, full house.
But Avishai, can you help me, David?
Go for one more one, dog.
It says that Avishai and Sri helped him.
What are you doing?
David to have the Xer reversed. Avishai. So
I need a bunch of fours here.
So
Give me some more fours.
So Avishai and David now run away.
Fours.
So Yishbi is running after them.
Are you fucking serious?
When they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they had a thought for a second. Let's just turn around and fight. Amar betrayed Gurion Katula Aryeh. So they
That's what I needed.
They kept running. And when they got
That's
to
what
the
I
Jason,
effing
Two
needed.
lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. In other words, even though they were two, and Yishbi was one, he was much stronger than them. So the Gemara says, Amar Lei. So what happens? So then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from him. So listen to the plan.
Give me some fours.
So they turned around and they said,
Fours.
Fours. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arpa, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother. So listen to this. Ki atkira le shmei di'ime, kacha shchele v'kata. They mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead.
It's not over, baby.
And they were able to overtake it. Isn't that amazing? Sometimes, even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, Mama's boy, he might have been a big warrior, but he was a Mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch was killed,
Dude, the time's about to go.
at the end of the day, we get them. They were able to.
Are you serious?
I
need fours.
So this is the meaning of the Lamor.
I need fours.
So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the life of Israel.
That was garbage. Send me another invite.
The king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him,
It did. Are you going to give me an invite? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
All this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they thought,
Zoo.
Amazing.
You have 10 seconds to give me an invite. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know, I'm in, baby. I've been in. What are you going to do? 1, 2, 3? This is dangerous, Zoo. Get those sixes, son.
Eliezer Eved Avram, Yaakov Sheben Sruya. So
Full house.
This
is going for a full house right up the coast. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin, to the well. So we'll say this is Eliezer in
Give me some ones.
When he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak,
Give me another one.
I traveled from Canaan to Haran and I made it in the same day. Yaakov, you know what Yaakov, all of these was like the Siv.
I've never gotten the bonus in this game.
And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Because
what are you gonna do, Zoo?
When he came to Haran, so remember this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home. Running away from
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
When he gets to Haran,
Give me twos, baby.
Is it possible?
Give me another 2.
That I passed my place.
No way.
This is reference to Harabais. I passed Yushan, I passed my Harabais, the place where my forefathers davened, and I didn't even stop to daven there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So Kevan to hear him, the other cup to the Arab, So say when he decided
Zoot
to
took a
answer,
3 and a 4.
he already got the Chara.
Folks, if you're watching at home, Zoot took a 3 and a 4. Maybe one of the greatest opportunities for Zoot in the history of humankind. Potentially.
So what happened?
Potentially. Zoot.
Means prayer.
Devastating. That was devastating, Zoot. That was devastating, Zoot.
He wants to go back to Chara. Tzaddik said, the bias Maloney. You know, so what's like, Rosh says, could it be
3 1 2 2 4 3 1 2 2 4 3 1 2 2 4 1 5 5 6 1 1 5 5 6 1.
Miraculously, the sun set. Having considered by Yizrach La Shemesh, so God says later on the pasuk says after the fight with the Malach of Esav, the pasuk says that the sun.
What do we do, Zoot?
The sun rose for him.
Give me some 2s.
Did it only rise for him?
Give me some 2s.
For everyone.
Are you serious? Are you effing serious? That was garbage.
Earlier reported was it as reference when Yaakov went back to Harabayis, because the sun.
My man Zoot got that 3 4 5 6. He needs a 2, folks. What an amazing roll. My man Zoot just got himself 30 and or 40 points. 4 4 4. Give me some 4s, baby. Give me some 4s, baby. That's garbage.
God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said,
yeah, baby.
Visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David Amel's children indeed did suffer? So the Gemara says, V'Atalia im Achazio lo asa kimis b'no. So say Atalia, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy.
That was terrible.
Her son Achazio was killed. So kimis b'no. So she decided she wanted to be queen.
Look at you, Zoot. Look at these 5s, son. Look at these 5s. Oh, no way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
Because there was Yoash. It's okay because from the city of Nov, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Eviasa.
Oh, we're fucked. Oh, no way. I got the perfect roll. The odds of me getting that roll were giant. Yeah.
And therefore, again, the Gemara says, we're not that there are one survivor from Nov, right? Achimelech, excuse me, Eviasar, David Amelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well. Amar Yehuda, Amar Ba Lein Sancheres. We'll say back to Sancheres. Ba Lein Sancheres.
That's not what you wanted.
The name of the Yoshi Mikhail Shazar. So we'll say how the word describes Sancheres' army, with which he marched against it comes with 45,000 officers who were sitting in golden shadows.
Give me something good.
Give
me something good.
Now, the officers brought with them their princesses, and their harlots. Now, what does that mean? You don't bring princesses and harlots to the battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to be victorious over Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them.
5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot. 5 turns left, Zoot.
And another 60,000.
Give me 5 3s. Are you gonna go?
There was other chariots as well. We'll discuss the size of the army. The size of the army gets even bigger. This was the same size force which marched against.
Give me another 3.
4 wars against the 5. See them level in go. And it was in armies of this size.
Oh, Zoot. I'm not getting that bonus, son.
Was it some say the length of Sanchiriv's army camp was
That's
400
devastating.
parsecs. Say it's huge.
That's
Rochav
terrible.
Sabar Susah, the width, right?
One of the worst. Oh no, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked.
40 parsecs. Sak Machanehu.
Zoot is
The
fucked.
total number of people in Sanchiriv's
There's nothing he can do. He's fucked, folks. If you're watching at home, you're about to see one of the greatest upsets in the history of this game. Give me another 2. Oh, baby.
But the idea that I was talking about is they never saw such a large army amassed. Remember again,
Small.
Really?
I don't understand. Small straight.
The good thing is that it was a dictator.
Small straight is 4 dice in sequence. I don't know why it let me play that.
Is an army the size that no one has ever seen.
Oh yeah, I did.
This is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle.
You played small straight for 30 points, 5 of a kind bonus. So I guess if you have 5 of a kind multiple times, you get a bonus. Oh, it looks like you're done. Folks, Zoot is done. Folks, if you're watching at home, Zoot is beyond done. There's never been someone more done in the history of humankind than Zoot. And I got the bonus. Oh, I have to be over 62. That's garbage.
This army passing
Zoot, what are you going to do?
They have to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Eretz Yisrael.
Zoot, I have the highest score that you've ever seen. I just played the highest score you've ever seen. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row of some sort. Zoot's got to get 5 in a row. It's over for Zoot.
They diminish the body of water with each sleep. Meaning you take water with you. When you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothes.
It's over for Zoot.
The first group had to swim. The second group had to walk.
Zoot, it's over. Zoot only got 40 for the bonus.
The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their
And I got 150.
By the time the third wave passed through,
Perhaps the greatest,
water left in the Jordan River.
most amazing bonus in the history of this game. Get another 4, son.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere.
It's over for Zoot.
To be able to give the army.
It's over for Zoot. Give me another 2.
What does it mean? The pasuk told us. You're telling me about
Zoot, it's over for you, baby. Because I'm sexy. Zoot, where's my invitation? Zoot, where's my invitation?
So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going on.
5 of a kind and bonus joker rules. If you manage to throw 5 of a kind and have already played a 5 of a kind combination with a score 50, you will score a special 5 of a kind bonus to get an extra 100 points. However, if you have already thrown a 5 of a kind and have played a 5 of a kind combination with a score of 0, you will not get a bonus. Some rules apply with the 5 of a kind bonus. You won't be able to keep rolling if there were pending rolls, and you have to select the score right away. If corresponding upper section combination is unused, then that combination must be used. If the combination upper section combination was already used, a lower section combination must be used. The 5 of a kind acts as a joker, so the full small straight and large straight combination can be used to score 20, 30, or 40 respectively. If the corresponding upper section combination and all lower section combinations have been used, an unused upper section combination must be used, scoring 0. I don't get that, but no one understands that, dog.
So Gabriel is your Magiel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill your sickle ready. So So Gabriel says essentially, I was born ready, right? I was ready. My sickle's been ready since the 6 days of creation.
Zoot has 0 points.
The time of year.
He played a 1 on his first roll.
Right.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Gabriel,
No, he did not, folks. He got full house. Full house.
When you go out to check on the fruit,
Full house, Zoot.
your sickle and take care of them as well.
Get it.
People say.
No one understood what you just said.
So this is what people say.
Yes, they
say
do.
good morning to you. Right? In other words, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him. It's very disorienting. So also the idea being that the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work of checking on the fruit, also take care of the Assyrian army. The Yishon, which I will say, by the way, is an incredible
More of a kind, baby.
about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other.
I don't know what the fuck.
Especially if they're not roaring for
Nor does anybody. You need it too. You need it too, and you're not going to get it. You need another 2. Oh, look at my man switching to 5s. Folks, look at my man switching to 5s.
So said he allowed them to hear. What did he allow?
Look at all these 3s, baby.
They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos, and as a result, they dashed Neymar. We'll say how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers leave?
Dude, look at the score. I'm
I'm
intimidated. I'm so good looking. 1, 2, 3. You've got 3. You've got 3. Dude, it's over for you. It's over for you. What are you gonna? Really dumb.
4 and 5 is 9.
Just jaw-droppingly dumb. One of the dumbest things we've ever had the opportunity to witness in the history of humankind. Give me another 5, baby.
One of his 2 sons was spared. Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are
Dog.
His 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar.
You got a 1, a 2, a 3. You need a 4.
So we have a tradition.
Folks, Zoot needs a 4 extremely badly. And he didn't get it there. And he's not going to get it here. He's going for these 5s.
After Hanan and Mishael and Azariah thrown into the Kivshon, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I think
Not a
I
good
see
move.
4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks
Give
like?
me, give me these 3s, baby.
How does he know what an angel looks like?
Give me one more 3.
Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out.
What the fuck are you saying? Dude, no one knows what you're talking about. I don't take it up the ass, dog. I give it up the ass. Are you gonna go?
Are alive later on because ultimately, again, his 2 sons kill him. So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons assassinated him, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanherib and his 2 sons were spared from the wipe.
Not really.
The entire Syria. So stop over here.
I need another 2.
Apologize, that's why I was a little bit faster, so we'll pick up here tomorrow.
It actually kind of sucks for me. What do I put it on? I've already done the 4.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank
Dude,
our
you're up.
sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpachah, dedicating all the Shuman Droshos this year as a schus for
Not good at all, son.
Israel, Talmud sponsors for
Not
the
good at all.
Haba Alim Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And we got learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Trudy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas El
I don't think so.
We hope that all of the Nishon family, your families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shabbat, Kol Chole Yisrael, and Shprach Shnemer Hashem bring home our hostages, and allow.
They're still very much in this
soldiers
game.
to be successful. Chol Maaseh Yedei. Let's with that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadik Dal 94. We are picking up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93b. Rav Amar Demorach Vadoim. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wide. So Rav Amar Demorach Vadoim. So the Rav says this is quite fascinating. So Rav says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoim means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoim. Someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, so
you're done.
That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here,
So you're done. Zoo resigned. It's over for Zoo.
The idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to
Folks, Zoot is done.
which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the
I'm done.
So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Kochva. Bar Kochva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, Mimalche Hordus Haya. He was one of the Herodian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shnin. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. From the Rabban, he says, Rabban, Ana Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulay, the Mashiach Ksiv, the Morabadon. Mashiach, it says that he's able to go out and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kochva, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. I will say this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kochva. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kochva was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kochva was killed by the Romans. So okay, it's interesting. Either way, Bar Kochva ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kochva was Mashiach. So Bar Kochva had tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. Daniel, Chanei Mishal Ba'ad Sibuhu, Asherim Bahem Kol Mu'um V'Tovi Marav, U'Maskilim Chachma V'Yodei Das U'Mavine Mada, Asher Koch Bahem La'amo B'Heichal HaMelech, V'Lamdam Sefer V'Lashon Kazdim. So it's not this pasuk highlight praises of Chanei Mishal and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Daniel, Chanei Mishal and Azariah. Maya She'in Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chama Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta the Kuslisa Lo Hababu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep, and they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information. So what does it matter for us? So on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Chanai, Mishal, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has kama v'kama, the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Lazar, kulam neYehudaim. So Rabbi Lazar said that all of them, Daniel, Hanai, Mishael, and Azariah, were all from Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, Daniel ben Yehuda, Hanai, Mishael, Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, so Shmuel Bar Nachmani says, no, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. Asher totally Yikru, Bahayu Srisim Behecham Melach Bavel. So the pasuk says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Srisim. Srisim, my Srisim. What's the Sris? So Rav Amar Srisim Mamish. Rav says it literally means like a eunuch. Right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, that they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. According to the opinion that says that they were literal srisim. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavel isi bahon chavel denura." It means that ultimately, again, the chavel, that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kivshana ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on. Baksiv bareach nor lo adas bahin lo chavla v'lorecha. What it means is again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. So according to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days, according to the opinion that says that there are mamish svisim. So ultimately, again, would the pasuk that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation? To which the Gemara says, it could be that it was both. That literally the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Good. According to me, it says there are mamish svisim. So the pasuk says, the pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. It's better than apparently could very well be that before they were made srisim by the king, they had children, and unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. What does it mean? I will give them an eternal name, they will not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtik, Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michtik, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amrihu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, also I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My tamelo ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shne'emar, Zochra li Elokai letova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Meimer Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzonamecha, Pakin B'Shuasecha. I, David Amelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit, almost like a little bit of requisite merits, in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted. David Rachni and Kabbai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachni for Klal Yisrael as well. Yosef Mudei Shasira Vignus and Shorishonim. But I said this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named for him. Why? because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar, va'apachos harishonim asher lefanai, echbidu ala am, vayikchu mehem belechem v'yayin v'achar kesef shkalim arboim. So I will say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged the leaders. Sorry, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about say is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't find other Jews. You can't find other, so we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hanai, Mishael, and Azar drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw the Marshal who said that what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the safer name in the name. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. To God, now, by the way, how do we know that Shagal Mimenu? How do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says, good eyes, he lash. She said, okay, we'll do a different time. Next cycle. Daniel Gadi as Hamara. והאנשים אשר היו עמי לא ראו אס המרה, אבל חרדת גדולה נפלה עליהם, ויברחו בהיחווה, והאנשים אשר היו לא סגור. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw about Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it indicates us that Daniel is greater. The Gemara says, Umay ninhu anashim. Who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Daniel saw it. So it's Tzadik Talad Medalef 94a. Inu adif minayu, v'ihu adif minayu. So as I say, interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. In other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, Inhu adif minay. So ultimately, again, they, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi, were greater than Daniel. The Inhu and v'ihu lo navi, v'ihu lav navi. So as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. V'ihu adif minayhu, v'ihu chaza, v'inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So the Gemara says, "V'chine achad lo chazu mai taima." Well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, it's very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagav the inu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Afagav the inu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazel saw. I said, what does this mean? What does it mean? Their mazel saw. So often mazel refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is this: every person has a malach, right? Every person who advocates for them, who looks over, watches over this, like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something in my malach, see something. So that has an impact on me. So I'm not being So this is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person could be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that could mean that my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My takante." So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright, and they're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shof miduchte arba gamidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami likri kriyashma, or say shma. V'ikai b'makom hamitunofes And if ultimately, again, you're standing in a place where halacha l'maaseh again, it's dirty, so you can't say Shema. What should you say? You say the following: Iza de tapcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So let's say, what exactly is going on here? So let's say, so perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Ravina is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I said, what's the chap of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. Two in life where you are seized by fear. So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only dalaramis. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear: if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What does it say? Anchor yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I anchor myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is your relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized, not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will give you the courage to move forward. And I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that's like, how do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. We're gripped by paralyzing fear. Number one, move yourself forward, anchor yourself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Lememra. So the Gemara says, Lemar Baham Shar Baham Shalom Ein Kates, and Tankum Darsh Barkam Sikori, Nitnemam, Kol Mem Sheba Emsa Teva, Pasua, Vizasasum, General Bosai, in general, a mem in the middle of a pasuk, right, is open. And only the mem at the end of a word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Bikish Chash Baruch Hu Lasos Chizkiyo Mashiach. So it's incredible. So this pasuk is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Chash Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach the Sancheriv Gog Umagog. And remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo, Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umagog. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umagog, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv Gog Umagog. I want to meet this at the Lord's Baruch Hu Shalom. Umat David Melech Yisrael Shamashiyos Shishbachos Lefanecha Lo Asisa Mashiach. So the Midas Adin, the attribute of strict justice, is the Rebbe Shalom. It's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like Lahavla Chosh Baruch Hu. Rebbe Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Adin says what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo asasa Mashiach Chizkiyo shasisa l'kol nisim." Right. So Chizkiyo shasisa l'kol nisim alalu. V'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira. Tefer Tehillim. Chizkiyo he did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. Therefore the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach, the mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas Hadin shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shel Olam. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the Yid, and that is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara goes like, Miyad, Pascha Arz V'Amar L'Fanav Ribono Shel Olam. Listen to this, Rosa. This is such a beautiful Gemara. The earth says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira Tachas Tzadik Zeh V'Aso Mashiach. Wow. V'Aso Mashiach. So the earth says, Ribono Shel Olam, please make Chizkiyahu Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira. I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyahu. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Amar Shira L'Fanav Shneimar Miknef Ha'aretz Zmiros Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Olam L'Fanav Ribono Shel Olam Sidyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, the Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekala Olam Masra Biyado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach who's like, universe CEO. He's the Hakadosh Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamanu Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the tzaddik. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says, okay, so let's go. Make Tzidkiyahu Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his, right? He didn't say Shira, earth says Shira on his behalf. The Baskal came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch Hu says that Shiyachol and Chizkiyahu not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi. Oili, ad Mosai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right, for long. Now the Navi now is Lament Mashiach come. Yasas Abbas, Agad Bogdim, Bogdim Bogdu, what is it? Navi Scott, ad Asu, Bozeze, de Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Mesir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Emmanuel, Amr Yochanan, Osama Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, Netzkaptu Kala Ruchos Eitzel Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milel. So essentially, again, I will say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shanashamos Nifkados Etzlo. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is the Shamas. The Shamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Shamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar, Masai Keitza Geula Milel Zah. When is Geula going to come? I'll say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. What you begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiya. This from the Lokasa V'Lu V'Nachon Amar Asar Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tov V'Gam Laila, V'Mitchila Tia Galus Habib. Morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, V'Gam Laila, Intibayun, Bayu, V'Shuva Asayu. So there's two things. So, right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayun. If you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Shmuel is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do Shuva. So I'll say two elements. It's interesting. There seems to be many elements to Geula, but here the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, "What is Kadosh Baruch Hu waiting for?" Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, to become Baalei Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi Fabis. We'll say first wide lines at beyond enough. That's the widest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shne'emar miknaf ha'aretz miro shamanu tzvilat tzadik. Keltz v'davar ata omer. Vayomer Yisro. So we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Vayori Yisrael, Baruch Hashem Asher Hitzal Eschem. Yisrael says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." So the Gemara says, "Tell me, Rabbi Papis, Kinaihu LeMoshe B'Shishin Livon Shelo Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisrael V'Amar Baruch Hashem." It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. But Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So what I say, interestingly enough, Vayichad, what is Rav Amar Shehevir Cherev Chada Al Besaro. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with someone like Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudin kol b'sar." He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, "Amarav." So we'll say it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what Hakadosh Baruch Hu did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So we see from the Rambam in Yura, Adasara Dairo Chimza Aramai Kare. This is a very important episode. That in front of the converts, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a fascinating idea. That on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is Nola Dami. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is, sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that pain. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gerek. In other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adam Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancheru Sheyish Lo Shmona Shemos. Like Chizkiyahu, I will say, remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sancheiriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or I should say overcome, the Yifra, exact punishment from Sancheiriv, who has 8 names. So now the Gemara just goes through the names. Chizkiyahu Dichsiv, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo, Vayikra Shmo, Peleyoetz, El Gibor, Aviad, Sar Shalom, Ika Chizkiyahu. Okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiyahu? First one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyahu really is just a descriptive name that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave him trend. Davar Achar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Sheba Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthens the bond between Klal Yisrael and Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheiriv, what is Sancheiriv? All of Sancheiriv's names. Dichsiv Day, Tiglas, Kuleser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Viakira. Okay, I have Ika Sancheiriv. What about Sancheiriv? Right? In other words, they forgot about that name. To which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheiriv, we're going to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Shesach v'nicher dvarim klape malo. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan, the Peimazach also Rosh Likroso Asanpa Rava V'Yakira. So it says here's what's interesting. So Sancheiriv, if you look at some of these names, Sancheiriv was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava V'Yakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava V'Yakira means great and precious. How was Sancheiriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheiriv, right now, remember Sancheiriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheiriv, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said, so one says that Sancheiriv was very wise, and one says that very foolish. How so? According to the one who said that he was a smart king, Amru Kamashakris. So I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because so Sancheiriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? So therefore, he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheiriv was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? He should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, him, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Aglilu, where did he supposed to say? Just want to point out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheiriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, by the way, where did Sancheiriv the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Amar La Hari. Look, find different places where exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sipru B'Gnusa Shel Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheiriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, he did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Where it says Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Amri Shavya Ki Arin. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, "Oh, this new land is just as nice as our land." Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al Chad Shrim. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even as Sancheiriv. Sancheiriv was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod eish. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here, Tachas gufo mamish shaguf kain u'neshama esrachas. They both say this is talking about again when Sancheiriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheiriv's army, we're going to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Karilei lamani mechuda mach bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, even though they're thrown into the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So therefore your clothes, essentially your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Moshe Rabbeinu Amar Tachas Kvodo Mamish Kisreifas Me'aru Mala Alon Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim Afkan Sreifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say check by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sancheiriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So Gemara says, "Tanashay Rabbi Yoshua and Karcha, Paro shechiref ba'atzmo nifrak Kadosh Baruch Hu mena bi'atzmo." This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, right? Because Paro says, Mi Hashem asher eshma b'kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancherev, Shechirev, what's the Amud Beis? Sancherev, Shechirev, Ayidei Shaliach. Sancherev, ultimately, again, kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu, Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro tichsidei, mi Hashem asher eshma b'kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu min abiyatzmo. Baruch Hu exacts punishment from himself. Tichsid, vayinar Hashem es mitzvah hayam. By Yamsuf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yamsuf. Tichsid, darachta by Yamsuf sechel. Sancheiriv tichsid, biyad malachecha charachta Hashem. So ultimately, again, biyad malachecha cherpas Hashem. So ultimately, again, Sancheiriv says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch, again, Sancheiriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather, again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu ayidei shaliach. Which Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through shaliach as well. B'chsid, vayetze malach Hashem, vayach b'machane ashur mea u'shmonin v'chamishim elef. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancheiriv. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night. He says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So Baruch Hu brought about. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Baruch Hu Kiviyachol who did it himself, but ultimately, again, like we see on Pesach, and even of Malach, this was Malach V'lo Ani. Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheiriv blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Baruch Hu exactly punished indirectly. Like Papa Rami Ksiv, Morom Kitzo, Ksiv Molom Kitzo. So I said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Morom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Malon Kitzo b'Yeshaya, Malon Kitzo b'Melachim. So I say, so one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, when on earth. Amar also Rasha, B'tchila achre dira shalmata, B'yachakach achre dira shalmata. So you see the unholy operations of Sancheiriv. Sancheiriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the God in the celestial sphere. Whatever it may be. Might exceed Ato. Hamibala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako La Shriso. Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Arazazos Vishriso. So I'll say, so this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheiriv is Sancheiriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so Rashi says, "Ata hamivaladei Hashem alisa l'makom hazeh." So Sancheiriv says, "Would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God?" Hashem amar ilai alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa. Hashem has said to me, "Come to this land of Israel," which is pretty wild. So Sancheiriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mikey, the Gemara says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheiriv hear from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara said, the Shmuel Navi Dikamar, Ya'an Kima Sa'amazeh, Esmi Ashiloach HaHolchim La'at La'at, U'misos Esratzon U'ben Remal Yom. So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheiriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Me'ashilach HaOchem La'atlat, they have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Rimal. So we'll see what all of this is.
It's athleticism.
Folks. So Yossi says, if it were not for the explanation of this pasuk, you would have no idea what it's talking about.
This shit is so
Right? We have no idea
stupid.
what
It's
it's talking about.
hilarious.
So what is this? So the Gemara says, my karma. So the Gemara says, Chala, the Klatz Amma Adim B'Machrusa B'Distavi. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken Malchus B'Distavi. The Medaber Lahon B'Nafas K'Mish Ruach B'Nagdim. They are trying to speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach waters comes to spring fence, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus B'Distavi, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up. They're forsaking that. This, but you, the Russian by Ronaldo. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. I'm going to be off on a mind of sick. Mara Hashem Solos is what's interesting over here is, so Sanchira, here's the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task. And he feels
I've heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and they're married now. That your dreams seem true. I will give to you, old friend, why you're so tired. Hey, I can hold back, hold high from the lights. I said you did out on the blue, uninvited, but I didn't stay away. I couldn't fight it, everything you didn't say. Then you come and bring my name. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I want nothing but the best for you. You don't forget me. I'm ready.
Even when Chayes worshiped Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. But to worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? Not so much, but maybe you know someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do, and all the stuff you really want to do. Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, something like another one is the mutter, but it's a mitzvah. A mitzvah. And all the stuff that you really don't care about.
I remember you said sometimes it lasts a while, and sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts enough, but sometimes it hurts instead. Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in summer haze, bound by peace of mind on the glory days. I hate to turn out of the blue, uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. Hope you sing them place. I'm not thinking tonight, that's for me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you said
Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. What do you want to say to Adele? Bitch, you got a good voice. Really? Is that what you would say to her? What would you say? I'd be like, bitch, I love the name of your albums. Really? Yeah, I love your cleft chin. Really? Yeah, I love how you're kind of a bitch. Really? Yeah, dog. It's great. Why? Because I'm kind of a bitch. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Why? I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time, girl. She'd be like, I know, you know my music pretty well. I'd be like, yeah, do you know mine pretty well? She's like, what song do you have? I'd be like, it's this one, it's called Biggest Pimp of All Time, bitch. And the lyrics go like this: hey everyone, I'm the biggest pimp of all time, bitch. And it just does that for like a millennium, just on repeat. And then it says, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey. Oh, that's a really great song, Rabbi. Look at this athleticism. Sometimes it hurts instead. No one compares. No, it's nothing compares, dog. Get it right or pay the price. Sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries affairs. The millions on the sake of memories made. Who would have known how bitter sweet this could taste? This would taste. This could be. Come on. Adele be like, get your shit together, Rabbi. I'd be like, no, girl, calm down. It is super fucking late. She'd be like, no, it isn't. You slept till 2 o'clock. I'd be like, bitch, how do you know my schedule? She'd be like, why do you scratch your head like a monkey? I'd be like, maybe I am, girl. Sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries or cares. Regrets on the same memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this would taste? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I'll remember you say. Sometimes they last in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I pray. I remember you say. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. That was so sick. No. Throwing up gang signs for gangs that don't even exist yet. They haven't even been founded. That's a sick guy up. What's the coolest gang that hasn't been founded yet? It's called the Rebecca. No, it hasn't been founded. Oh yeah, it was founded with Eve. Really? And she wasn't Jewish. So, Sarah? Really? Actually, she's not the first priest. I don't know.
What happened?
I mean, I do know. Who would it be? I mean, I know what. I just don't know what the bitch's name is. Not off the top of my head. Why? Maybe I do. Really?
Don't worry, because you can be successful.
I know one of them. Elishaba. She's mentioned once in fucking Exodus. Elishaba. That bitch. Really?
Over Zephyra?
Right? Don't bring Sanheriv. Don't bring the Summit.
Probably Zephyra. Really?
Just leave it alone. Miyad covers Mashmar for the Mishpah. They might see of it. Mashmar therefore swore. He said, no, I'm bringing the Sanheriv. Shemir Mishpah Shabbat Hosting Lord. And no Kasha Nisi came himself. The Kasha Yad Takum. Mishpah Ashurba Atsim.
Trying to snare some? Fuck them. Hate that bitch. Title didn't exist in that era. Well, it does now, bitch. Who is it? One of those two bitches. Really? Yeah, who is it?
But I have a company. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you spared me ultimately again.
Probably Zephyr.
20 plus years of being such
Really?
like the passage says, by Yitzchak we offered up Kabbalah to locate Yitzchak of it. Yaakov offered up Kabbalah to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Adin. Strict justice.
So it goes back to Zephyr?
Justice says we don't understand why Kadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because
Maybe.
Kadosh Baruch Hu knew that had
What about
he
Ela
told
Sheva?
his plan to his
That bitch is up there too.
God sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end
Do you consider them Rebbitzin? Were their husbands rabbis? Yeah. Okay, then yeah.
Things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. So I'm such a dull. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, why did you do it?
M. Jackson.
Very nice you brought the salvation.
Who the fuck
But the
is you?
same God who brought the salvation is also what? It's also what? The same God who brought the crisis.
Damn, girl.
I have a terrible problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't be the salvation. So that's the control of us. That's where the emotional runs the world. Somehow.
You like that one?
Not just the resolution is necessary.
Which one do you like? I like them all. What's your favorite one ever? All of them. Why is that? I'm sexy. And I know it.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sanheriv will be lifted up. Mipnei Shama. What's the Shama means literally the oil. What's the oil? One of these such an Africa, this is beautiful. Chovel Olsha Sanheriv and Shama Shama. Literally again, the yoke of Sanheriv was lifted upon the Israel because of the oil.
Can you do this one?
It was constant oil, constant.
Fuck yeah, I can do it. Are you going to though? I don't know. It's a lot of work, dog. Why? I mean, I gotta reset my stream.
He put a sword at the entrance of the basement. And he said, he says, whoever leaves the base medrash will be stabbed with this sword. He stabbed this sword. Now, listen, what does this mean?
Folks, you want to hear me do play-by-play? All right, here we go. Look at this motherfucker over here with this athleticism. Few people have recognized this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this move. This bitch has been going 9 hours. You think most people on Earth have ever streamed for 9 hours recorded? How many people on Earth who have more than 9 hours of their own footage online? Probably less than 10%. Really? Well, you've got like all of China. I don't know. Do you see many Chinese people record their live? I bet you. There's that one girl, but she didn't do it. Was she Chinese? She was something. Are you Chinese? Baby, I'm everything. Why? Why not? Are you Chinese? Maybe some. Why? Why not, baby?
I'm saying like he's
right? No one's nodding off. Why? Because that's going to save
the true question is, are you the sexiest motherfucker on earth? And the answer to that is obviously. Really? Obviously? Dog, I don't want to get into it with you. Okay?
then
The answer's obvious. Everybody knows it. Dog. Your hours are reversed. You're on Australia hours. Worst stream ever.
A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, oh, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. Life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes.
Yo, dog, who's that fucking rabbi who spams everybody's chats? The biggest pimp of all time.
They checked from Dan until Beersheba, from Amaretz, there was not an Amaretz. There was no one who knew the word of Torah, always from Dan until Zipris. And everyone was well versed.
This is the worst. This is worse than Gringo Poppy. Is it? Oh, this shit sucks. Hello. I'm glad to say hi to you 7 hours later. That was really nice. Really?
Everyone was first. Everyone was doubtful. Everyone again. By the way, in what? Not the sex office, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. We'll look at the referring to it. Right? Halachos of Tumah and Tara. What happens when we get to Tumah and Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on? Right? When is this going to be over? We'll say those halachos. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were having
look at this athleticism.
Let's really summarize this for the people at home. For the people at home that are watching this, and like, yo, dog, you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time. The answer's obvious. Okay? I don't even think we need to have this discussion. You really think you're the most athletic motherfucker of all time? The answer's obvious.
Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on
Are you more sexy or more athletic? So bang bang play, kids. It's Jambi Jeter Jambi. It's whatever you want it to be. Psych bitch, I'm both.
Yeah, choose to say one of them. Mustafa, what I was saying? Go ahead. Pretty much. One incredible week. Go ahead. All right, Kevin, Zoom, good Shabbos, everyone.
15 minutes. Dude, that would be kind of funny, honestly. If you allowed me to do 20 minutes of stand-up and I just did me riding a horse all the time.
Oh, look at this athleticism.
The entire time.
Right. That's right. So it was
Galentine's, go fuck yourself. Doug, what is this bullshit?
I wish we could watch the horse play with no audio first every time. Like, if Brian Cow came on screen was like, all right, guys, you know what time it is. It's funny to watch this because we're watching it live. It feels like we're watching it live. Clips that we or Samsung that we clip. These things they look like they're straight out of Vegas where Chang's versus Dallas. Cal riding a horse. Would be coming for tennis tournament. Joe Rogan's like, you can do a special on my club.
And literally is waxing supporting the fields that are merit of our people. All of the shows have been on the all of the leaders wish I would
Dog, this is the worst. Folks, look at this athleticism. Folks, let's really get into the summaries here. Look at this athleticism. I almost tore my ACL. Everybody knows it like that bitch in Jazzercise from the dating sites from the 80s. Tyreek Hill, how do I get unbanned from your chat? You're not banned. You talk anything you want.
Make sure to always keep always some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar eats through the Achol, Hakil Yachol Kivav. I, the Gemara says, Amar Balaza.
Do I ever talk to chat? Gooners is really, oh my god, hi Jimmy. Ooh, bro. It's not viral, yeah, you're right. What a great life. Yeah, dog. It's pretty sick. Really? Oh, dude. I talk about bitches all the time, and I rate chicks 0 to 10. Why? Because it's fun. I mean, you can rate dudes if you want. I'm a 10. Next question. Why? Dog, I'm so sick. Maybe one of the sickest motherfuckers of all time. Are you seeing this athleticism, though? Folks. Babies. Oh, what in the fuck? A person changes voice, which makes it sound like a person steals his identity. But the truth is, not living voice could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. Whoever doesn't keep his word is as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated, whoever